Chapter 142. 85,000. 88,000. 90,000. 110,000. 110,000. In just a short period of time, the price of the saber had exceeded 100,000. Even Li Lin was secretly shocked. 80,000 gold taels was twice as expensive as before. Li Lin thought that such a high price would make many people hesitate. But from the looks of it, the past month had fully aroused the hunger in everyone's hearts. Adding the words one of a kind to the price, it further ignited everyone's enthusiasm for the auction. 115,000. 118,000. 120,000. The bidding price was still increasing, and the Imperial Army members, watching from the outside, felt their blood boiling. This was a true treasured saber, one that was truly priceless. When treasured sabers in the outside world were worth less than 600 gold taels, only the Imperial Army members would be able to see treasured weapons worth 10,000 gold taels. Even though the price of the saber was expensive, many people had been preparing for this auction since a month and a half ago, even after the battle between Commander Zhao and Commander Huang. This is too exciting. That's 120,000 gold taels. It's several times more expensive than before. Why don't you take a look at how heavy this saber is? I've never heard of it before, and the materials used are 2 times more than before. Furthermore, this is the first saber of a master. Even if we don't use it, we can still sell it in the future. Did you see that? That's Commander Jing. Even Commander Jing is here. This was a true aristocratic family with deep foundations and inheritances. The Jing clan was one of the top prestigious clans in the Sui dynasty. Those prestigious clans outside can't compare to it. That's right. Even though the Jing clan doesn't stand out in the outside world, their reputation is far from that of those prestigious clans outside. But in reality, this was a true aristocratic family, a true colossus. Normally, they wouldn't even let you know. 120,000 gold taels isn't much to such a secretive clan. That's right. Also, the Bai clan is a 6th-generation Imperial Army general. It would be a wonder if they would let such an opportunity slip by. There are too many monks and not enough gruel. At the back of the hall, the faces of the crowd were flushed red, as though they were on steroids. They were even more excited than those who were participating in the auction. It was truly worth it to be able to spectate here for 10 gold taels. In the Imperial Army, who would care about 10 gold taels? 139,000. 140,000. 141,000. 142,000. 142,500. There was a limit to the value of any weapon, but it was not infinite. When the price reached 140,000, the increment gradually slowed down. Obviously, in everyone's hearts, the true price of this weapon should be around 150,000. Not more than that. Not bad. Behind Li Lin, Zhao Fengqin nodded slightly. This price had already exceeded his expectations. It was quite good. It was apparent that this weapon was very popular among the Imperial Army. Logically speaking, this price was not bad. However, Li Lin couldn't help but laugh when he saw this scene. He had heard from Wang Chong before. This time, the sword was very similar. It used a new technology, and compared to the previous Wuzi steel weapons, there was an additional process. Almost immediately, Li Lin keenly realized that there was a huge business opportunity in this. Everyone, speaking of which, none of you have seen a real saber. Now, I'll let everyone take a look. Li Lin suddenly grabbed the hilt of the saber and pulled it lightly. Clang! A clear and melodious dragon's roar resounded in the ears of everyone in the hall. Following that, a cold light leaped up like a flood dragon and streaked across the ceiling above the hall. All the lights in the room suddenly dimmed at this moment and were robbed of their light. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. When they took a closer look, they realized that Li Lin was holding a uniquely shaped saber. This was a 7 chi-long saber. From the tip of the saber to the hilt, it was an extremely uniform length of 2 fingers. On top of that, the massive arc of the saber seemed to exude a soul-stirring sense of beauty. What was even more stifling was the magical inscriptions on the saber. It exuded an extreme sense of beauty, and at the same time, it exuded an intimidating sense of aggression. It was as though the saber had left one's grasp and was preparing to launch an attack, exerting an immense pressure on one's heart. In an instant, the originally noisy hall suddenly became extremely quiet. Zhao Fengchen was just about to pick up the tea goo on the table, but upon seeing this sight he was stunned for a moment, and his hand was just about to press down on it. As he was in a rush, he didn't have the time to take a good look at the saber that Li Lin had brought over. He thought that since they were both made of wuzi steel, there shouldn't be much of a difference between them. However, Zhao Fengchen suddenly realized that the saber in Li Lin's hand was slightly different from his. It wasn't just in terms of appearance. Swoosh! Seeing that he had attracted the attention of the entire hall, Li Lin nodded in satisfaction. Shua! With a flick of his wrist, Li Lin brandished his saber in the air. Li Lin's movement wasn't huge, but the effect of his saber was astonishing. Who? The temperature in the massive hall suddenly plummeted, and from where Li Lin was standing, a huge gale suddenly blew. Due to Li Lin's slight movement, the calm air flow suddenly fell into disorder. The air seemed to have been sliced into millions of pieces, and even the area in front of the empty metal table was torn apart, forming numerous vortexes. On Zhao Fengchen's left and right, upon seeing this sight, the eyes of the 2 commanders who weren't too concerned abruptly narrowed and their faces warped. How sharp! Li Lin's strength was on a completely different level from that of Wang Chong's. The commotion caused by his saber was far greater than that of Wang Chong's. Everyone present was an expert, and with a single glance, they could tell that Li Lin's saber was sharp to the extreme. It was on a completely different level from Zhao Fengchen's saber. Ah, my clothes! The Imperial Army members participating in the auction suddenly exclaimed in shock. An Imperial Army member lowered his head to look at the undergarments that were exposed from his collar in shock. Unknowingly, the undergarments that were exposed had been torn apart by Li Lin's saber. At this moment, everyone looked at the 7 chi-long saber in Li Lin's hand once more, and their gazes immediately changed. This saber was simply too sharp. Wielding such a saber, it wouldn't be a problem for him to challenge an even stronger opponent than him. Not only would he not be at a disadvantage, his opponent might even be intimidated by him. 150,000 taels. Lordly, I want this saber. Suddenly, someone raised his hand and shouted loudly, 160,000 taels. I want it. 180,000 taels. 190,000 taels. The others also came to a realization, and the crowd went into a frenzy. This saber had already reached an inconceivable level, and it was practically a killing machine. More importantly, there was no market for it. 200,000 taels. A voice shouted. Great! Li Lin's face flushed in agitation, and he clenched his fists tightly. The reason why he intentionally didn't draw his saber previously was for this moment, and now he had achieved his goal. Wait a moment. All of a sudden, a cold bellow sounded. This voice was incredibly loud, and it harnessed immense might, causing the ceiling of the hall to tremble. This abrupt change caused the entire hall to fall silent. Countless gazes turned toward the direction where the voice came from. With this glance, many people revealed astonished expressions. Lord Huang! Lord Huang! General Huang! Some of the Imperial Army members seated at the front row stood up and bowed slightly to show their respect. Huang Shaodian, what are you doing here? At the top of the hall, Zhao Fengchen was seated upright, but upon seeing that person, his expression turned cold and he abruptly stood up. A majestic aura gushed forth like a tidal wave. The temperature in the hall plummeted, and the atmosphere abruptly turned tense. Amidst the crowd, there was a black-skinned man with a muscular body reminiscent of a bear. He was no other than Zhao Fengchen's nemesis in the royal palace, Huang Xiaotian. Due to the selection battle, Zhao Fengchen and Huang Xiaotian had fallen out, and after the selection battle, their relationship became even more tense. No one could have expected Huang Xiaotian to appear at this moment. In an instant, the entire hall fell silent. Everyone held their breath, and no one dared to speak. The atmosphere was incredibly tense. Since you can come, why can't I? Does the Cold Palace have your surname? Besides, weren't you the ones who invited me here? Huang Xiaotian's eyes were as sharp as copper bells, and his black beard gave him a boorish appearance. His voice was extremely loud, and it felt as though he was being unreasonable. Huang. Before Huang Xiaotian could finish his words, he flicked his wrist, and a metal slip appeared on his fingertips. Upon seeing this metal slip, Zhao Fengchen's complexion immediately turned awful. He abruptly turned his head to look at Li Lin. It wasn't me, I don't know either. This sight was too abrupt, and Li Lin's complexion wasn't much better than Zhao Fengchen's. Zhao Fengchen and Huang Xiaotian were like fire and water, and in Zhao Fengchen's heart, Huang Xiaotian was a taboo. Wasn't this fellow trying to ruin Zhao Fengchen's reputation by appearing here? However, Li Lin knew that the metal slip in Huang Xiaotian's hand wasn't from him. He was on the same boat as Zhao Fengchen, and ruining Zhao Fengchen's reputation was equivalent to ruining his own. How could he possibly do that? SSS. Seeing Li Lin shake his head, Zhao Fengchen took in a deep breath, and his complexion improved. Without a doubt, Huang Xiaotian's supporters in the Imperial Army weren't any lesser than his. There was a high chance that Huang Xiaotian's Imperial Army subordinates bought Li Lin's metal slip and gave it to Huang Xiaotian. Huang Xiaotian, what are you trying to do? This isn't your encampment. General Huang, don't mess around. Look at this place. Even though the auction is organized by Lord Zhao and Li Lin, the ones who are buying the sword are our brothers. But the ones who want to buy the sword are our brothers. If you dare to cause trouble, then it's the same as going against all our brothers. The two right Imperial Army commanders by Zhao Fengchen's side stood up. Even though Zhao Fengchen had won the martial selection, the faction behind Huang Xiaotian wasn't weak either. After his defeat, he actually managed to get him the position of vice-marshal. Thus, no one dared to go overboard. It's for the good of our brothers that I came here, because I can't stand you fellows swindling our brothers' money. Huang Xiaotian's face was cold, and as he spoke, he strode in from the periphery. You're Li Lin, right? Walking up to Li Lin, Huang Xiaotian narrowed his eyes and narrowed his eyes. His teeth were cold, and he didn't hide his threat at all. Following Zhao Fengchen sure is insightful. I hope that you'll have a bright future in the Imperial Army. Huang Xiaotian, how dare you? Zhao Fengchen slammed the table furiously. On the other side, Li Lin's complexion turned awful under Huang Xiaotian's threat. His standing in the Imperial Army was no longer the same as before, and due to Wang Chang's Wuzi steel sword, he had managed to gain the limelight in the Imperial Army. However, compared to figures of Huang Xiaotian and Zhao Fengchen's level, he was clearly lacking. Regardless of whether it was Huang Xiaotian or Zhao Fengchen, both of them had a huge backing behind them. Li Lin had tried to look into the matter, but in the end he accidentally reached the depths of the royal palace. A chill ran down his spine, and he didn't dare to investigate any further. This kind of factional struggle was no small matter. Chapter 143. Lord Huang, this isn't the Mirage Dragon. There are so many brothers here. Lord Huang, please conduct yourself with dignity. At this moment, Li Lin suddenly spoke up. The moment he opened his mouth, everyone was shocked. Even Zhao Fengchen was taken aback. Li Lin, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? Huang Xiaotian's face was cold as he glared at Li Lin. He didn't expect a lowly guard like Li Lin to talk back to him before so many people. Lord Huang, I'll say it once more. This isn't the Mirage Dragon. If Vice Commander Huang wishes to cause trouble, please leave this place. Li Lin spoke once more. This time, his gaze met Huang Xiaoqian's fearless gaze. In the hall, two commanders who were on good terms with Zhao Fengqian stood up, wanting to dissuade Li Lin. It wasn't a good thing to make an enemy out of Huang Xiaoqian. However, Zhao Fengqian quickly waved his hands to stop them. Looking at Li Lin, Zhao Fengqian was astonished, and many thoughts flashed through his mind. He had a deep understanding of Li Lin. There was a huge problem with Li Lin's personality. He was overly cowardly, and the fact that he had been a minor guard of the North Gate for more than a decade was more than enough to illustrate this problem. Thus, Zhao Fengqian didn't have much hope for Li Lin. All he wanted was for him to be promoted to a minor guard. Yet, Li Lin actually dared to talk back to Huang Xiaoqian before so many people. This left him astonished. In that instant, Zhao Fengqian could vaguely sense a change in Li Lin. It seems like he's really different. Zhao Fengqian's eyes flickered. He suddenly had a different opinion of Li Lin. How dare a minor guard like you speak to me in such a manner? Huang Xiaoyan's gaze was incredibly cold. If looks could kill, Li Lin would have died many times over. Huang Xiaotian had never been polite to those who dared to offend him. But in the end, Huang Xiaotian didn't make a move. You're just a trash who relied on a woman to climb up. On Duke Zhou's account, I won't teach you a lesson this time. Pa! Huang Xiaotian's palm shot forward, and with lightning speed, he grabbed the Death's Abyss in Li Lin's hand. Boom! Li Lin didn't even have time to react before he was sent flying by this huge force. He staggered and only managed to stabilize himself after taking a few steps back. His face was extremely red. Li Lin could be considered an expert in the Imperial Army. But compared to a future big shot like Huang Xiaotian, there was still a huge gap. Even though Huang Xiaotian had lost to Zhao Fengqian, he was still one of the top experts in the future Imperial Army beneath the three marshals. How could Li Lin be his match? Brothers, please take a look. I, Huang Xiaotian, am not here for a personal grudge. It's just that I can't bear to see these fellows swindle others of their wealth. Huang Xiaotian easily snatched Death's Abyss from Li Lin's hand. His right hand gripped the hilt of the saber and slowly turned it around in the hall. A series of cold gleams swept through the void, causing everyone's eyes to be dazzled. However, Huang Xiaoyan's face was filled with disdain. It was as though this wasn't some treasure saber, but a worthless piece of scrap metal. Huang Xiaotian, what are you trying to do? Zhao Fengqian suddenly spoke with a cold expression. Didn't I tell you? I can't bear to see swindlers, so I'm here to expose you. Huang Xiaotian turned to look at Zhao Fengqian and sneered coldly. A powerful aura emanated from his body. What is hard is easy to break. Zhao Fengqian, Li Lin, don't tell me you don't understand this logic. Any weapon that exceeds 3 qi will break easily, and the longer it is, the more likely it will break. Thus, in the Central Plains, there are very few swordsmiths who can forge weapons beyond 3 qi. A weapon of 4 qi is already a rare sight. But to think that you would use a weapon of 7 qi to fool everyone, do you really think that everyone here is a fool? Huang Xiaoyan's words immediately caused a huge commotion in the hall. Everyone was here for the reputation of the Wut's steel weapons, and with Zhao Fengqian's example, as well as the lack of time, they didn't really consider this problem. However, with Huang Xiaoyan's words, many of them came to a realization. That's right, what is hard is easy to break. Even though they didn't know how to forge swords, they understood this logic. Thus, in the Central Plains, no one would forge a weapon that was longer than 4 qi, unless it was a spear or halberd. However, this type of weapon was meant to be hunted on the battlefield, so it wasn't rare at all. In the military warehouse of the Tang dynasty, there were plenty of such weapons. Even if they were to break, they could just replace them with a new one. Furthermore, the cost was extremely low. However, a sword was different. No one would want to buy a sword that would break easily. Lord Huang's words aren't without reason. Indeed, this saber is a little too long. The imperial army commanders whispered to one another, and they nodded their heads. Initially, they were dissatisfied with Huang Xiaotian. They thought that he was here to wreak havoc and exact vengeance after losing to Zhao Fengchen. However, his words weren't completely unreasonable. Humph, humph. Raising death's abyss high up, Huang Xiaotian's beard trembled. Upon seeing this sight, he sneered coldly in his heart, as though he had already predicted everything. Behind him, Zhao Fengchen and Li Lin's expressions changed slightly. Zhao Fengchen had bought the Wuzi steel sword from Wang Chong, defeated Huang Xiaotian, and became the marshal. Thus, he subconsciously chose to trust Li Lin and Wang Chong. On the other hand, Li Lin was his nephew, so there was no need for him to doubt him. Thus, the two of them didn't consider whether it was reasonable for a 7-qi-long saber to be so long. Now that Huang Xiaotian had brought it up, the two of them realized that something was amiss. The principle that something that was hard would break easily was the most basic of all. Huang Xiaotian wasn't trying to make things difficult for them for no reason. Li Lin, Zhao Fengchen wanted to ask Li Lin about it, but the moment he thought of it, he stopped himself. It was already too late to ask anything before so many people. Furthermore, if there was really a problem, their reputation would be tarnished by Huang Xiaotian's actions before so many people. To dare to scam so many brothers, there would probably be no place for them in the imperial army in the future. It was precisely because of this that their faces turned incomparably grim. But at this moment, there was no turning back. Chong'er, you mustn't let anything happen to me. Li Lin thought anxiously. He didn't have the time to think about how Huang Xiaotian would snatch the death's abyss. Standing in the hall, he could sense that the gazes everyone was looking at him from all directions weren't right. But for his nephew, Li Lin couldn't say anything even if he was scammed. Brothers, the sharper the weapon isn't necessarily the better. This weapon might look grand, but it's actually nothing more than a pile of scrap metal. Today, I'll show you what this death's abyss is, and see if it's worth your money. As Huang Xiaotian spoke, he raised the 7-qi death's abyss in one hand and stretched out the index finger of his other hand. With a slight bend, he flicked his finger toward the 70% of the death's abyss. Hung long long. The sound of wind and thunder exploded in the air. Huang Xiaotian's fingertip instantly exploded with a dazzling golden energy that was like a comet. Although the energy was formed from yuan qi, it was as hard as diamond and gave off a feeling that it was indestructible. Diamond Gale, Lightning Finger. This was one of Huang Xiaotian's ultimate techniques. It allowed one to concentrate all of one's strength into a single finger, making it as tough as Vajra. In close-range combat, Huang Xiaotian could even fight barehanded against an opponent wielding a divine weapon with only one hand behind his back. In Huang Xiaotian's previous battles, he had broken the record of more than 100 treasured swords and sabers. The most famous instance of Huang Xiaotian's Diamond Gale Lightning Finger was when Huang Xiaotian was out on a mission. When he passed by a mountain, he saw a dozen zhang, tall basalt cliff. The entire cliff was a single piece of basalt rock embedded into the mountain. Huang Xiaotian's companions joked with him, asking if his Diamond Gale Lightning Finger could leave a mark on the basalt rock. In the end, Huang Xiaotian only chuckled. He walked up to the cliff, and with a flick of his finger, he shattered the entire basalt rock. Eventually, like a spider web, it shattered into countless fragments and fell down. This incident was extremely famous in the imperial army. Even decades later, Huang Xiaotian's name would still be mentioned by others, and it became a beautiful story. If Huang Xiaotian were to use his Diamond Gale Lightning Finger, there probably wouldn't be many weapons that could withstand it. At the very least, a 7-qi-long saber wouldn't be able to withstand it. Wait a moment! Zhao Fengchen shouted. He wanted to stop Huang Xiaotian, but it was already too late. Hong long long. The entire hall was filled with the sound of wind and thunder. It was as though countless lightning bolts were streaking across the hall. In that instant, before everyone's eyes, time seemed to have come to a halt. Whew! A raging wind blew in the hall, and endless air currents flowed in the direction of the death's abyss along with Huang Xiaoqian's finger. As Huang Xiaoqian's finger inched closer, everyone's hearts leaped into their throats. The atmosphere was tense. Everyone knew that Huang Xiaoqian's finger could collapse a cliff with a single finger. It wasn't something that could be looked at normally. This finger wasn't just a single finger, it was his full strength. No one knew whether the 7 qi-long death's abyss could withstand this attack or not. Hung Long. Finally, Huang Xiaoqian's finger struck 70% of the saber, and the entire hall trembled. It was as though an invisible meteor had struck it, and the trembling of the saber reverberated in the air. But in the next instant, everyone was dumbfounded. Even after withstanding the full strength of Huang Xiaoqian's diamond gale lightning finger, the 7 qi-long woozy steel was actually unscathed. How is this possible? In that instant, no one was more shocked than Huang Xiaotian. The strength of the diamond gale lightning finger was incomparably powerful, and he had broken countless weapons with it. There weren't many weapons that could withstand it. Not to mention, this weapon was 7 qi long, making it even easier for it to break. As long as he flicked his finger at 70% of the saber's hilt, the weapon would definitely shatter inch by inch. It was impossible for a weapon that was 7 qi long to withstand his attack. This is impossible. Huang Xiaotian flicked his finger at the saber once more. This time it was fast, hurried, and heavy. Hung long long. The ground trembled, but the 7 qi-long death's abyss in Huang Xiaotian's hand remained unharmed. In that instant, Huang Xiaotian's face paled. Just as Huang Xiaotian was about to flick his finger for the 3rd time, Zhao Fengqin finally couldn't stand it anymore. Huang Xiaotian, stop it! Zhao Fengqin bellowed furiously. If you don't stop now, don't blame me for getting nasty. Zhao Fengqin placed his right hand on the woozy steel sword by his waist, and with a stern expression, he exuded the disposition of a commander. Just as Li Lin had said, this wasn't the territory of the Mirage Dragon or Huang Xiaotian. Since Huang Xiaotian dared to act so brazenly, he shouldn't blame him for getting nasty. Ha ha ha! Vice Commander Huang, I've already said it. You're here to cause trouble. What do you mean by you can't stand us? You're here to exact vengeance. At this moment, Li Lin couldn't help but burst into laughter and heave a sigh of relief. In that instant, he nearly died from fright. If Huang Xiaotian were to break down, he would have no place in the imperial army at all. In fact, even Zhao Fengqin wouldn't be able to tolerate him. Chong'er, good job! Li Lin's eyes glowed, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. This nephew of his had really given him face this time. Li Lin was certain that after Huang Xiaotian's ruckus, in the future he would be like a fish in water in the imperial army. The woozy steel weapons would become even more famous than before. Furthermore, the number of commanders in the imperial army who would request for swords from the Wang clan would be as many as carps in the river. Chapter 144. Lord Huang, this place is prepared for those who are auctioning the saber. If you don't wish to auction this saber, please leave. Also, even if Lord Huang wishes to buy it. Li Lin glanced deeply at the metal lot in Huang Xiaotian's hand, and an indiscernible smile appeared in his eyes. Lord Huang, I'll have to ask you to change the metal lot next time. This metal lot that costs 10 gold taels each can only stand at the very back. As Li Lin spoke, he pointed to the back of the hall. Boom! Upon hearing those words, everyone burst into laughter. It would be great if Huang Xiaotian succeeded in such a matter, as everyone would be impressed by him. But he failed. Clearly, there was nothing wrong with the saber that Cheng Gongzi forged. The nature of this matter changed completely. There were already people in the crowd who were dissatisfied with Huang Xiaotian, seeing how he was causing a ruckus. How could they possibly let go of this opportunity to mock him? You. Huang Xiaotian glared at Li Lin, who who was behind the metal table, and his face flushed. He had made a name for himself a long time ago, and he had always been proud of his seniority in the Imperial Army. There was no one who didn't respect him. Now that he was being mocked in front of so many people, how could he possibly tolerate such humiliation? Huang Xiaotian was about to fly into a rage, but Li Lin didn't give him the chance. Everyone, the quality of this death's abyss is clear for all to see. The longer a weapon is, the easier it is to break. However, the weapon forged by my nephew isn't one of those. Now, let's continue the auction. The highest bid is 200,000 gold taels. Who else wishes to bid? Li Lin's gaze swept past Huang Xiaotian and landed on the crowd beneath the stage. Me. I offer 200,000 gold taels. What is 210,000 gold taels? I offer 220,000. 230,000. Huang Xiaotian's two adamantine storm fingers stirred the hearts of the Imperial Army members. The quality of the saber weapon was simply too high. Not only was it able to slice through metal as though mud, it was also able to withstand two adamantine storm fingers from Huang Xiaotian without suffering any damage. Just based on this point, this saber could be said to be one of the best in the world. 240,000 gold taels. This time the voice came from behind. Li Lin was taken aback. Only then did he realize that the other Imperial Army general beside Zhao Fengqin was staring intently at the death's abyss in his hand. "What's wrong, Lord Li? Can't we sell this weapon?" The Imperial Army commander, surnamed Zhou, joked. "Yes, of course I can." Li Lin was overjoyed and extremely excited. Why not? He couldn't ask for more. 240,000. Any higher bids? 250,000. This time it was the commander seated on Zhao Fengqin's left, and he was just as enthusiastic as before. He had no intention of participating in this auction. However, Huang Xiaotian's adamantine stormfinger was a legend in the Imperial Army. Any weapon that could withstand 2 flicks of his finger would definitely be worth collecting. An incomparably sharp blade, a demonic flower demon, and a material that could match up to the diamond Tempest finger. Such a weapon was definitely worth 200,000 taels of silver, 251,000 taels, 260,000. This time, Zhao Fengqin also participated in the auction with an interested expression on his face. From the looks of it, Wang Chang's saber was indeed extraordinary. It was completely different from the swords he had forged in the past. Zhao Fengqin was tempted to buy one as well. Even if he didn't use it himself, he could keep it as a collection. Even though Zhao Fengqin didn't know how to make a saber, he still had the eye to appraise a sword. The value of such a saber would only grow higher in the future. Due to its rarity, this kind of collectible saber was different from those mass-produced, treasured swords in the market. Bastard! Huang Xiaotian stood there, not knowing whether to stand or stay. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot. At this moment, no one was paying attention to him. Everyone's attention was focused on the auction. What left Huang Xiaotian even more embarrassed was that these people weren't intentionally ignoring him. Rather, they were truly uninterested in him. Everyone's attention was focused on the saber. 300,000. Boom! Just as everyone was fiercely fighting over the saber, a thunderous voice suddenly came from outside the door. That voice was filled with immense might, causing the tiles on the roof to tremble. When the crowd heard that voice, they instinctively felt a deep sense of respect. Who? His cloak fluttered, and an authoritative figure suddenly appeared at the entrance. The aura he exuded seemed to be able to tear apart the world, and it felt as though one was looking up at the world. In front of this majestic and tyrannical aura, everyone felt as insignificant as an ant. G. Grand Marshal, an Imperial Army commander, stuttered, and his eyeballs were on the verge of popping out. Hua! The entire hall fell into chaos. Everyone who had been vying with one another to bid for the weapon suddenly trembled in fear and kneeled down. Not just the crowd, even Zhao Fengchen was shocked. He hurriedly got up from his seat and kneeled on the floor. Li Lin and the other captains of the imperial army were also panicking. They knelt on the ground, not daring to move at all. In the vast cold palace, there was a sudden silence, and there was only silence. Grand Marshal. At this moment, the only one still standing was Huang Xiaotian. He stood there in a daze, and his mind was in a complete mess. Everyone knew that there were only 3 people in the imperial army, and they were the 3 Grand Marshals. And the person before him was one of them. Even though Huang Xiaotian acted fearlessly with his seniority, he didn't care about the feelings of others. He was the same toward Zhao Fengchen and Li Lin. But before the 3 true leaders of the imperial army, he was insignificant. Zhao Fengchen and the others had privately occupied the cold palace for the auction and were discovered by the Grand Marshal. Logically speaking, this was a heavy crime, and it was beneficial to him. But Huang Xiaotian clearly remembered that the Grand Marshal was still. Huang Xiaotian was unable to wrap his head around the situation. That towering and imposing figure strode over, getting closer and closer to Huang Xiaotian. Just as Huang Xiaotian was filled with anticipation, that figure brushed past Huang Xiaotian as if he didn't see him at all. In an instant, Huang Xiaotian's face turned ghastly pale. "You're Li Lin, right?" That towering figure stopped before Li Lin, lowered his head and smiled. However, it was completely different from how he smiled at Huang Xiaotian. "Yes, that's me." Li Lin couldn't see the expression on the Grand Marshal's face, and his heart trembled in fear. "I've always been looking for a saber that suits me, but it's a pity that I haven't found one. I like this saber a lot." As the majestic, disdainful, and domineering voice spoke, he stretched out his hand and stroked the blade. Immediately, a clear and melodious buzzing sound rang out. It was very pleasant to listen to. It's a pity that the inscription on it is too weak. It's not worthy of a top-notch weapon of this quality. But it doesn't matter. I can get someone to inscribe it again. The Grand Marshal spoke as he twirled the saber in his hand, as though he couldn't bear to part with it. Li Lin's face fell to the ground, and he suddenly recalled something. That's right. Of the 3 Grand Marshals, one was indeed a saber expert. However, he had never heard of him using a saber. Li Lin didn't pay much attention to it in the past, but now that he heard it, could it be that he didn't have a saber in the past? Or perhaps he hadn't found a suitable saber in the first place. If that was the case, "Lord, I, Li Lin, am willing to offer this saber to the Grand Marshal for free," Li Lin immediately declared. His voice was firm, and there was a hint of hesitation in it. 300,000 gold taels might be precious, but Li Lin knew what it meant to him and Lord Zhao if he could win the favor of the Grand Marshal. With the protection of this lord, his and Zhao Fengchen's future in the imperial army would be bright, and no one would dare to do anything to them. Huang Xiaotian's incident would never happen again. To be able to win the favor of an imperial army Grand Marshal with 300,000 gold taels, this was a rare opportunity. Even if Wang Chong were to learn of it, he would surely support Li Lin. The moment Li Lin said those words, Huang Xiaotian's face darkened. However, the Grand Marshal's reaction was out of Li Lin's expectations. "There's no need for it. 300,000 gold taels, it's decided. There's no need to say anything more." The Grand Marshal's voice was firm, and there was no room for doubt. 300,000 gold taels, right? I'll get someone to pass it to you soon. Your name is Li Lin, right? I'll remember this name. Your saber, I like it a lot. As the Grand Marshal spoke, he picked up the saber on the table and left. His black cloak fluttered in the wind, and it didn't take long for him to disappear into the night. Even though he had taken away the death's abyss, no one thought that the Grand Marshal would go back on his words. In the Imperial Army, the Grand Marshal's words were the golden tongue. Li Lin and Zhao Fengchen stood up from the ground, and they glanced at one another. Slowly, smiles appeared in their eyes. Lifting their heads, they realized that Huang Xiaotian had already disappeared. However, they knew that this fellow wouldn't dare to act arrogantly before them anymore. The Grand Marshal of the Imperial Army. Wang Chong had done them a huge favor. Putting aside the matter regarding the Imperial Army, after handing the Death's Abyss to his uncle, Wang Chong began searching for the evil emperor while heading to the Ghost Tree District to play chess. There was still no news of the evil emperor, and Wang Chong didn't know where to look for him. Thus his progress was slow. On the other hand, in the Ghost Tree District on the golden chessboard, Wang Chong was pushing his opponent closer and closer, and he was gaining the upper hand. He had almost cornered his opponent. On this day, Wang Chong arrived at the Ghost Tree District. Just as he was about to continue playing chess, he realized that a white-haired elder had suddenly appeared on the other side. This white-haired elder had a skinny figure, and he was dressed in a simple black robe. His right hand was holding onto a white stone, and his back was leaning against a Chinese scholar tree. He was kneeling on the ground, staring at the chessboard in a daze. SSSS. Upon seeing this sight, Wang Chong took in a deep breath. He felt as though his blood had congealed, and a huge shock surged through his soul. So, young son. Wang Chong's mind buzzed, and he felt as though the entire world had dimmed. In an instant, the only thing left in the world was the white-haired elder leaning against the tree. After nearly 2 months, Wang Chong finally met the elder whom he had yearned to meet in his previous life, the elder whom he respected the most, the war god of the Tang dynasty. Chapter 145. Wang Chong had never seen So Yung-sun before, but Wang Chong knew that this person had to be So Yung-sun. There was no earth-shattering aura, no shuddering majesty. The old man before him looked just like any other ordinary old man. If he hadn't known beforehand, if he hadn't known the details of this chess game, Wang Chong would never have guessed that this old man in black, with a white chess piece in his hand, was the famous war god of the Tang dynasty, So Yung-sun, an undefeatable legend that many knew had passed away long ago. Under an old locust tree in the western district of the capital, there was an ordinary golden chess game. This war god had chosen a successor for his legacy in his twilight years. Wang Chong felt his eyes burn. Thinking of the living war god of the Tang dynasty standing in front of him, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. A man who stood alone against 10,000, a man who used his life to save the people in the last moments of his life, a man who lived up to his beliefs, was worthy of everyone's respect. It was the same for Wang Chong. But very quickly, Wang Chong calmed himself down. So Yung-sun's sudden appearance here was beyond his expectations. But this didn't mean that he would be able to smoothly inherit his legacy. The difficulty of inheriting the art of god and demon obliteration was absolutely maxed out. In his previous life, he wasn't the only one who had sat in front of this golden chess game. There were also many who could solve the game, but in the end, not a single one was chosen. So Yung-sun dared to ignore the emperor's edict. So Yung-sun even dared to reject the noble prince without hesitation. One could imagine the difficulty of inheriting the art of god and demon obliteration. It wasn't a coincidence that the art of god and demon obliteration was so famous. There was a big reason behind it. So Yung-sun's personality played a big part. No one knew what his exact criteria for choosing a disciple was. Moreover, even if he was accepted into the sect, he would soon be kicked out of the sect. This kind of thing had happened before in his previous life. Wang Chong did not dare to be careless. So Yung-sun's appearance was only the beginning. The next test was the most important. At this thought, he strode towards the locust tree. Old man. In front of So Yung-sun, Wang Chong bowed respectfully, then sat down across from him, separated by the golden chessboard, as if he had come to play an ordinary game of chess and to meet an ordinary old man. So Yung-sun quietly came out of the Su mansion. He wore a simple robe and restrained his overwhelming aura. He was traveling in a low-key manner. Obviously, he did not want anyone to discover his identity. At a time like this, Wang Chong naturally wouldn't say something like "senior" or something along the lines of being well-behaved and trembling with fear. At a time like this, it would be better to be more casual and at the same time show appropriate respect. So Yung Sun did not speak. His thick eyebrows were tightly knitted as he stared at the black and white chess pieces on the golden chessboard, as if he didn't notice Wang Chong. "Brother, you are so awesome. Grandpa has been sitting here for half a day. He still doesn't know where to place his next move." At this moment, a childish voice came from the side. The chubby kid, Dai Jianjian, was standing behind So Yung Sun's right shoulder. He was licking a red and sweet candied haw while looking at Wang Chong with admiration and admiration. Although he was young, he had been watching the chess game every day. He could tell a thing or two. The big brother he met this time seemed to be very powerful. The old grandpa actually didn't know where to place his next move. "Jenner!" Suddenly, a majestic voice was heard. So Yung Sun frowned slightly, but his body and movements didn't change at all. He was still holding the white chess piece and staring at the chessboard. The little boy stuck out his tongue, quickly shut his mouth, and walked away alone. Wang Chong smiled and shifted his gaze back to the golden chessboard. With just a glance, the chess pieces on the chessboard were exactly the same as when he left yesterday. In other words, from yesterday until now, So Yung Sun still hadn't figured out where to place his white chess piece. So Yung Sun hadn't placed his chess piece yet, and naturally, it wasn't Wang Chong's turn yet. Everything was still the same as it was yesterday. "Zhi zhi." The sound of cicadas chirping came from the locust tree, but no one spoke. So Yung Sun didn't speak, and Wang Chong didn't find it appropriate to speak either. Under the locust tree, all was silent. "Young man, your way of playing is a little strange." After some time, So Yung Sun finally raised his head. His expression was solemn as he looked at Wang Chong. This was the first time Wang Chong had a chance to look at him face to face. So Yung Sun was very skinny, but he was very dignified and gave off a sense of righteousness. However, his face was expressionless and unsmiling, giving off a very old-fashioned feeling. In addition, his eyebrows were very thick and snow-white. Even though So Yung Sun had closed his door and refused to meet any guests for many years, and hadn't interacted with the court or the military for decades, his entire temperament had changed a lot. But in that relaxed and ordinary face, Wang Chong could still find the strength of the famous war god of the past. One was the war god of the past, the other was the future grand marshal of the world. This game of chess was a way for the war god to choose his disciples, and it was also a contest between the old and new marshals. Although in terms of martial arts, he wasn't a match for old Marshal Su, in terms of strategy, Wang Chong was more than confident. Even if his opponent was a war god like So Yung Sun, Wang Chong was still confident that he could beat him. "Old senior, war is the land of life and death. There is only victory and defeat. What is good and evil?" Hearing So Yung Sun mention the word evil, Wang Chong didn't hold back. Although his martial arts were far inferior to So Yung Sun's, in terms of strategy, Wang Chong had experienced the chaotic end of the world. He had experienced thousands of battles, large and small, and was extremely experienced. Even if his opponent was So Yung Sun, even if he was facing a person like the war god, Wang Chong wasn't inferior. So Yung Sun slightly frowned. He clearly didn't expect Wang Chong to say this. He said that Wang Chong's chess style was evil, but Wang Chong had directly brought the game of chess to the path of war. Chess and war were interlinked, and Go was born from war. Wang Chong's words weren't wrong. Holding the heavy chess piece in his hand, So Yung Sun once again stared at the game in silence. Clack! After some time, he seemed to have finally thought it through. So Yung Sun's white chess piece finally landed on the board with a clack. After such a long time, So Yung Sun finally thought of a countermeasure. This sudden action immediately attracted Wang Chong's attention. But with just a glance, Wang Chong inwardly laughed. So Yung Sun's move truly seemed like a clever move. This white chess piece seemed to have the power to overturn the heavens and overturn the earth, to reverse the game of chess and create a path of survival. But in Wang Chong's eyes, he could only shake his head. Just as I expected. Wang Chong chuckled. He picked up a black chess piece from the box next to him and swiftly placed it on the center of the board. The moment this black chess piece landed, the situation on the board suddenly changed. Just a moment ago, Su Jiangqin looked as if he had just narrowly escaped death, and he had a brilliant move that could turn the tables around. But in an instant, his miraculous move turned into something rotten. With the death of a massive dragon, Su Jiangqin's army was completely routed. Under the locust tree, in front of the chessboard, So Yung Sun's brows immediately furrowed deeply, his expression extremely solemn. He had set up a tie chess game in the Ghost Tree District. Originally, it was to lower the difficulty and not stick to a single pattern, to select people with some talent in the art of war. But he had not expected this game to turn into an all-out war in the end, and he had actually lost. So Yung Sun had not expected this at all. Staring at this chess game of utter defeat, So Yung Sun did not move. His expression was extremely solemn, and no one knew what he was thinking. "Whose child are you?" After some time, So Yung Sun finally raised his head. To have such a game of chess in a chess game, this was definitely not something that could be taught by an ordinary family. "Elder, I do not dare to refuse. I am Wang Chong, the son of General Wang Yan of the Tang Dynasty, and the grandson of the former Prime Minister Wang Jiuling." Wang Chong sat up on his knees, speaking confidently and respectfully. "So, you're a descendant of Wang Bo." So Yung Sun's eyebrows twitched, but there wasn't much of an expression on his face. Duke Jiao Wang Jiuling, the virtuous Prime Minister of the Tang Dynasty, there wasn't a single person in the Central Plains who didn't know of him. Speaking of which, there was no one who didn't raise their thumbs to show their respect. But So Yung Sun didn't address him directly by his name, but by his name. There wasn't the slightest hint of respect on his face either, as though he was speaking of a junior. If it was someone else, Wang Chong might have felt that the other party was insulting him, and he might have stood up and left. However, Wang Chong knew that there were only a few people in the entire Tang Dynasty who were qualified to address his grandfather as a senior. So Yung Sun was one of them. As the war god, So Yung Sun's era of fame far surpassed that of his grandfather. Back when he was at the peak of his power, his grandfather was still an unknown lad. Even though his grandfather had just celebrated his 70th birthday not too long ago, in terms of age, he still paled in comparison to the person before him. However, in terms of age, he was still a far cry from the person before him. He could be considered to be relatively young. Thinking about it, how old should he be now? 80? 90? How old should he be now? Over 80? Over 90? Wang Chong's heart was in turmoil. Wang Chong's mind was in turmoil. Grandfather only rose to fame when he was in his 20s. At that time, Su Jiangqin was at least in his 40s, perhaps even older. In fact, Wang Chong even suspected that his age might be close to 100 years old. In fact, Wang Chong even suspected that his age might be close to 100. After all, this person had lived through the era of Emperor Taizong. Chapter 146. However, unlike his grandfather, Wang Chong felt a deep, dark, and close power from So Yung Sun. The person before him seemed to have completely sealed himself in his own world, isolated from the rest of the world. He was unwilling to talk to anyone, to interact with anyone, and to interact with anyone. Even the connection between him and himself was limited to the golden chessboard in front of him. There was no other interaction between them, and he was unwilling to have any interaction. Looking at the god of war of the Tang Dynasty before him, Wang Chong felt a deep resonance and sympathy in his heart. Wang Chong was no stranger to such a situation. In his previous life, when he lost everything and had nothing, he was also in such a state. There was nothing left for him to yearn for in life. The only reason he lived was to complete a goal and mission given to him in life. So Jung's son should be the same. Wang Chong thought to himself, thinking of the old man's experience. So Jung's son lost his son when he was young, died in his old age, and all his relatives had passed away, leaving him all alone. Wasn't this the same situation as him back then? The only difference was that he had reincarnated and had a chance to change his fate and reunite with his family. So Jung's son was different. Right now, he might just be choosing a suitable successor to pass on his art of god and demon obliteration. Or perhaps, as the god of war of the Tang dynasty, he would fulfill his mission and protect this country in silence and solitude until his death. Even though Emperor Taizong, whom he had once been loyal to, had left behind a golden edict that forbade the successors of the Tang dynasty from using this god of war, and also forbade him from leading an army again and having any contact with the army. Thinking of this, Wang Chong became even more determined. No matter what, he had to change this old man's fate. He had to let him walk out of his isolation and live out his life happily, instead of letting the tragedy of his previous life repeat itself and letting him die in loneliness and solitude. Old man, victory and defeat are common in war. Why don't we play another game? Wang Chong suddenly grinned. So Jung's son raised his head, and a strange look flashed across his eyes. It seemed that Wang Chong's attitude was a little strange. However, he did not object and nodded. The chess pieces on the golden chessboard were quickly swept clean. The two of them sat opposite each other and started a new game. Unlike before, this time it was no longer a single stone a day. Instead, the two of them faced each other and played a complete game of chess. So Jung's son originally wanted to choose his successor through a game of Tai-I chess. But Wang Chong's realm was obviously far beyond this level. Even so, Jung's son couldn't beat him. Clack, clack, clack. It was quiet near the square. The wind blew past, and the huge crown of the locust tree shook. Leaves fell from the sky, landed on the chessboard, and floated past the two. So Jung's son was a man of few words, and he didn't like to speak much. Ever since he agreed to Wang Chong's request, he had been sitting upright, as though a spear was stabbed into the ground. His posture was meticulous, reminiscent of the iron bones of a soldier. Wang Chong wasn't inferior to So, Jung's son, either. In his previous life, he was also a grand marshal of the Central Plains who looked down on the world. It was just that Wang Chong would often restrain himself and not intentionally reveal his true nature. On top of that, his 15-year-old body and his low cultivation made it hard for Wang Chong to assume the disposition of a grand marshal of the Central Plains. In fact, Wang Chong even intentionally slowed down and relaxed his body so that the atmosphere wouldn't be as tense. Instead, he treated it as an ordinary game of chess. So Jung's son's mastery of the art of war was undoubtedly high. However, it was a pity that his opponent was Wang Chong, the future greatest war saint in the history of the entire Central Plains. The two of them controlled their respective armies and fought against one another on the crisscrossing chessboard. So Jung's son's army was already formidable. But before Wang Chong's army, it was a pity that they were still met with defeat. So Jung's son's white stones gradually decreased, while Wang Chong's black stones increased. Even though So Jung's son tried his best, Wang Chong would always have a new trap waiting for him. Unknowingly, So Jung's son was faced with the same predicament from before. There were only a few spots on the chessboard that he could place his stones on. So Jung's son was once again surrounded by enemies from all sides. The wind rustled as Su Zhengqin held the white stone tightly in his hand, and a deep frown appeared on his forehead. Staring at the chessboard, he fell into silence once more. The surroundings were silent. Wang Chong smiled. He didn't rush So Jung's son. Looking at the chessboard, he waited silently for So Jung's son to make his choice. Again, after a long period of time, So Jung's son finally placed down his stone and said two words. This was the first time he took the initiative to speak, after which he closed his lips tightly, not saying a single word. "All right." Wang Chong chuckled and didn't say anything. Putting away his stone, he started another round. The two of them fought on the chessboard, creating a bloody battlefield. Unknowingly, the sun was setting in the west, and the night had already fallen. "Old master, it's getting late. Why don't we head back first? We'll play another day." Suddenly, behind the locust tree, an ordinary-looking black-haired old man walked out. He bowed and lifted his head, looking at So Yung-sun with a worried expression. Looking at this skinny old man, Wang Chong felt like he was being pricked by a needle. His pupils shrank and his body trembled. He was so excited that he almost shouted. He had met an old friend. Wang Chong recognized this person. His name was Fong Hong. He was an old servant of the Sioux residence. He was the child of an old servant of the Sioux residence and grew up in the Sioux residence. So Yung-sun lost his son and grandchild, and most of the maids and maids in the Sioux residence were dismissed. Only this loyal old servant stayed and served So Yung-sun until his death. The main reason why Wang Chong knew him was because this old servant told him about So Yung-sun in the future. But Wang Chong reacted quickly. Although he recognized Fong Hong, this old servant might not recognize him. "Old man!" Wang Chong called out. He quickly calmed down and pretended nothing had happened. The Fong Hong in front of him was much younger than when Wang Chong knew him. His hair was still black, unlike the white hairs of his future life. Moreover, he was different from the future life when he lost his master and was forever immersed in sorrow. The Fong Hong now was still loyal, had his own backbone, and had his own value in life. This made Wang Chong, who knew him, secretly happy for him. At least, that tragedy had not happened yet. "Old man, it's getting late. I have to go back now. Why don't we fight again tomorrow?" Wang Chong looked at So Yung-sun and grinned. With Fong Hong's reminder, Wang Chong also remembered something. So Yung-sun had a rule when he went out. Whether it was to play chess or to do something else, he had to return to the Sioux residence before the sky turned dark. Otherwise, if he was discovered by the patrolling Imperial Army and the news got back to the palace, it would cause a lot of trouble. So Yung-sun did not want that person in the palace to notice him. As long as that person in the palace noticed him, it would mean that all the civil and military officials in the court, as well as the entire world, would notice him. For so many years, ever since Emperor Taizong, So Yung-sun was used to keeping a low profile. He had always been like this. This had already become a habit of his subconscious. Although Wang Chong did not approve of this habit of his, today was the first time they met. Even if he wanted to change this habit, it would have to wait until later. So Yung-sun looked at Wang Chong in silence. Finally, he looked at the chessboard. He saw that on the crisscross chessboard, the white pieces had already been destroyed. This game he had lost again. A great war god who had dominated the battlefield had lost to a teenager in front of him. It was inconceivable, but this was indeed what had happened. Wang Chong's fight again tomorrow was just right, leaving him some face. Looking deeply at Wang Chong, So Yung-sun finally stood up. "Fong Hong, we're leaving." With these words, So Yung-sun flicked his sleeves, turned around, and slowly left. Seeing So Yung-sun's departing figure, Wang Chong smiled and also stood up to leave. Rome wasn't built in a day. It was not an easy task to have a sealed-off person slowly open his heart and face the world. If Wang Chong wanted to change So Yung-sun, to have him walk out from that gloomy, sealed-off Sioux residence, it was not something that could be done in a day, but there was always a first step. Little by little, there would always be a time when a little bit becomes a lot. So the next day, Wang Chong still went to the meeting. Under the giant locust tree, a golden chessboard was placed. Behind the chessboard, a familiar figure was kneeling. Snow-white hair, black unlined clothes, motionless in the morning wind, as if he had been waiting for a long time. "Good morning, Senior." Wang Chong grinned as he made his way over and sat opposite So Young-sun. "Hurry, come here." Wang Chong beckoned behind him. Very quickly, several guards responded, carrying a small table and placing it to the side. On the small table, there was a plate of peanuts and 2 pairs of exquisite chopsticks. "What's this?" So Young-sun frowned. He glanced at the table by the side and looked at Wang Chong. "Peanuts." Wang Chong chuckled, as though saying, "You can't possibly not recognize peanuts." So Young-sun didn't say a word. Instead, his frown deepened. "Ha ha ha, senior, so this is what you're talking about. Isn't it too monotonous just to play chess? Eating peanuts while playing chess is much better. Here, these chopsticks are for you." Wang Chong chuckled, as though he had only understood the other party's intentions now. Change came from little by little. Facing this old man, the only thought in Wang Chong's mind was to make the other party happy. He was the war god of the Tang dynasty. For this empire, for the Central Plains, and for the people of the world, he had dedicated his entire life. Such a person deserved swift retribution, and he deserved to be happy. The world owed him too much, and he didn't owe the world anything. Wang Chong wanted to obtain the art of god and demon obliteration. But Wang Chong wished for this old man to live out his remaining years happily. A plate of peanuts was just the beginning. Wang Chong believed that one day this old man would walk out of his past, walk out of the shadows, and return to his original self. The surroundings were silent, and only the rustling of the locust tree leaves could be heard. Chapter 147. So Young-sun didn't eat the peanuts that Wang Chong brought over. However, it was already a great improvement for him to allow Wang Chong to bring the table to the side of the chessboard. Once something started, it was impossible to stop. So Young-sun didn't stop Wang Chong, and things went out of control. On the second day, Wang Chong brought a plate of braised beef. On the third day, Wang Chong brought a few side dishes. On the fourth day, Wang Chong finally brought a pot of wine. "What's this?" This time, So Young-sun finally couldn't hold back. He frowned and looked very displeased, as if he was very averse to wine. So Young-sun had seen all kinds of ambitious and powerful people in his life, from Emperor Taizong to the holy monk of the great snow mountain temple in the west of Uzan, to the Sun Holy Land in the north of Turkrad, and then to the famous generals and ministers of Goguryeo, Uzan, Turks, Abbasid Caliphate, and Karak's Bazinu. There was not a single person who didn't behave themselves in front of him, and there were very few who didn't behave themselves like Wang Chong. Putting aside the peanuts on the first day and the braised beef on the second day, Wang Chong became more and more outrageous in front of him. Not only did he bring all kinds of side dishes, he even brought wine. A chess match that should have been very quiet, elegant, and charming was forcefully changed by Wang Chong. "Wine," Wang Chong said, as if he couldn't see the displeasure in So Young-sun's eyes. As he spoke, he placed a wine cup in front of So Young-sun and poured a cup full of wine. "I don't drink." So Young-sun frowned and didn't even look at Wang Chong's wine cup. "You're the descendant of a family of generals. Don't you know this?" So Young-sun's eyes were cold. Although it had been decades since he handed over the empire's military power, he had long been far away from the center of power. So Young-sun still maintained the habits of the army after spending half his life in the army. He didn't mind Wang Chong bringing peanuts or braised beef, but he absolutely couldn't touch alcohol. "Hee, old man, you're joking with me again. I'm just a child, and you're not a famous general on the battlefield. You don't need to lead an army to the battlefield, so what's there to delay?" Wang Chong said casually. So Young-sun's eyes were very cold, and he gave off a feeling of authority without being angry. The pressure accumulated from years of military life was not something an ordinary person could withstand. If it was anyone else, they would have been filled with fear and trepidation. However, Wang Chong was not affected in the slightest. Not only that, but Wang Chong even drank his own cup as he spoke. The wine was very light and the alcohol content was very low. After Wang Chong drank the wine, he picked up a tender piece of braised beef and slowly chewed it in his mouth. So Yung Sun froze for a moment, then suddenly fell into a daze. Yes, it had been so long that he had forgotten. He had forgotten that he was no longer that So Yung Sun, that he no longer had any dealings with the military. Right now, what else could he delay? For a moment, So Yung Sun was a little dazed. Emperor Taizong's removal of his armor and return to power had always been the deepest concern in his heart. "Senior, it's fine if you don't want to drink." At this moment, Wang Chong spoke. "If you can lose 3 fewer points than yesterday, you don't need to drink. Otherwise, you'll be punished with a cup of wine. What do you think?" Impudent. So Yung Sun's expression shifted, and he inadvertently revealed the dignity of a great war god. Although times had changed, how could a habit he had cultivated for decades be so easily changed? "Grandfather, you're being shameless. Grandfather, you're being shameless. If you're willing to bet, then you have to accept the bet. If you're willing to bet, then you have to accept the bet." At this moment, a tender voice came from the side. A chubby child suddenly hugged So Yung Sun's arm and vigorously shook it, refusing to budge. The authority that Su Zhengqin had just revealed a moment ago immediately crumbled. For some reason, the first time he saw this child several months ago, he had felt that they were particularly congenial. This child had also brought him no small amount of joy. In front of this child, he could no longer put on any airs of dignity. "Fine, I agree. Just agree," Su Zhengqin said, helplessly as he was being shaken violently. He felt that Dai Jianjian was congenial, but Wang Chong, this child's talent in the art of war, was simply breathtaking. In his decades of life, he had never seen anyone like Wang Chong, who exuded such formidable talent. Not even he could defeat this child. He had no way of hardening his heart against these 2 children. The chessboard was laid out, and the chess pieces were all over the place. A few hours later, the white pieces on the chessboard were scattered all over the place. This was the first time that Su Zhengqin had suffered a crushing defeat in the past few days. Looking at the chessboard in front of him, So Yung Sun's face alternated between green and white. Finally, he let out a long sigh, grabbed the wine cup on the table, and drained it in one gulp. But perhaps because he had not drunk in decades, he choked on the wine, his face flushed red, and he coughed several times. Seeing this scene, Xiao Jianjian laughed heartily, thinking that this big brother Wang Chong was very interesting. Wang Chong also couldn't help but laugh. There were many things that, once started, could not be stopped. Although a few days ago, when Wang Chong brought over peanuts, stewed beef, and side dishes, this war god did not touch any of them. But Wang Chong knew that, after drinking this mouthful of wine, the next cut would be completely different. In the distance, under the eaves of an inconspicuous house, the old servant Fong Hong silently watched this scene, and he couldn't help but smile. It had been a long time since he had seen his old master like this, although his face was flushed red and he even choked on the wine. But finally, he was not like before, immersed in pain. For some reason, Fong Hong was suddenly very fond of the youth named Wang Chong and the 4-year-old child. Wang Chong's judgment was correct. After drinking that cup of wine, he had indeed broken something. It was as if he had broken through some kind of taboo and barrier in his heart. In the following days, So Yung Sun really didn't refuse and would occasionally pick up a few peanuts, a few slices of beef, a few side dishes with his chopsticks, and drink a few mouthfuls of wine. Although he didn't drink much, only a little occasionally. But compared to before, he was indeed much more easygoing. When Wang Chong played chess, he also felt that the atmosphere was no longer trembling, as if he was treading on thin ice. This was a change. Seeing that the old man whom he respected was able to let go of some of the knots in his heart, Wang Chong was secretly happy for him. Time passed day by day, So Yung Sun still didn't reveal his identity. Wang Chong also didn't reveal it, and still went to the ghost tree district every day. Under the big tree, one old and one young, they looked no different from anyone else. During this time, Wang Chong handed over the goods to his uncle. The amount of 300,000 taels of gold really surprised Wang Chong. Wang Chong also didn't expect that the Death's Abyss could be sold at such a terrifying price. This also strengthened Wang Chong's decision to walk the quality route. With the 300,000 taels of gold, Wang Chong completely made up for his previous losses. However, at the same time, Wang Chong's search for the evil emperor was in a deadlock. No matter how many people Wang Chong sent out, there was still no trace of the evil emperor. Wang Chong, what are you doing? Standing like a pine tree, sitting like a bell. Every action of yours has rules. How can you behave like this? So Yung Sun looked at Wang Chong opposite him and twitched his eyebrows, looking a little displeased. Wang Chong was becoming more and more humble in front of him. In the past, he would only bring some wine over, but now even his sitting posture changed, and he began to play chess while lying down. Ha ha ha! Life should be full of joy. Don't let the golden goblet face the moon emptily. What's the point of having so many rules in life as long as you're happy? Wang Chong, on the other hand, was all smiles and didn't seem to mind at all. So Yung Sun didn't expose his identity, and Wang Chong was happy to play dumb. Otherwise, if So Yung Sun really revealed his identity as the war god, he wouldn't be able to do so. If both sides were to play their part, they probably wouldn't be so relaxed anymore. So Yung Sun frowned, but didn't say anything in the end and continued to look at the chessboard. On the golden chessboard, the white pieces were scattered all over the place, and he was about to lose again. Cough! 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 Just as the two of them were playing chess, a violent coughing sound suddenly came. While the two of them were playing chess, Xiao Jianjian somehow found his way to the cloud pattern table that Wang Chong brought. He secretly picked up a piece of braised beef and took a sip of wine. The braised beef was nothing, but when he drank the wine that Wang Chong brought, he couldn't help but choke and cough violently. Cough, cough, cough. It's not good at all. It's not as good as the charcoal wine of the Zhou clan in the east of the city. Xiao Jianjian cried out bitterly as he patted his chest. Seeing this scene, both Wang Chong and So Yung Sun couldn't help but laugh. Little guy, who told you to drink secretly? So Yung Sun scolded jokingly, but his eyes were filled with love, as if he was looking at his own son. That's right, you're so young, but you don't learn good things, and you even secretly imitate others to drink. Wang Chong also couldn't help but scold him jokingly, but the next moment, as if a bolt of lightning flashed across his brain, Wang Chong suddenly froze. Little guy, what did you just say? Wang Chong suddenly looked at Xiao Jianjian and asked. At this moment, he felt as if something had stirred him. It was as if something that had been forgotten for a long time was about to rise to the surface. Humph, I said that your wine tastes terrible. Xiao Jianjian crossed his arms, a look of displeasure on his face. Not this, the other one. Wang Chong said anxiously. What? The charcoal wine of the Zhou clan in the east of the city? You think I haven't drunk it before? Humph, that's not it. Rumble. As if a bolt of lightning had flashed across his mind, Wang Chong's entire body trembled. Wang Chong suddenly remembered. The Zhou clan in the east of the city. The Zhou clan in the east of the city. That's right. How could I have forgotten? At this moment, Wang Chong's heart was incomparably agitated. He suddenly remembered about the evil emperor, about that mediocre expert who used the great Yin-Yang heaven creation art. He remembered everything. That's right. About that expert, the wealthy family that he had worked for was the Zhou clan in the east of the city. He had only heard this name a few times, but there was no doubt about it. And Wang Chong had vaguely heard from those people that the Zhou clan in the east of the city seemed to know how to brew a type of wine. This wine was not famous among the aristocratic families, and almost no one knew about it. But among the commoners of the lower classes, it was a household name. That wine was the Zhou clan's charcoal wine. If he found the Zhou clan in the east of the city, he would find that expert. If he found that expert, he he would find the evil emperor. At this moment, Wang Chong knew that he had really found him. Chapter 148. Wang Chong left under the astonished gazes of So Yung-sun and Xiao Jianjian. By the time he left, Su Zhengqin had suffered a crushing defeat once more. The white stones on the chessboard were scattered all over the place, leaving this war god with a deep frown on his face. After leaving the Ghost Tree District, Wang Chong drove to the east of the city and asked a few people for directions. Even though few among the nobles of the Tang dynasty knew about the charcoal wine, it was still very famous among the common folk. In just a short while, Wang Chong found the Zhou clan. A huge courtyard was surrounded by a wall. On the wall, a long flagpole was erected. On top of the flagpole was a huge wine flag with a red background. Zhou Ji charcoal wine. The wine flag fluttered in the wind. From afar, the red flag was dotted with black spots. It was obvious that it had been around for a long time. Even after such a long time, the owner had never changed the wine flag. Clearly, they were very proud of their brand. I didn't think that this would be the place where that person worked. Half a street away, a carriage was parked. Lifting the curtains, Wang Chong gazed at the Zhou clan winery through the window, and he couldn't help but sigh. He had heard many stories about that person and knew that he used to work in a wealthy family. But this was the first time Wang Chong had seen the place where he worked. If not for Xiao Jianjian drinking secretly during a game of chess and inadvertently mentioning it, Wang Chong might not have known that this was where he used to work. "Young master, I've investigated it. There's indeed someone called Zhou in here." At this moment, the door of the carriage opened, and a guard of the Wang clan walked in with a respectful expression. I've asked the others as well. They all said that they know of this person. They said that he had worked for the Zhou clan for many years. He was born in poverty and had an old mother. However, he was a dutiful, honest man of few words. He kept a low profile, but he was very diligent. The people around him had a good impression of him. Wang Chong nodded. This was completely in line with what he knew. Before the age of 27, Zhou Wen was no different from an ordinary person. He lived his life diligently. He didn't have any talent, but he could still rely on his own hands to support himself. The one who truly changed his fate and made him become that person in the future was still that person, the mysterious, the evil emperor. He had relied on his own strength to turn an ordinary person with mediocre aptitude who was unwilling to fight into a powerhouse that many people would look up to in the future. Did you ask him when he'll be off work? Wang Chong sat in the carriage and nodded slightly. I've asked, because he has to take care of old mother. He goes back on time to cook for her. Therefore, he got up to work much earlier than the others. Before 5 o'clock in the morning, he would get up to cook and then run to the Zhou family's workshop to start working. By the time others start working, he has already been working for more than 4 hours. So, even if he gets off work early, he still works much longer than others. Moreover, he is very diligent and can do the work of 2 or 3 people. Therefore, the Zhou clan is happy to take him in. The guard lowered his head and spoke word by word. Clearly, he was asking very carefully. Everyone in the Wang clan knew that the current young master was no longer the same as before. After the Four Quarters Embassy incident, there were even rumors that the one who was most likely to take over the old master's position in the Wang clan was the youngest young man before them. Thus, the guards treated this young master with extreme respect, and they didn't dare to be careless in carrying out the tasks entrusted to them. You've worked hard. Wang Chong nodded before closing his eyes and waiting silently. After an unknown period of time, the gates to the Zhou clan's residence suddenly opened, and a slender figure walked out. Hey, Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen is here. He's going back to cook for your mother again? Haha, hurry up and go. We'll take care of the matters here. Outside the Zhou clan's residence, the voices of Zhou Wen echoed ceaselessly. Suddenly, Wang Chong opened his eyes and peered through the window. He saw a slender figure standing at the entrance of the Zhou clan's residence with a sincere smile on his face. It's him. A thought flashed across Wang Chong's mind. The Zhou who had just finished his work wasn't as rough, tanned, and dirty as Wang Chong had imagined him to be. On the contrary, he was dressed in a plain gray robe, and his entire body was neat and tidy. His face had been washed, and his skin was fair and clean. He didn't look like someone who worked in a winery. Instead, he carried the disposition of a scholar. On top of that, Zhou was also very tall, standing at around 7 chi tall. This made him stand out among the Zhou family's employees like a crane among a flock of chickens. But even so, Zhou simple personality and honest smile allowed him to blend in with the workers and wine merchants. Wang Chong could tell that the people around him were very fond of this tall man. After greeting the people around him, Zhou carried a bag on his back, and without much thought he headed back home. "Follow him," Wang Chong said. The carriage moved slowly, following behind Zhou at an unhurried pace, maintaining a distance that wouldn't raise any suspicions. The sky was getting dark. Perhaps he was worried that his mother would be hungry, but Zhou walked very quickly. Although it was a normal pace, it was equivalent to a jog for many people. Wang Chong followed him through the streets, alleys and alleys. Some places were too narrow for the carriage to pass, so Wang Chong abandoned the carriage. Although it was a little inconvenient, it made it harder for him to follow Zhou. As he followed Zhou, Wang Chong saw him purposely make a turn, and at the corner of the street, he took out a copper coin and placed it in the bowl of a blind beggar. At a spot where a banyan tree was planted, Zhou took out the lunch that he couldn't bear to eat in the afternoon and fed it to a few pigeons with a smile. His smile was very happy. When Wang Chong saw this scene from afar, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He had once seen the Zhou from afar. His face was stiff, and there was no smile on his face. It was like a person who had lost his soul, living only for a certain purpose. Anyone who saw him could tell that he wasn't happy. For those who had seen him before, it was hard to believe that this person could be like this, smiling so happily. It was so simple yet so fulfilling. Strength wasn't always better. Some people were willing to exchange everything for strength, but others were willing to exchange everything for everything. Wang Chong believed that if that person saw this scene, he would definitely be willing to exchange everything for what he had now. What is that guy doing? He's getting faster and faster. He's running. Did he notice us? Suddenly, a sound reached their ears. The guards looked into the distance in shock. Zhou had been walking at a constant speed, but after feeding the pigeons, he suddenly sped up. In the end, he even started running, as if he had discovered something and wanted to shake them off. He was delayed on the way. He's rushing back to cook for his mother. Wang Chong said faintly. "Ah." The guards were astonished. "Look at the sky. If he doesn't go back to cook at this time, his mother will starve," Wang Chong said lightly. The guards were stunned. They looked up and saw dark clouds hanging low in the sky. It was already dark. Unknowingly, it was almost time for dinner, but Wang Chong ignored him and followed after him. His cultivation was far higher than Zhou. When he took a step, he was faster than Zhou. He followed Zhou all the way through the streets. Finally, Wang Chong followed Zhou and saw him rush into a low and shabby mud house covered with thick white thatch. The surroundings were dark. The house stood tall in the night. There was no one in the surrounding dozens of feet. It was lonely, giving off a feeling that it was isolated from the rest of the world. "Mother, winner, cough, cough." An old voice, accompanied by a cough of pain, came from the narrow room. A moment later, a dim oil lamp lit up. Then there was a series of clanking sounds. Wang Chong stood under a lush camphor tree. Soon he smelled the aroma of food. "Mother, don't choke." Zhou's respectful voice came from the room. A moment later, the window of the room opened, and a cloud of smoke drifted out. When the window was opened, Wang Chong saw Zhou walking out with 2 plates of appetizers in his hands, 2 pairs of chopsticks, 2 small bowls, and a dim oil lamp. Wang Chong looked at Zhou Wen sitting on one side and a thin old lady with silver hair sitting on the other. As she coughed, she kept putting food into Zhou Wen's bowl. "Child, eat more, eat more." Looking at this scene, for some reason, Wang Chong suddenly felt a lump in his throat. He was filled with emotions and an indescribable feeling. At this moment, Wang Chong suddenly knew what that person had lost. This person was not scheming. Therefore, he could hear many things about this person. But among all the bits and pieces, he had never heard him mention his mother. This was a filial son. He could wake up early and work late before the sky even brightened. He could take care of two people. After a tiring day, he could sit at the dining table and smile, just because he had a mother with whom he could only depend on. But when he became a hero and became the him in the future, everything was lost. He was already a lonely person. A person had lost the most important thing in his life. Wang Chong suddenly remembered a rumor that he had heard a long time ago. It was said that the reason why that person's temperament changed so much and he started a massacre was because his mother was killed by a group of thugs. This rumor had no origin and nowhere to go. It only spread among a few people and was quickly forgotten by those who said it. Wang Chong did not care about it. But at this moment, Wang Chong suddenly understood. If he was not mistaken, all of this was probably related to the evil emperor. Such a filial son would not attract any thugs. The only possibility was that the evil emperor who had been plotted against others' fortuitous encounters might be a disaster for others. Chapter 149. Young Master. Just as Wang Chong was deep in thought, footsteps sounded behind him. Shin Hai, dressed in an embroidered robe, walked out of the darkness. "I've checked, and there aren't any strange old men in the area. There isn't anyone else in this room either," Shin Hai said. Behind him were a few guards of the Wang clan. This operation was split into two groups. One group was led by Wang Chong while the other group was led by Shin Hai. Even though the route was different, Shin Hai still managed to find his way here. It seems like the evil emperor hasn't appeared yet. Recovering from his daze, Wang Chong raised his head to look at the stars in the sky with a contemplative look in his eyes. Wang Chong thought that he would be late for this operation. The worst-case scenario would be that the evil emperor had found Zhou Wen. But from the looks of it now, it seemed like he had only discovered some useful clues now. However, the matter that he had in mind probably hadn't happened yet. In other words, he still had a chance. Follow him for the next few days. Find out where he's been operating. Get all of the guards of the Wang clan here. Also, inform Wei how that will be borrowing the strength of the Wei clan. Wang Chong said, "But if the guards in the mansion are transferred, what should we do if the previous assassination happens again?" Shin Hai said with a frown. He begged to differ. If not for Arloja, Ablonidin, and Tuoba Guiwan, the assassins might have already taken advantage of the situation. Besides, there was a madam in the residence. If something were to happen to the madam while the guards were to be mobilized, it would be disastrous. "Don't worry, I've already informed Mayasame Ayaka to come over." Wang Chong faintly smiled. Once the assassin pavilion was destroyed, there wouldn't be anything that could threaten the Wang clan anymore. Besides, he still had Li Zhuxin with him. When the time came, he could just leave Li Zhuxin in the residence, one in the open while the other in the dark. Adding on Arloja, Ablonidin, and Tuoba Guiwan, even though there were only 5 of them, their strength was enough to trap the entire Wang clan. This was not a place where just anyone could barge in and cause trouble, right? Did you manage to find out anything about that mosaic? Wang Chong said. No. Shin Hai shook his head. However, our men have asked the Carrick's Spazini merchants through Big Golden Tooth. There is no one called Mo Zaid among them. However, there is a person called Suleiman who is very similar to the person we described. Suleiman? Wang Chang's eyebrows twitched. You said his name is Suleiman? Yes, young master. However, I heard that he left the capital more than a month ago and returned to Carrick's Spazinu. Shin Hai said, thinking that Wang Chong hadn't heard him clearly. The night was quiet. Wang Chong looked up at the sky, a strange expression on his face. There was an indescribable feeling in his heart. Without a doubt, the assassination that night was carried out by the Carrick's Spazinu merchant, Mo Zaid. Wang Chong wasn't sure what kind of person Mo Zaid was, but Suleiman, if he didn't remember wrongly, in his previous life, this fellow was the one who brought Wuzi steel weapons to the Central Plains and sold them for an astronomical price. Currently, the Hyderabad ores had just been excavated from the mountain range. Carrick's Spazinu and the Abbasid Caliphate probably hadn't forged true Wuzi steel weapons yet. It wasn't the right time for Suleiman to come to the Central Plains. Not only did he not sell his weapons, he even participated in the Blue Bottle Pavilion auction that he organized. A person who would bring Wuzi steel weapons to the Central Plains in the future actually came to the Central Plains to buy his Wuzi steel swords. In fact, for this, he even sent assassins to steal and assassinate the swords. The mysteries of fate were truly unfathomable. Consider yourself lucky to have escaped. Wang Chong thought. Suleiman didn't have any good intentions. He wanted to sell the Wuzi steel swords to the Central Plains to strengthen the Central Plains. Wang Chong knew that selling the swords was just a pretense, and it would be exposed in the future. This fellow actually had another mission, and that was to gather intelligence and spy on the Central Plains. In the future war between the Abbasid Caliphate and the Tang dynasty, this person's intelligence had contributed greatly. However, this fellow was simply too cunning. Even Wang Chong didn't expect him to do so. Long before he started selling the Wuzi steel weapons, he had already infiltrated the Tang dynasty, and he even went by the alias of Mo Zaid. Wang Chong was a profligate scion in his previous life. He had only heard of the Suleiman, but he had never met him in person. Furthermore, this fellow was extremely vigilant. The moment he failed, he would immediately flee 1,000 li away, not giving him a chance at all. It wasn't without reason that this fellow would become the head of the Abbasid Caliphate and Carrick's Spazinu in the future. The next time I see you, it will be the day you die in the Central Plains. A cold glint flashed across Wang Chong's eyes, and he quickly tossed this matter to the back of his mind. Dealing with Suleiman was a matter for the future. At the moment, the evil emperor was of utmost importance. In Wang Chong's plan, the great Yin-Yang heaven creation art was an extremely important part. Without this unparalleled technique, it would be hard for him to reach the level he had reached in his previous life in just a few short years. Without Tao Tian's cultivation and peerless martial arts, it would be very difficult for him to have the ability to control the situation in the future, to intervene in it, to change the world, and to change fate. Thus, to Wang Chong, the great Yin-Yang heaven creation art was a must. Only by obtaining the great Yin-Yang heaven creation art and Elder Su Jingqin's art of God and demon obliteration would he be able to swiftly squeeze his way into the ranks of the top-notch experts of the world, with the two of them complementing each other, such as strength and technique. These two techniques were the most crucial and important parts of Wang Chong's plan after his reincarnation. Only with the support of the great Yin-Yang heaven creation art, the art of God and demon obliteration, would it be able to display its unstoppable might. On the other hand, the great Yin-Yang heaven creation art could only be paired with the art of God and demon obliteration to display its terrifying might. It was extremely difficult to obtain these two techniques at the same time. In his previous life, no one had ever succeeded. To most people, this was an insane feat that they didn't even dare to dream of. However, Wang Chong knew that there was a possibility of such a thing happening. Furthermore, this was the only way he could break through his shackles and accomplish what he failed to do in his previous life, completing the mission he carried. In the future, he would save the world from the great calamity that would engulf the world. Shenhai, there's something else I need you to do. Wang Chong said. Young master, please ask. Shenhai said without hesitation. Tell Wei how to discuss this with the Zhou Ji's family head. No matter what methods he uses, he must poach Zhou when into his family. Find him a well-paid job cure his old mother, and send a few guards to protect him in secret. Let him live a peaceful life. Wang Chong said. In the end, Zhou Wen was still a mystery, and he was somehow connected to the demonic emperor old man. If he didn't get rid of Zhou Wen, no matter how many guards he sent, no matter how much he tried to stop him, there was still a chance that Zhou Wen would be able to save the evil emperor. Then the tragedy from his previous life would repeat itself. The evil emperor had passed on his martial prowess and the great yin-yang heaven creation art to him. Zhou Wen had saved the evil emperor, but his mother had been killed, and he had once again stepped into the murderous martial world that he disliked. In the end, Zhou Wen would once again fall into the tragedy of his previous life because of his gentleness, mediocre aptitude, and mediocre combat experience and skills. Some fortuitous encounters were fortuitous encounters for some, but for others they were tragedies. Zhou Wen wasn't suited for the great yin-yang heaven creation art, and he couldn't control him. Only in his hands could it be used to its fullest potential. Zhou Wen would be able to fulfill his wish. He would be able to lead a peaceful life with his mother, and he wouldn't have to kill people that he disliked. And he could use the great yin-yang heaven creation art to complete his unfinished mission. This was the best arrangement. Shanhai was puzzled. It was understandable that he wanted to help Zhou Wen. After all, he was a filial son. But what was the meaning of sending 2 guards to protect him in secret? What did this Zhou Wen have that was worthy of young master's attention? Shanhai was getting more and more confused. But even so, Shanhai's reply was very straightforward. Yes, young master. This subordinate will do it right away. Without another word, Shanhai turned and left without the slightest hesitation. After arranging all this, Wang Chong didn't alert anyone. He entered the carriage and quietly left. Patriarch, this is the last piece of high-quality iron ore that our Zhang family has. All that's left is inferior ore, and in at most 3 months, our Zhang family's last ore vein will be completely excavated. When Wang Chong left the eastern part of the city, a group of Zhang family elders were sitting in a circle in the Zhang family residence, their faces full of worry. In front of them was the last piece of first grade ore from the ore vein. This piece of ore also represented the Zhang family's current predicament. The ore vein had been excavated, and the weapons business was being suppressed by the Cheng, Lu, Huang, and other clans. The once glorious Zhang family was now about to suppress the other clans to the point of no return. If the Zhang family wanted to break out of this predicament, they had to find a new large ore vein. But how could this be easy? Currently, all the ore veins in the Tang dynasty had been explored, and the other large ore veins were already in the hands of other clans. The Zhang family had also thought of excavating a new large ore vein, but this was easier said than done. Ore veins weren't rocks that were exposed on the surface, but hidden in the depths of the earth. To accurately find a new large ore vein in the vast central plains was no different from searching for a needle in a haystack. Furthermore, they didn't know if there were any new ore veins. After all, after so many years, all the places that could be explored had already been explored. Chapter 150. Clan Head, I think that we should negotiate with that Wang clan's Chong Gongzi. Even if we don't earn any money, we can still hire him to work with us. The reputation of Wuzi Steel is currently at its peak. If our Zhang clan were to successfully obtain Wuzi Steel, we would surely be able to suppress the other clans. As for the matter regarding the mine, we don't have to worry about our clan's market share being squeezed out by the Cheng, Huang, and Lu clans. An elder of the Zhang clan said, to the prestigious clans, a high-quality mine wasn't as simple as earning money. Rather, it was their lifeline. If they were to lose an advantageous mine, their market share would surely fall. The other clans wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. Once their market share fell, it would be difficult for them to recover. The competition between the prestigious swordsmithing clans was for market share. More importantly, this matter would lead to a chain reaction. Once their market share fell, the swordsmiths in the clan would have nothing to do and would leave the clan to join other clans. Once such a situation occurred, the clan would truly fall into decline. Even if the clan still had a large amount of money, it would be useless. Money flowed like water, and without sufficient income, the wealth of the clan would dissipate quickly. The Zhang clan was the oldest swordsmithing clan, and they had experienced such danger before. Thus, they were extremely familiar with it and fearful of it. No one wanted to experience such danger once more. This was also the reason why everyone was gathered here. The danger had already reached an extremely severe level, and it would erupt within 3 months at the latest. Before that, they had to think of a solution. It's useless. Before the sword sale at the Blue Bottle Pavilion, we might still have a chance. But now, you should know that his sword was sold for an astronomical price of 300,000 gold taels in the Imperial Army. How could he possibly give up such a huge profit? Another rotund elder said. His words left everyone speechless. Wuzi steel had already become a legend in the Central Plains. Given the market price of a sword, Wang Chang's sword was sold for 300,000 gold taels. To these prestigious clans, this was an unimaginable feat. Just the thought of it made everyone feel immense pressure. Before selling his swords at the Blue Bottle Pavilion, Wang Chong was just a nameless figure to them. Every single one of them here could be his ancestor in the field of smithing. But now that 15-year-old boy had become an existence that they could only look up to. His Wuzi steel and his swordsmithing skills had become an enigma in the eyes of the public. Actually, it's not entirely impossible. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Zhang Jian suddenly opened his mouth, attracting everyone's attention. Zhang Jian, what are you trying to say? Everyone looked at Zhang Jian. Speaking of the third son of the Wang clan, Zhang Jian and Zhang Tsong were the first to come into contact with him, so they had the most say in this matter. Have you forgotten? Up until now, we haven't heard anything about his iron forge, nor have we heard who he's working with. Although his Wuzi steel is sold at a sky-high price, he only produces one every month. Zhang Jian said slowly. Zhang Jian, just say what you want to say. The head of the Zhang clan stared at Zhang Jian in contemplation. What I mean is that even though it has been so long, he's still fighting alone. If there's a powerful clan supporting him and sharing the burden on such a huge matter as the Wuzi steel, he would definitely have an easier time. And this is an opportunity for our Zhang clan. Zhang Jian said with a serious expression. He finally spoke his mind. No matter how he fights alone, he won't be able to match up to a powerful clan in the field of swordsmithing. He doesn't have any experience in this field, so he needs help in this aspect. Regardless of whether it's a swordsmith, an iron forge, or something else. These are all areas where we can work together. I believe that as long as we show sufficient sincerity, that Chonggongzi will definitely agree to it. Zhang Jian's words left everyone stunned, unable to say a word. How could the matter regarding the Wuzi steel be that easy? Who would be willing to part with a business that involved several 100,000 gold taels? If it was them, they wouldn't do so either. But at this moment, they didn't have much of a choice. The clan's mine could be emptied at any moment, and news of it could spread out at any moment. In fact, it might have already spread out. Giving it a try was better than doing nothing at all. Zhang Jian, what do you need me to do? I need clan head to give me the authority to do things as I see fit. All right, I promise you. As long as it doesn't cross the line, you can do whatever you want without asking for my permission. The head of the Zhang clan said solemnly. Yes, clan head. Zhang Jian was delighted. In the Wang family residence, Wang Chong sat in the study with a title deed placed on the table before him. Following Wang Chong's directions, Meng Long led his men to search through the ore veins one by one. At the same time, he excavated underground. After expending a huge amount of manpower, resources, and time, they finally found the large ore vein at the northwest corner of the Spirit Vein, roughly 20 li away. After spending a total of 80,000 gold taels, Wang Chong finally bought over the entire mountain range where the iron mine was located. On top of that, he obtained the title deed from the Court of Judicial Review and marked out the type of iron mine. Just like that, unknowingly, Wang Chong received yet another huge sum of wealth. However, amassing wealth wasn't Wang Chong's goal. Wang Chong didn't intend to use this massive iron mine to earn money. War was a huge consumption of both manpower and material resources, and in all wars, the consumption of war machinery could be considered as a crucial factor. And this massive iron mine in Wang Chong's plan was to be used to forge war machinery. In a war, in a situation where both sides were of equal strength, the side with superior equipment would be able to gain a huge advantage. The Arabs' Wuzi steel sabers and swords were sufficient proof of this problem. A man who calculates in his temple before the battle has to calculate more. A man who calculates less before the battle has to calculate less. Calculating more wins and calculating less loses. How can it be better to calculate nothing at all? This was the content of Sun Tzu's Art of War. A war had already begun long before it began. No one knew better than Wang Chong how many wars this world would face in the future. Regardless of whether it was the Hyderabad ores or the massive iron mine, to Wang Chong, everything was for the sake of war. Only by making preparations now would he be able to better deal with the calamity of the future, even though no one knew about it other than him. However, there was a very real problem. Even though he was sitting on a massive amount of wealth and the massive iron mine, Wang Chong didn't have the ability to develop it, let alone forge it into a massive amount of war machinery in a short period of time. Wang Chong was able to forge the jaw-dropping Wuzi steel saber, the Abyss of Death, which was worth 300,000 gold taels. However, the forging of war machinery required a massive scale and manpower. This wasn't something that Wang Chong specialized in. Perhaps I should look for those swordsmithing clans, Wang Chong thought. In the capital, there weren't any better swordsmithing clans than the Zhang, Cheng, Huang, and Lu clans. Regardless of whether it was the scale, manpower, or resources, they weren't something that a lone individual like Wang Chong could match up to. Young master, the Zhang clan Zhang Psong and Zhang Jian request to meet you. Just as Zhang Xian was deep in thought, a voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Turning around, Shen Hai walked in respectfully with his head lowered. Ha ha ha, great. Speak of the devil and he appears. Bring them in. Wang Chong's eyes lit up and he abruptly stood up from his seat. Wang Chong met Zhang Psong and Zhang Jian in his lounge. After several months, Wang Chong hadn't changed at all. However, before Wang Chong, Zhang Psong and Zhang Jian started to feel a little restrained. Time had passed and people had changed. At this moment, it wasn't Wang Chong who needed them anymore. Instead, it was they who needed Wang Chong. Wang Gongzi, we are here for the Hyderabad ores. May I know if Wang Gongzi is willing to cooperate with us? Zhang Jian thought for a moment and decided to get straight to the point, directly stating his purpose for coming here. In Zhang Jian's mind, this trip was fraught with difficulties, and there was a high chance that Wang Chong would reject his offer. However, the truth was something that Zhang Psong and Zhang Jian couldn't comprehend. Sure. Wang Chong's reply was just 2 words, but it was these 2 words that caused the 2 of them to shiver. The huge living room suddenly fell into a dead silence. Sure. Zhang Jian was bewildered. The huge shock left him unable to react. Sure. Wang Chong indifferently said, repeating his own words. Sure. Zhang Psong was stunned as well. He couldn't believe his ears. This time they were shouldering a huge mission, and the glory of the Zhang clan was at stake. In the depths of their hearts, they had already prepared themselves for failure. Yet, Wang Chong's reply was so simple, sure. If they hadn't heard it with their own ears, they wouldn't have dared to believe it. Zhang Psong and Zhang Jian stared at one another, and they could see the shock and joy in the other's eyes. Happiness came so quickly that they were caught off guard. SSSS. Zhang Jian took in a deep breath and calmed himself down. Wuzi Steel was a huge business opportunity and no one would agree to it easily. Zhang Jian knew that there was a condition behind Wang Chong's words. Then what is Gongzi's condition? Zhang Jian asked carefully. Wang Chong shot him a look of admiration. This wasn't the first time they were interacting, and it was indeed convenient to speak with an intelligent person. I want to invest in the Zhang clan. Wang Chong spoke of his intention. Invest. Zhang Tsong and Zhang Jian frowned as they stared at the young man before them doubtfully. Even though they had lived for more than half their lives, they had never heard of investing in the Zhang clan. What does that mean? Chapter 151. Simple. I will use a portion of the Hyderabad ores as the price to join the Zhang clan. The Zhang clan will be able to obtain the Hyderabad ores for me, and I will become the new owner of the Zhang clan. Wang Chong raised a finger and said confidently, "That's impossible." The duo exclaimed in shock. They were stunned by Wang Chong's words. "Don't be in a hurry to reject me. I'm not intending to take over your Zhang clan. Your clan head will still wield most of the authority, and the Zhang clan will still bear the surname Zhang. However, he will have to relinquish a portion of his authority to me. In other words, your Zhang family has changed from one patriarch to two patriarchs, one big and one small." Wang Chong said calmly, "But even so, it's impossible. This is already beyond our bottom line." Zhang Jian and Zhang Tsong's chests rose and fell rapidly. No one could have expected that Wang Chong would be interested in the Zhang clan's assets. "Is that so?" Wang Chong chuckled and glanced at the duo. "I believe you should be aware of the current situation of the Wuxi steel. The profits involved are unimaginable. The price of a single piece of Wuxi steel is equivalent to 70 or even 100 of your treasured swords. As long as you can get 10 pieces from me, it will be equivalent to 1,000 treasured swords. 365 days in a day. Can your Zhang clan produce a treasured sword every 3 days?" Zhang Tsong and Zhang Jian were stunned. Indeed, Wang Chong was walking on the path of the high end. The profits generated by his Wuxi steel was something that the Zhang, Huang, Chang, and Lu clans couldn't hope to match. The annual profits of the Zhang clan probably couldn't even match up to a few of his weapons. If they were to accept Wang Chong's proposal, in terms of profits, the Zhang clan might not suffer as much as they had imagined. In fact, to a certain extent, the Zhang clan might even benefit from it. However, exchanging wealth for authority as the clan head was still unacceptable. "No, Chong Gongzi, your proposal is too much for us to accept," Zhang Jian said solemnly. "Even if the iron mine is about to run out, is it still hard to accept?" Wang Chong took a sip of the fragrant tea on the table and said casually, "Rumble." Wang Chong's voice was neither loud nor soft, but when it entered their ears, it was like a clap of thunder that struck them, causing their faces to turn pale, their bodies to tremble, and their bodies to be incomparably cold. The two of them stared at Wang Chong in horror as though they had seen a ghost. It was as if the deepest secret in one's heart had been exposed. "Chong Gongziyu," Zhang Tsong's lips quivered, and his eyes widened in disbelief. It hadn't been long since the news of the Zhang family's iron mine came out. Everyone had been ordered to keep it a secret. However, Wang Chong actually knew everything clearly. Zhang Tsong and Zhang Jian, if I'm not wrong. They are both Zhang Tsong and Zhang Jian. Your Zhang family hasn't discovered any new veins yet, right? If you can't secure a stable supply of iron, your Zhang clan's market share will soon be squeezed out. Of course, you can buy iron ores from the smaller clans to stall for time. However, as long as you do so, the other clans will follow suit. By then, you will be squeezed out even faster, and your decline will be even faster. Am I right on this point? Wang Chong put down his teacup and said impassively, "How do you know?" The faces of the two were ashen, and they couldn't maintain their composure anymore. This was the Zhang clan's Achilles heel, and no one knew better than them that what Wang Chong said was likely to happen. If they were to purchase a large amount of iron ores from the market, it would be equivalent to telling the other clans that there was a problem with their iron mine. This was the most crucial point. Thus, even though there was a problem with the iron mine, the Zhang clan didn't dare to make any moves in fear of arousing suspicion. Wang Chong smiled without replying. He was well aware of the Zhang clan's predicament. That was because what he said was what the Zhang clan would do in the future. If there were no accidents, the Zhang clan's decline was a foregone conclusion. If a swordsmithing clan didn't have any iron to forge, it would be equivalent to a river losing its source and a tree losing its roots. Wang Chong didn't think that he was taking advantage of the Zhang clan. On the contrary, he was saving the Zhang clan. I hope that you can consider it carefully. I believe that you are aware of the current situation of the Wuxi steel. The Zhang, Chen, Lu, and Huang clans have been pestering us endlessly. If the Zhang clan can receive my help and obtain the Wuxi steel, their reputation will definitely surpass the Cheng, Lu, and Huang clans, and they will become the #1 swordsmithing clan. There are no free benefits in this world. Of course, I hope to benefit from the Wuxi steel. Ask yourselves honestly, what does the Zhang clan have that I'm interested in? Money? I don't think the Zhang clan earns as much as I do, right? You know that we don't have the authority to do so. Go back and discuss with your clan head. Come and look for me after you have made up your mind. Wang Chong said impassively. Even though the Wang clan hoped to enter the Zhang clan to strengthen their strength and achieve their plans, it was useless for them to do so. The only thing that Wang Chong was confident in was that the Zhang clan was indeed facing a crisis. The only reason why Wang Chong was confident in his plan was that the Zhang clan was indeed facing a crisis. Furthermore, it was an opportunity for them to resolve the crisis. Giving up a portion of the authority for him to enter the Zhang clan might seem a little embarrassing on the surface, but in reality, it wasn't something that the Zhang clan couldn't accept. On the contrary, they couldn't allow their interests to be harmed. Zhang Jian and Zhang Tsong left in the morning. In the afternoon, the head of the Zhang clan appeared before Wang Chong. Chong Gongzi, may I know what kind of authority you are intending to obtain by entering the Zhang clan? How much of the Wuxi steel are you willing to give to us? With a grim expression, the head of the Zhang clan went straight to the point. This was the first time Wang Chong was meeting the head of the Zhang clan. In his previous life, he had been a profligate scion, so he didn't have the qualifications to meet the head of a prestigious clan. Wang Chong carefully examined this future partner of his. The head of the Zhang clan was dressed in white, and he exuded a rather elegant air, yet he did not lose the bearing of a formidable figure. More importantly, his words and actions were clean and decisive. Wang Chong had just sent Zhang Song and Zhang Jian off in the morning, and in the afternoon he appeared before him. It was unacceptable for a prestigious clan with 100 years of heritage to give up control of it to a clan. If it were any other clan, even if they were to reluctantly consider the matter, they would have to hesitate for a very long time. Yet, the head of the Zhang clan was able to make a decision so quickly. This kind of judgment, decisiveness wasn't something an ordinary person could achieve. Just this point alone made Wang Chong feel that his decision wasn't wrong. Simple. The edges of Wang Chong's lips curled up, and a glint flashed across his eyes. For the first time, he revealed his youthful ambitions before the head of a prestigious clan. I want half of the weapons forged by the Zhang clan in the future. As for the other half, I will be the one to purchase it from the Zhang clan, and you can only sell it to me. If we are able to come to an agreement, I want the Zhang clan to be at my service for the next 30 years. 30 years later, the Zhang clan is free to decide on their own. In fact, I can even withdraw from the Zhang clan and return all authority to you. 30 years. The head of the Zhang clan was taken aback. He couldn't understand what Wang Chong wanted to do with so many metal products. Even though the Zhang clan couldn't forge weapons like Wuxi steel, other than that, the Zhang clan's output was definitely one of the top. Given the capability of the Zhang clan, 30 years of continuous production would surely bring them to an astonishing level. The head of the Zhang clan couldn't understand why Wang Chong wanted so many metal products. No problem. Even though he was perplexed, the head of the Zhang clan replied without any hesitation. Wang Chong's request was much more relaxed than he had imagined. Furthermore, for some reason, the head of the Zhang clan felt that the control of the Zhang clan wasn't what this young man was concerned about. His true goal seemed to be the metal products produced by the Zhang clan. The so-called shares was just a service. This gave the head of the Zhang clan a strange feeling that he couldn't describe. However, is that all? Are there no other conditions? The head of the Zhang clan asked doubtfully. He didn't believe that Wang Chong's goal would be so simple. If he gave too much and received too little, it would be hard to believe. It's indeed easy to talk to the head of the clan. Wang Chong laughed and didn't beat around the bush. Shanhai, bring it here. Under the doubtful gaze of the head of the Zhang clan, Shanhai walked over with a wooden box. Opening the box, there were many drawings at the bottom. The doubt in the head of the Zhang clan grew. Pick it up and take a look. Wang Chong extended his palm and made an inviting gesture. The head of the Zhang clan nodded as he carefully picked up the drawing at the very top. He could recognize this drawing. It was a drawing of a caltrop, but it was different from a traditional one. The caltrop in Wang Chong's drawing was long and sharp, as though it was an enhanced version of a caltrop. Just by looking at it, one would feel a chill down one's spine. He couldn't recognize the second drawing. It looked like a huge metal wall, but there were some strange edges at the four corners. The third drawing was different. There seemed to be some rivet-like objects on it. The fourth drawing was different from the third. There were many holes of various sizes on the metal wall. The fifth drawing was different from the fourth. Looking at the drawings one by one, the doubt in the head of the Zhang clan grew. As the head of a swordsmithing clan, he had seen all sorts of bizarre weapons and designs. However, other than the first drawing, he didn't recognize any of the drawings that Wang Chong had made. As for those strange objects that resembled a wall, the head of the Zhang clan had a feeling that they were part of some kind of huge machine. It seemed like Wang Chong had only broken them into parts. However, the head of the Zhang clan had no idea what kind of machine it was. However, there was one thing that he could be sure of. The objects in Wang Chong's drawings were definitely not pots, pans, and ladles. Needless to say, they weren't used for a duel. War machines. Chapter 152. If you are willing to cooperate, what I want is simple. For the next 30 years, the Zhang clan will help me construct the items on the blueprints. Everything must be constructed according to my requirements, to the highest standard. All of the metal castings must be inscribed with at least 10 layers of toughness, and they must meet the requirements. Wang Chong didn't know what the head of the Zhang clan was thinking about, or perhaps he didn't care. He stretched out his right index finger and lightly tapped on the table. His rhythmic tapping gave off a very confident and rhythmic feeling. Inscriptions of at least 10 layers? That's a frighteningly high cost. The head of the Zhang clan frowned. He almost thought that the Wang clan was going to revolt, but upon hearing the inscription of 10 layers, he knew that he was overthinking it. You don't have to worry about that. I will pay for all of the cost of inscriptions, Wang Chong said calmly. He lacked everything at the moment, but money wasn't one of them. Even though the cost of inscriptions was expensive, given his strength, it wasn't a problem. Then there's no problem. As for the inscriptions, it's not a problem for us to pay in advance. What about the Wuzi steel? The head of the Zhang clan said, after which he turned to look at Wang Chong intently. This was what he cared about the most. Wang Chong could own a portion of the Zhang clan, and it wouldn't matter even if there wasn't a 30-year deadline. What the Zhang clan cared about the most was Wang Chong monopolizing the most mysterious and popular Wuzi steel in the entire Central Plains. Only those who were in the industry would know how high the status of this young man in front of them was. 300,000 gold taels for a single weapon. This had sent the entire circle into a frenzy. Right now, all of the weapon merchants viewed this young man as a god. If they could work for this young man, Many of them would be willing to work for free. It was a pity that this young man was elusive, and not just anyone could enter the Wang clan. Otherwise, just by taking a stroll around the weapon market, this young man would know how influential he was in the circle. With this kind of influence, coupled with the reputation of Wuzi steel, if it could be combined with the Zhang family in the capital, the influence of the Zhang family in the capital would not be weakened, but would be even greater. Just like what Wang Chong had said, it was entirely possible for them to become the #1 swordsmithing family. This was the reason why he was here. It's very simple. I can sell Wuzi steel, Hyderabad ore, to you for 20,000 gold taels. As for how much you sell it for, that's your business. It has nothing to do with me. However, no matter how many jun of ores you buy from me, your Wuzi steel cannot use my name. Secondly, you must listen to me on how many Wuzi steel weapons you sell every month. The number of weapons sold in a month could not exceed 4. As for whether it will change in the future, I will let you know when the time comes. Also, at this stage, Wuzi steel weapons can only be sold to the Imperial Guards. Wang Chong extended 2 fingers. 4? That's too little. Can you increase it? The head of the Zhang family asked with a slight frown. Definitely not. Wang Chong chuckled. On the surface, it seemed as though he was easy to negotiate with, but the meaning behind his words was the complete opposite. The rarer an item is, the greater its value. If Wuzi steel weapons were all over the streets, do you think that they would still be able to sell for such a price? Of course, if a few unfilial descendants of the Zhang family were to appear in the future, it wouldn't be surprising if 1 or 2 Wuzi steel weapons were to be sold outside. Right? Haha, Gongzi is wise. Don't worry, our Zhang family will strictly abide by our agreement with Gongzi. The head of the Zhang family complimented Wang Chong inwardly. He had completely understood Wang Chong's intentions. Just like what Wang Chong had said, the rarer an item was, the greater its value. If too many Wuzi steel weapons were to appear, they would not be able to sell for a high price. However, if 1 or 2 weapons were to appear in the black market, not only would it not affect the price of Wuzi steel, it would even further increase the market's thirst for Wuzi steel. In fact, there might even be situations where the black market was selling them at a higher price than the Imperial Army. Regardless of whether it was for the external or internal market, the profits of the Wuzi steel weapons would be maximized. In this aspect, the young man before him had already considered it thoroughly. In this aspect, even the heads of many prestigious clans might not be able to match up to him. There's one last thing that I believe Gongzi should know. We are out of ores. The head of the Zhang family said with a crafty glint in his eyes. The Zhang family's ores in the capital were almost empty. This was the biggest problem in their collaboration, as well as the Zhang family's weakness. The head of the Zhang family was worried that this would affect Wang Chong's opinion, so he intentionally left it till the end. Ha ha ha! Wang Chong laughed heartily as he stood up from behind the table. It was as though he had expected the head of the Zhang family to say this. This matter is even easier to resolve. I've already prepared the new large-scale ores for you. As Wang Chong spoke, he flicked his sleeves and placed the deed of the ores on the table. Looking at the deed before him, the head of the Zhang family looked at Wang Chong in astonishment for the first time. He couldn't have imagined that the greatest problem of the Zhang clan, a problem that concerned the rise and fall of the Zhang clan, would have been resolved by Wang Chong. The head of the Zhang clan in the capital left with great shock. When he stepped out of the doorstep of the Wang clan and left with the deed in hand, he was still in a daze, unable to believe what he had just seen. It had been many years since he would allow himself to be swayed by external factors, but this time holding the title deed, he really had a heavy feeling, as if he was in a dream. Young master, the profits of the Wuzi steel are huge. Why do you want to hand it over to the Zhang clan? Isn't it better to hold on to it for yourself? Unknowingly, Shenhai had walked to Wang Chong's side and whispered. In the Wang clan, Shenhai and Menglong were one of the few who could speak to him in such a manner and even oppose Wang Chong. There were simply too many profits to be made from the Wuzi steel. From the very start, Shen Hai felt that his side was suffering a huge loss. That's because this is the only way to maximize profits. Wang Chong said calmly. Even though the profits from designing the Wuzi steel weapons could be maximized, easily selling a single Death's Abyss for an astronomical price of 300,000 gold taels. To most people, this was something that they would never dare to imagine in their entire lives. However, it was too slow to produce a single sword every month. But Wang Chong couldn't possibly forge the swords himself. If he did so, he wouldn't be able to sell them for a high price. Thus, selling it to the Zhang clan became the best choice. This way, he would be able to differentiate the weapons he sold, and at the same time, he would be able to maximize his profits. With money, he would be able to move on to the next step of his plans. The Zhang clan's efficiency far exceeded Wang Chong's expectations. That title deed had a huge impact on the Zhang clan. On the very same night, Wang Chong came to a secret agreement with the Zhang clan. The Zhang clan would use 500,000 gold taels to obtain 50% of the mining rights to the mine. At the same time, they would use another 1 million gold taels to obtain the distribution rights to the Hyderabad ores from Wang Chong. Due to the huge sum of 5 million gold taels, the Zhang clan didn't have that much liquid assets. Thus, they would give the Zhang clan a 3-month buffer period, and within 2 to 3 years, they would have to pay off the debt in the form of gold or in other forms agreed upon by both parties. This matter hadn't been announced to the public yet. Other than Wang Chong and a few elders of the Zhang clan, no one else knew of the contents of the agreement. Time flew, and unknowingly, several days had passed. The bright moon hung high in the sky. In the dead of the night, everyone was in a deep slumber. In the east of the capital, roughly 100 zhang away from the Zhou Ji charcoal wine shop, a black silhouette could be seen amidst the shadows of the trees. His sleeves fluttered as though he was a gigantic bird, and he staggered along the roofs. Traitor, to think that I treated you as my own child, yet you dared to collude with outsiders to betray me. Black smoke billowed from the figure's body, and exuded an intense malevolent aura, making him look like a ferocious beast. Under the moonlight, if one were to take a closer look, one would realize that he was a black-haired elder with disheveled hair. His left hand was clutching his chest, and fresh blood was flowing out from between his fingers. However, the most disastrous thing was that a long sword on his back had pierced his palm from behind. The long sword had even pierced more than a foot into his palm. Traitor, I'll never let you off. I'll never let you off. The elder clenched his teeth, and a ferocious glint flashed across his eyes. Under the moonlight, his eyes were actually blood-red, as though a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Gagaga. In the big tree beside the house, the night birds were startled by the intense malevolent aura, and they all screeched and rushed up. In the courtyard nearby, the dogs were also startled awake, and they all began to bark uneasily. What's going on? Why are the dogs barking in the middle of the night? In the house below, the faint sound of a husband and wife getting up could be heard. The black-haired old man's legs went soft. Suddenly, with a kacha sound, he stepped on several tiles and fell down from the roof. He hit the wall, and then fell into the dark, dirty alley and fainted. Blood kept flowing out of his body. As the blood flowed out, the old man's aura grew weaker and weaker. His jet-black hair also turned from black to white at a speed visible to the naked eye, from the roots to the ends of his hair. In the blink of an eye, the elder's black hair turned white, and he fell to the ground. His aura was weak, and he did not move at all. Whoosh! Not long after the elder fainted, a few enormous auras suddenly appeared in the distance, like the mountains and the seas. These people were extremely fast, and their figures could not be seen at all. In the void, only a few blurry shadows could be seen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, a few ghost-like figures appeared above the roof where the elder had fallen. The dogs felt danger, and suddenly they started barking. Russell! With a cold snort, One of the black figures turned his head to look, and a few dozen feet away, the black dogs immediately suffered heavy injuries. Blood flowed out of their eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, and they slowly lay on the ground, motionless. The old man can't have gone far. If we let him make a comeback, we will be the ones to die. Search carefully. We must find him no matter what. 3 figures stood on the roof, and their cold eyes were like the eyes of the Grim Reaper. They slowly scanned the surroundings, and wherever their eyes passed, even the void was slightly distorted. Not far away, the elder's figure quickly appeared in the eyes of the 3. However, in the next moment, when they saw the elder's white hair, the 3 quickly looked away. It's just an old beggar. There's no need to care about him. Let's go. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chapter 153. Early in the morning, in the back garden of the Wang family residence, Wang Chong swallowed the consummation, tiger bone miner's cyclic pill, which he bought from Six-Fingered Zhang. Kacha! The crisp sound of bones cracking could be heard from within Wang Chong's body, and the acupoints all over Wang Chong's body emitted bursts of mist. Roar! The roars of a group of tigers could be heard in the air. Wang Chong had finally broken through to Tiger Bone 3 Dan. The effect of this minor rejuvenation pill is indeed much stronger than before. Wang Chong was pleasantly surprised. Compared to before, Wang Chong could clearly feel that his strength had increased by a lot. More importantly, after cultivating the Tiger Bone to level 3, he would have truly reached the realm of Tiger Bone perfection. His strength, endurance, stamina, and explosive power would all increase by a level compared to before. Boom! As Wang Chong's palm slashed down, a rock garden was blasted into powder by Wang Chong. The degree of destruction was even more severe than before, and the scene was even more spectacular. Thick, billowing smoke lingered in the air. However, Wang Chong didn't feel much pain in his palm. This was because when he cultivated the Tiger Bone, his muscles, bones, and tendons had also been strengthened greatly, and his ability to resist pain and injuries had also increased greatly. Let's test my speed again. Wang Chong's eyes lit up, and he quickly swept his gaze across the surroundings. There were many trees in the Wang family's mansion, and as a result, many birds were attracted over. Some of the maids even fed them the leftover pastries in the mansion, which attracted more birds. Wang Chong's gaze swept across the surroundings, and soon he saw a white-headed wing leaping on the top of a tree not far away. That's the one. A surge of energy flowed through his body, and Wang Chong smiled faintly. In the next instant, boom, the surrounding air blasted apart, and a faint tiger roar resounded in the air. Wang Chong was like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain as he dashed over. Chirp, chirp. Feeling the danger, the white-headed bird wanted to flap its wings and take off, but it was still too late. A slender, fair, but extremely powerful palm quickly closed over. However, it only touched him lightly before quickly letting go. Pu Lung Lung. Pulsatilla Wang was frightened. Pu Langling flew out from between Wang Chong's 5 fingers. Hee, my stamina consumption has indeed decreased by a lot. Wang Chong's chest slightly heaved up and down. Looking at the pulsatilla wing flying away in the sky, the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a satisfied smile. The last time he used this move, his stamina was almost exhausted. However, it was different this time. Although he still consumed less than a third of his stamina, it was not as much as last time. This was the difference between Tiger Bone and Panther Bone. Endurance, stamina, and primordial chi consumption were on completely different levels. Young master! Young master! Just as Wang Chong was immersed in joy, Meng Long suddenly rushed into the room while panting heavily. Young master, you've appeared. The person you spoke of has appeared. It's not far from Zhou's charcoal liquor. What? Hearing those words, Wang Chong's heart jolted and he immediately turned his head around. Meng Long stuttered, but his words were vague. Even so, Wang Chong was still able to deduce what was going on from his description. Following Wang Chong's instructions, The guards of the Wang clan set up an inescapable net around Zhou's charcoal liquor, as well as the routes where Zhou once moved around. Following Wang Chong's instructions, these guards were only responsible for observation. If they discovered anything, they were to report it to Wang Chong immediately. Just that, after more than a dozen days had passed, no one had discovered anything. Until today, when an unknown old man suddenly appeared in the vicinity of Zhou's charcoal liquor. Meng Long and the others didn't know if this person was the one Wang Chong was looking for, but this was the only discovery they had made during this period of time. Is he the one you are talking about? Wang Chong stared at the figure, several dozen zhang away. It was a white-haired old man dressed in black. He was lying on the ground, barely breathing. There were quite a few people passing by, but not a single one of them glanced at him. Needless to say, offer him a helping hand. That's him. Our brothers checked yesterday, and there isn't this old man within a radius of a few li. No one has any impression of him. It was as if he had suddenly appeared overnight. Furthermore, he woke up once in the morning, but he fainted once more. He seems to have been injured. I had one of my brothers pass by that area, and he smelled a faint stench of blood. However, the young master has instructed us not to act recklessly, so we didn't take a closer look. Meng Long squatted behind Wang Chong and said with a hushed voice. Wang Chong frowned and fell into deep thought. Wang Chong didn't know whether the unconscious old man on the ground was the evil emperor or not. There was simply too little information regarding that person. Even in his previous life, Zhou was very secretive and didn't mention it too much. Thus, Wang Chong had no way of knowing what the evil emperor looked like, what unique traits he had, and what he liked to dress up like. Without any of these, how could Wang Chong determine which one was the evil emperor and which one wasn't? However, even though he couldn't confirm the other party's identity, there was one thing he could be sure of. The other party wasn't an ordinary person. At the very least, an ordinary old man wouldn't suffer any internal injuries. Let's go. He won't be able to last long in his current state. As Wang Chong spoke, he stood up and quickly walked toward the elder by the base of the wall. The other party's condition wasn't looking good. Even if the other party wasn't the evil emperor, Wang Chong couldn't just stand there and do nothing about it. This wasn't how he would act. Wait a moment, young master. Meng Long was taken aback. He hurriedly followed him. There were people walking to and fro on the street, but the old man was lying on the ground with his face facing the wall. It was as though he was isolated from the world. Wang Chong walked over, and from afar, he could already smell the scent of blood. This person's injuries are much more severe than what Meng Long and the others said. Wang Chong frowned. Even though the old man had tried his best to conceal it, based on his experience from his previous life, as well as his familiarity with sword wounds, Wang Chong could tell that the old man had been stabbed in the back with a single glance. Furthermore, it was at the back of his heart. This is the work of an acquaintance. Otherwise, the stab wouldn't have been so precise. A thought flashed across Wang Chong's mind as he stared at the unconscious old man. If a person was facing a strong opponent, even if they couldn't dodge, they would at least attempt to dodge. It was impossible for the stab to be so accurate. Such a situation would only occur if it was done by an acquaintance. I wonder where this person came from. This isn't something an ordinary person can endure. Wang Chong thought. There were quite a number of mercenary bases in the vicinity, and Wang Chong knew of at least 3 of them. The old man's breathing seemed to be in a mess, and he was extremely weak. Even Wang Chong wasn't able to determine his background. Get some food and water. Also, get a few men to bring him to the charity hall. Wang Chong instructed. As he spoke, he stretched his hand out to flip the old man over. Wang. Just as Wang Chong was about to flip the old man over, an abrupt change occurred. The white-haired old man, whose breathing was in a mess a moment ago, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were incomparably cold, and a fearsome killing intent could be felt emanating from them. This is bad. Wang Chong's heart skipped a beat, and a strong premonition of danger welled up in his heart. He immediately exerted strength in his squatting body, intending to retreat away from the old man. But before Wang Chong could retreat, a withered but powerful palm grabbed onto Wang Chong's wrist. "Who in the world are you?" The old man's expression was cold, and his voice was stern. Wang Chong felt his wrist go numb, and all of his strength dissipated. Before the old man, he was unable to exert any strength at all. "You!" Horrified, Wang Chong stared at the old man before him. His entire body went limp, and he couldn't even speak a word. This sight was completely out of his expectations. The old man's aura was weak, and he should have been able to defeat him easily. Yet, despite having just advanced to Origin Energy Tier 7, he was completely powerless before the other party. He had no idea what kind of technique the old man used to grab his wrist, but he was actually unable to exert the slightest bit of his strength and Origin energy. Clang! The instant Wang Chong was grabbed by the old man, the sound of metal clashing echoed in the surroundings. "Release my young master." "Old fogey, what are you trying to do? Hurry up and release the young master. Otherwise, don't blame us for getting nasty." Meng Long unsheathed his saber and led his guards to surround the old man. His face was incomparably steely. To think that they were still thinking of saving this old man a moment ago. Yet, in the blink of an eye, this old fellow actually laid his hands on their young master. Meng Long was shocked and infuriated. If he could, he would have sliced the old man into two. "H!" The crowd exclaimed in shock. This sudden sight left the passers-by dumbfounded. As though avoiding a plague, they hurriedly moved away. "Humph! If any of you dare to come over, prepare to collect your young master's corpse." Savagery flashed across the old man's face, and he tightened his grip. Wang Chong groaned in pain, and cold sweat trickled down his forehead. "Old man, what are you doing?" Wang Chong cried out in pain. His voice was so soft that he didn't even have the strength to speak. "Humph! Young man, do you really think that I can't tell? Your men are all around here, and they have passed by at least 4 times. Do you think that you can fool my eyes? You must have been searching for something, right? Speak. Did that bastard send you here?" At the end of his words, the old man tightened his grip on Wang Chong, and a sinister and murderous aura burst forth from his eyes. In that instant, through the other party's eyes, Wang Chong could clearly sense the will of the other party. As long as he answered incorrectly, as long as he made the slightest mistake, the other party would kill him without any hesitation. Even if he was in the eyes of the crowd, even if he was in the capital. To this sort of person, killing another person was no different from killing another ant. It made no difference to him, and he had no qualms about it. This person is the evil emperor. Chapter 154. Wang Chong had been searching for the evil emperor and trying to confirm his identity. In the end, he finally found the evil emperor, but in a way that he did not expect. At this moment, Wang Chong was absolutely certain that this old man was the evil emperor that he had been searching for so long. The evil aura he exuded, the ruthlessness of treating human life like grass, and the so-called evil creature that he called his rebellious disciple. More importantly, there was no one who could subdue him so easily with a cultivation lower than his. Wang Chong did not even have time to react. The other party's experience, reaction speed, and awareness completely overwhelmed him. To be able to do this, the other party's cultivation had definitely reached a shocking level, even higher than his previous life. In Wang Chong's mind, the only one who could meet all these conditions was the evil emperor. However, while confirming the identity of the old man before him, Wang Chong also realized that he had unintentionally made a huge mistake. He had been searching for the evil emperor all this time, but he had neglected the fact that this person was a great demon who had killed people like scything flax. Finding the evil emperor, and obtaining the great Yin-Yang heaven creation art from him was definitely not as easy as he had imagined. There was a great deal of danger involved. People change. Wang Chong was completely sure that the future the evil emperor would be a kind person. He would even give up his own cultivation and life to help another person. However, this change could not be achieved in one go. Right now, the evil emperor had just experienced betrayal. The hostility and evil in his heart, as well as his paranoid personality, would only increase, not decrease. He had bumped into him at his most unstable, most vicious, and most unfavorable time. What was more troublesome was that a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Although he was injured and in dire straits, his wits, temperament, sharpness, and alertness were still there. In fact, he was far more powerful than he had imagined. He set up a trap at Zhou Ji charcoal wine shop in the east of the city to search for the evil emperor, but in the end it backfired and he saw through it. This was something Wang Chong had never expected. Now, if he didn't have a good reason to convince him, what awaited him was a dead end. The best divine art is indeed not so easy to obtain. This was the only thought left in Wang Chong's mind. The more powerful the martial arts, the harder it was to obtain. Even if he had the advantage of being a prophet, it was still the same. Wang Chong had to admit that he had underestimated the power of the evil emperor. The surroundings were quiet, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. The faces of Meng Long and the others, as well as Shen Hai, who had just arrived, were steeled. Everyone had made up their minds that if the evil emperor dared to do anything to harm their young master, they would charge forward together and tear him to pieces. "Old man, you're mistaken. I didn't," Wang Chong said calmly with a pale face. Ever since his reincarnation, this was the first time he felt the danger of his life hanging by a thread. The immense pressure coming from the other party was like a sword of Damocles hanging above his head, ready to descend at any moment. The evil emperor would eventually turn over a new leaf, but that was a matter of the future. At least for now, he was still the evil emperor. Wang Chong knew that whether or not he could escape from the clutches of the evil emperor would depend on what he said next. "Humph! Are you still feigning ignorance in front of me? Looks like you're tired of living." The evil emperor sneered coldly as a cold, killing intent emanated from the depths of his eyes. This lad still refuses to speak the truth. Does he really think that he can hide it from me? The evil emperor sneered coldly as he tightened his grip. "Kacha!" A crisp sound echoed from within Wang Chong's body. Even his bones had been injured. "Stop! Audacious! Get away from young master!" The crowd was shocked and infuriated. Their faces flushed red, and they wanted to make a move to deal with this old man together. Even so, Meng Long was infuriated. He was the one who informed Wang Chong of the news of this old man, and he was also the one who came here with Wang Chong. A moment ago, the crowd was still thinking of bringing him to Ji Zitong for treatment, but at the very next moment, something like this happened. "Old man, I think you're mistaken. I'm indeed looking for someone here, but the person I'm looking for isn't you." At this moment, Wang Chong had calmed down. The current evil emperor wasn't the benevolent evil emperor from the future. Instead, he was a vicious, cunning, suspicious, and treacherous evil demon. Wang Chong knew that he couldn't afford to let his luck get the better of him at this moment. "The people I'm looking for are the fishes from the pavilion of assassins. They once sent assassins to assassinate me, but I managed to get rid of them with the help of the Imperial Army. However, I've received news that there's a high chance that their men are hiding in the east of the city. You can easily find out about this if you ask around." Wang Chong replied calmly, pushing all the blame onto the pavilion of assassins. Wang Chong wasn't afraid that the evil emperor would see through him. Even though there were many people participating in this operation, most of them were ordered to look for suspicious individuals. Other than a few of his trusted aides, the others didn't know what was going on. Furthermore, I don't know who that bastard is. I'm from a clan of ministers and generals. So how can I possibly listen to the orders of others? As Wang Chong spoke, he took out a token of the Wang clan from his waist. It was a palm-sized bronze token with cloud patterns on it. In the center of the token was the emblem of a huge tiger head, and on the reverse was the emblem of the Wang clan. This was the token of the Jianqing clan of ministers and generals. This was Wang Cheng's final resort. As expected, just a moment ago, the evil emperor was brimming with murderous intent. But in the next moment, when he saw the token of the Tang dynasty, the murderous intent in his eyes immediately dissipated by half. "You're actually the son of the Wang clan." Before he could see what was going on, Wang Cheng's grip loosened. Before he could see what was going on, the Wang clan's token in his hand had fallen into the hands of the evil emperor. Looking at the token, then at the young man in his hand, the evil emperor's eyes were filled with complex emotions. The imperial court and the sex were two different worlds. If the child before him was really the son of the Wang clan of ministers and generals, then naturally he wouldn't be in cahoots with that bastard. That kid didn't have the capability to order around the Tang dynasty's imperial court. However, whether it was true or not, he would have to test it out to know. Chi! A black shadow shot out from the evil emperor's hand. That black shadow moved as fast as lightning, drawing an arc in the air before flying back into his hand. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Shen Hai, Meng Long, and the others could clearly see that it was a copper coin. "What are you doing?" A guard stepped forward and bellowed. Then, the sound of cloth tearing could be heard. Dang, dang, dang. In the next moment, amidst exclamations of shock, a token fell from the waist of the guards. The evil emperor ignored the exclamations of the crowd. He reached out his hand, and a token flew into the air, landing in his hand. I was right. Upon seeing the token on the guard's waist, the sharp eyes of the demonic emperor old man finally softened. Since these people were the guards of the Wang clan of ministers and generals, it was impossible for them to be here for him. Perhaps he had really misunderstood this matter. Who? Wang Cheng felt the pressure on his wrist lessening significantly, and he heaved a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that no one knew about his ability to foresee the future. Even the evil emperor didn't know that, even though he didn't know that traitorous disciple of his, he was indeed here for him. He had finally passed this test. "Elder, you seem to be quite injured. Let me bring you to recuperate." Wang Cheng corrected himself. Ha ha ha. Recuperate? Hearing Wang Cheng's words, the evil emperor let out a sorrowful laugh. That traitorous disciple colluded with outsiders to destroy my sea of qi, injuring 7 of my meridians, 23 of my acupoints, and even severely injuring my conception and governing meridians. Right now, I don't even have a 10th of my strength left. Moreover, it will become weaker and weaker. In less than 3 days, my power will completely dissipate. Unless I can obtain a Saint-tier recuperation pill, only then will I be able to preserve my foundation. It's a pity that only the royal family has such a pill. It isn't easy to obtain such a pill, but now it's too late. Traitorous disciple, I will never let you off. The evil emperor's mind was in turmoil. At the thought of his sorrow, he spurted a mouthful of blood essence. He was already injured to begin with, and on top of that he had been fleeing for 1,000 li. As soon as he relaxed, all of his injuries flared up and he fainted. Kill him! Bastard! Protect the young master! Shan Hai, Meng Long, and the guards of the Wang family residence had been keeping a close eye on the situation. Upon seeing the evil emperor's injuries acting up, they charged forward and placed 12 swords on the neck of the evil emperor. Wait a moment. Wang Cheng stopped the crowd in time. Young master, we can't let such a person live. We saved him out of goodwill, but he nearly harmed you instead. It's better to kill this kind of person, Meng Long said furiously. The situation just a moment ago was dangerous. If something were to happen to him, he wouldn't know how he would explain it to the old master and madam. Don't worry, if he wanted to kill us, he would have done so long ago. Remember that copper coin? If it were to fly toward your neck, what would have happened? Wang Cheng said. Upon hearing those words, the crowd felt a chill on their necks, and they subconsciously took a step back. That's right. With this person's cultivation, if he really wanted to kill them, he would be able to kill them as easily as killing chickens with that copper coin, and it would be effortless. Wang Chong ignored the crowd behind him. Rubbing his numb wrists, Wang Chong turned his attention to the unconscious, the evil emperor. It was clear that the evil emperor had really acted up this time, and his injuries weren't light either. It was likely that he wouldn't be able to retaliate. However, this wasn't what Wang Chong was concerned about. Weird, why are his injuries so severe? Wang Chong looked at the evil emperor on the ground in bewilderment. Based on what the demonic emperor old man had said, it would take at most 3 days for his energy to dissipate. If that was the case, how was he going to impart his cultivation to Zhou when in the future? How was he going to teach him martial arts? Wang Chong had a feeling that the evil emperor's injuries were much more severe than in his previous life. Wang Chong couldn't help but think of Zhou Wen. Could it be that by luring Zhou Wen away, he had changed the fate between Zhou Wen and the evil emperor, resulting in such a change? However, this wasn't the time to be thinking about this. The most pressing matter at hand was to save the evil emperor. Otherwise, the great Yin-Yang heaven creation art would truly become a lost art. Chapter 155. Shanhai Menglong. Quickly bring him to the carriage. Hurry up and send him to the charity hall. Wang Chong beckoned behind him. More and more people had gathered on the streets, but Wang Chong wasn't afraid of the crowd. But if the disciple of the evil emperor was still around, it wouldn't be a good thing. Wang Chong shot a glance at Shanhai, and the latter understood his intentions and started cursing. Damn old beggar! I wonder where he came from. How dare he be so rude to the young master? Carry him up and teach him a lesson before sending him to the mass grave outside the city. A few of the Wang family's guards understood his intentions and immediately carried the evil emperor onto Wang Chong's carriage. The surrounding crowd was initially curious, but upon hearing that the other party was just a beggar throwing a tantrum, they immediately turned bored and dispersed. Even though there were a few more observant ones who noticed the evil emperor's actions and felt that the matter wasn't as simple as it seemed, they couldn't hold back their emotions. Furthermore, there wasn't much at stake here, so they didn't probe too deeply into the matter. Soon, the carriage left the vicinity of Zhou Ji charcoal liquor. Silence reigned in the carriage. The evil emperor lay motionless on the blanket, his breathing weak. Wang Chong lowered his head to look at him with a complicated expression. The unattainable, great Yin-Yang heaven creation art in his previous life actually allowed him to succeed. And now, the most mysterious evil emperor was lying just inches away from his feet. This was something he didn't dare to imagine in the past. But even so, Wang Chong knew that the entire operation wasn't a success. The apocalypse is coming, and a top-notch expert like the evil emperor is indispensable. No matter what, I have to find a way to cure him. Wang Chong muttered to himself as his heart thumped. In his previous life, the evil emperor imparted all of his cultivation to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen also accepted his gift and became a top expert in a single leap. However, Wang Chong believed that if he wanted to master the great Yin-Yang heaven and earth creation and become a top-notch expert, he wouldn't necessarily need to sacrifice the evil emperor. The best way was to protect both of them at the same time. Even though the evil emperor had lost his martial arts, his experience, insight, and knowledge were still far beyond that of an ordinary person. The great Yin-Yang heaven creation art was an unparalleled art, and only in his hands could it display its greatest power. Furthermore, even though the evil emperor had killed countless people and had committed countless atrocities, he had almost died in his hands. However, people change. After experiencing this life and death crisis, the future of the evil emperor would turn from evil to good, completely different from before. Just this alone was worth Wang Chong trying his best to save him. Not only did he have to save him, but he also had to find a way to protect his foundation. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Wang Chong quickly came to his senses. A saint-grade healing pill. I wonder if this pill will work? With a thought, Wang Chong quickly took out a large healing pill from his robes. This pill was bought for him by Liu Zhizhang. Even though he didn't know if it was a saint-grade healing pill, it was undeniably from the palace. Forget it. I'll treat a dead horse like a live one. Even though I don't know if it's a saint-grade healing pill, at the very least, it's much better than the healing pills I can buy outside. With this thought in mind, Wang Chong squatted down, parted the lower jaw of the evil emperor, and stuffed a round healing pill into his mouth. The pill refined by the palace's alchemist melted as soon as it entered his mouth. In just a few moments, the entire pill melted into a liquid and flowed into the evil emperor's stomach. After a few breaths, a rosy hue surfaced on the evil emperor's face. His skin was originally pale and ashen, but at this moment, a tinge of redness could be seen on it. His originally indistinct and disorderly breathing also became thick and stable. Luckily, the 200,000 gold taels weren't spent in vain. Wang Chong bent down and stretched out his hand to feel the evil emperor's pulse. He heaved a sigh of relief. Back then, in order to join the so-called Dark Shadow and the Alchemist Alliance, he had spent more than 200,000 gold taels to buy the route. Now it was all worth it. These healing pills refined by the palace's alchemist were far more effective than Wang Chong had imagined. If not for these pills, the evil emperor's cultivation might really have dissipated. Shanhai, go to the Falling Jade Pavilion and look for Liu Zhizhang. Tell him that no matter what, he has to get me 3 of these healing pills. Otherwise, he can use my quota for this month as well. The stronger the effect, the better. Yes, Gongzi. Without another word, Shanhai turned around, pushed open the carriage door, and jumped out. His feet didn't even touch the ground as he sprinted towards the Falling Jade Pavilion. Wait a moment. After Shanhai left, Wang Chong pondered for a moment before changing his mind. I'm not going to the charity hall. I'm going to the Purple Bamboo Garden. The Purple Bamboo Garden was a secret residence that Uncle Li Lin bought for Wang Chong. It had been a long time since he bought it, but Wang Chong felt that it wasn't appropriate for him to move out at such a young age, so he didn't move in. The evil emperor was severely injured and needed peace and quiet to recuperate. The Purple Bamboo Garden was quiet and secluded, making it the most suitable place for him. The carriage made a turn and headed towards the south of the city. It didn't take long before he saw a quiet courtyard surrounded by a lush bamboo forest. It looked especially elegant and stylish. At the entrance of the courtyard, there was a plaque hanging on the wall that said, Purple Bamboo Garden. The carriage passed by and soon entered the courtyard. The Purple Bamboo Garden was huge, and everything was ready for use. Gardens, ponds, terraces, pavilions, cultivation grounds, side rooms. Every single part of the place gave off a grand feeling. However, there was no one in the courtyard. There weren't any maids, servants, or guards around. Wang Chong hadn't moved in yet, so there wasn't a single person around. Stand guard at the entrance, while the rest of you stand guard in the courtyard. No one is to approach. Wang Chong commanded. Yes, Gongzi. The crowd responded and left. Wang Chong placed the evil emperor on the bed. About an hour later, Shanhai's forehead was beaded with sweat. Fulfilling his mission, he rushed over with 3 larger healing pills. Liu Zhizhang was indeed loyal. When he heard that it was Wang Chong who wanted it, he quickly brought 3 stronger healing pills over and gave them to Wang Chong in advance. He didn't even take the money. Another 3 top-notch healing pills from the palace were fed to the evil emperor. The evil emperor's breathing improved significantly, and the wound on his back started to scab. About 4 hours later, 5 strong fingers suddenly shot out from the bed and grabbed Wang Chong's neck. Let go! Let go! The room was in chaos. Seeing the unconscious evil emperor suddenly make a move, everyone was shocked and drew their swords. The atmosphere returned to the tense atmosphere of the street from before. Put down your swords. He's just reacting. Wang Chong indifferently said, his expression unperturbed. It was like the demonic emperor old man was not grabbing his neck. This evil emperor seems to be on guard, Wang Chung thought to himself. He was probably the only one in the room who knew that this was just the evil emperor's instinctive reaction. The stronger a person was, the more cautious they would be. The moment someone approached them, they would immediately retaliate. He was like that in his previous life, and a devil like the evil emperor was even more so. "Kid, you're the one who saved me?" On the bed, the evil emperor finally regained his senses and slowly released his fingers. The scenery in front of him was unfamiliar, and he wasn't sure where he was. But he recognized this kid. He was the young man who tried to save him on the street. Yes, Wang Chung smiled and didn't deny it. The room was silent. The evil emperor sat up on the bed and looked around. He quickly recognized that he was in one of the rooms. "Is this your house?" the evil emperor asked. "No." Wang Chung smiled and shook his head. What a joke! Before confirming that the evil emperor had turned over a new leaf, he wouldn't dare to bring a devil like the evil emperor into his house. The demonic emperor old man closed his eyes, a look of recollection on his face, but he quickly realized a shocking fact. "You healed my injuries? You actually have the royal family's saint-grade healing medicine?" The demonic emperor old man was astonished. Although his reaction was slow, he quickly noticed it. After he woke up this time, the injuries in his body had actually healed by 70 to 80%. This time, he had expected that he would lose his cultivation. But now, the yuan qi in his body had stopped flowing and stabilized. This meant that his cultivation did not dissipate completely. Instead, a bit of his foundation was left. "Senior, have you forgotten? I told you that I am the descendant of a general and a minister." "Of course. I have the royal family's healing medicine." Wang Chung sat by the bed. His expression was calm, but there was a hint of slyness. The evil emperor was taken aback. Then he realized that Wang Chung did say that. The royal family's saint-grade healing medicine was precious and hard to come by in the outside world. But as the descendant of a general and minister, it might not be that difficult. This is the will of the heavens. To think that I would be saved by a noble son. Perhaps this is the arrangement that the heavens have made for me. The evil emperor smiled bitterly. He looked up at the ceiling. His expression changed, and he didn't speak for a long time. "Kid, are you willing to be my last disciple? As long as you agree to be my disciple, I will teach you everything I know. But in the future, I hope that you can promise me one thing." Wang. Hearing this, Wang Chang's heart thumped. No matter how slow he was, he understood what was going on when he heard these words. The thing that he had been waiting for the most had finally arrived. After the evil emperor was betrayed and plotted against, he felt that he wasn't strong enough to exact his revenge. Thus, he decided to take in his last disciple to deal with that traitor. The great yin-yang heaven creation art, this unparalleled technique, was finally showing a glimmer of hope to him. A great opportunity was beckoning to him. "I'm willing." Wang Chung was overjoyed. Without hesitation, he knelt in front of the evil emperor. "Ha ha ha, you saved my life. I will take you in as my disciple. This is the opportunity that we are destined to meet. I, Zhang Wenfu, swear that I will never take in anyone from the pugilistic world or the sex as my disciples. But you are not one of them. What name did you say?" "Wang Chung." "Ha, good. Wang Chung, you are my Zhang Wenfu's last disciple. As long as you don't betray me, I will never betray you." "Master," Wang Chung hurriedly called out. "Ha ha ha! I, Zhang Wenfu, finally have another disciple." The evil emperor roared with laughter. He had thought that he would die for sure. Who would have thought that there would be a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel? Right now, he was filled with hatred for those from the sections. Even if he were to die, he would never take in anyone from the sects as his disciple. But Wang Chung was different. He was a descendant of ministers and a member of the imperial court. He had nothing to do with the sections. In this life, he had never taken in a disciple from a noble family. But this matter was definitely worth a try. In the room, as he looked at the evil emperor, who was laughing without the slightest hint of scheming or defense, Wang Chong suddenly felt as if he had discovered another side of the evil emperor's personality. At this moment, a smile appeared on Wang Chong's face. Chapter 156. The evil emperor had an eccentric personality and killed people like scything flax. He was definitely a demon who killed without batting an eyelid. Wang Chong had already sensed this when he was near the Zhou Ji charcoal wine. If he wasn't an eccentric demon, there was no way he would have such a strong demonic aura around him. But even so, Wang Chong realized that there was a very good side to the evil emperor. The evil emperor might be paranoid, but once he gained his trust, he would trust you wholeheartedly without any reservations. If it wasn't for his personality, he wouldn't have been stabbed in the back by his former disciple, and he wouldn't have felt such betrayal. Only when a person was betrayed by someone he trusted the most would he feel so indignant. But if he was naturally paranoid and didn't trust anyone, he wouldn't have ended up like this. To think that he would accept me as his disciple so quickly. Wang Chong was also surprised. Being betrayed by his disciple and stabbed in the back, logically speaking, he should have been traumatized and wouldn't be willing to accept another disciple. In fact, he might not even accept another disciple for the rest of his life. So for this operation, Wang Chong was already prepared for a long battle. But the evil emperor's actions were out of Wang Chong's expectations. Wang Chong guessed that it was because he saved his life. In the evil emperor's heart, he was indebted to him for saving his life. Naturally, he was different from others. Another reason was that he was a member of the government and not someone from the pugilistic world. This was the fundamental difference between him and that traitorous disciple of his. In addition, the evil emperor was eager for revenge and wanted to borrow his strength to take revenge on that traitorous disciple. That was the reason why he broke the rules and accepted him as his disciple. Disciple, remember that my name is Zhang Wenfu. Don't think that I don't have much strength now, and my strength has regressed to the origin energy realm. But before I was plotted against by those bastards and others, I was a Saint Martial realm expert and had hopes of breaking through to the God Martial realm. In the entire world, I can do whatever I want, and there are only a few who can rival me. Back in Purple Bamboo Garden, although he had accepted Wang Chong as his disciple, he had only been with him for a short period of time. The evil emperor was afraid that his disciple did not know how powerful he was and would belittle his master. Speaking of me, in the past, whenever my name was mentioned in the martial arts world, there wasn't a single person who wouldn't pale in fright. Many of the elders and sect leaders of those sects don't even mention it, let alone others. Speaking of the glory of the past, the evil emperor had an air of arrogance between his brows, imperceptibly exuding the aura of a powerful and ambitious person of the past. Even Wang Chong couldn't help but feel intimidated by this sight. The evil emperor's aura was so powerful that it could swallow the heavens and the seas, and he looked down on everyone with disdain. It was completely natural. To have such an imposing manner even when he was in dire straits, one could only imagine how powerful he was when he was at his peak. By the way, you still don't know my name, right? The evil emperor. Wang Chong was just listening when he suddenly heard those words, and he almost blurted it out. Of course he knew his name, and he knew quite a bit about it. Fortunately, he reacted in time and bit his tongue. Otherwise, he would be in deep trouble. My name is Evil. Sai, you can call me the evil emperor from now on. As the evil emperor spoke, he seemed to have thought of something and sighed deeply. He suddenly changed his mind. This time, Wang Chong couldn't help but be shocked. So the evil emperor isn't his real name. Wang Chong was surprised. He had always thought that the evil emperor's real name was the evil emperor, but it seemed like that wasn't the case at all. The evil emperor was just a name he made up on the spot. It was as if he wanted to cut himself off from his previous self. My disciple, I have a question for you, and you must answer it seriously. The evil emperor suddenly looked at Wang Chong with a solemn expression. Master, please speak. Wang Chong was taken aback. Even though he didn't understand what the evil emperor meant, he still answered immediately. My disciple, let me ask you, if I impart to you an evil technique that everyone hates, will you be willing to learn it? When the evil emperor said those words, his gaze was extremely solemn. The atmosphere in the room also became incomparably heavy with his words. Yes, Wang Chong thought about it seriously for a moment before replying. What if it's a great evil technique that kills countless people? The evil emperor asked again. I'm willing as well. Wang Chong didn't hesitate. The great yin-yang heaven creation, art absorbs one's energy, and it's a great evil technique that steals the fortune of heaven and earth. Even if you become a demon that everyone curses and denounces as an evil cultivator, don't you care? At the end of his words, the evil emperor's face was as cold as ice, and his expression became extremely cold. It was as if Wang Chong had said something wrong. Ha ha ha, master, are you joking? Humans have good and evil, and so do martial arts? If it's used for good, it's good, and if it's used for evil, it's evil? Does it mean that if you practice the martial arts of the righteous path, the evil deeds you do will no longer be evil? At this moment, Wang Chong straightened his back and laughed. The evil emperor's gaze was sharp as he stared at Wang Chong, as if he was trying to see through his internal organs, to see if he was speaking the truth. Was he speaking the truth or not? Wang Chong knew what the evil emperor was thinking. Even if most people didn't have anything against the evil path, they wouldn't say it like he did. After all, the evil path had a bad reputation. But Wang Chong really didn't have that kind of thought. What evil path? What righteous path? It was just a human's internal strife. In the future, a calamity was coming, and the whole world would be in the flames of war, and no one would be spared. Evil path? Righteous path? Everyone would be nothing but ashes under the hooves of the iron hooves. Would one be spared just because they practiced the righteous path? Moreover, during the fusion of martial arts in the apocalypse, everyone had contributed their martial arts, and there were many evil path experts among them. Therefore, Wang Chong really didn't have anything against the evil path. There was no good or evil path in martial arts. Only people were good and evil. Facing the evil emperor's gaze, Wang Chong didn't avoid it. Time seemed to have stopped. The old and the young stared at each other, and neither of them spoke. This child, looking at the young man in front of him, the evil emperor suddenly had an indescribable feeling. In his life, he had seen all kinds of people. There were those who boasted shamelessly in front of him, but had a guilty conscience. There were those who swore in front of him, but were scared to death. There were those who said that they didn't mind the evil path, but actually didn't mean it. Even that evil traitor of his, at the start, said that he didn't mind, but his heart was filled with fear. But Wang Chong, this was the first time he met someone, and not only did he say that, he really thought that way. A person who didn't have any prejudice against the evil path. A person who believed that there was no good or evil path in martial arts. Only people were good and evil. This feeling, which he had never felt before, caused the great devil like the evil emperor to fall into a trance, and he had an indescribable feeling. To think that I, Zhang Wenfu, would be able to find a person who truly has no prejudice against the evil path in my later years. The evil emperor sighed, and there was an indescribable feeling in his heart. He had always wanted to find a disciple of the evil path, someone who didn't have any prejudice against the evil path. But it was a pity that after searching for so many years, even the few disciples that he had carefully selected were all people who said one thing and meant one thing. In the end, the evil emperor almost lost all hope and completely gave up. He didn't expect that after being plotted against by his evil disciple and outsiders at his lowest point, he would find a disciple that he liked the most. This is the will of the heavens. The evil emperor had an indescribable feeling in his heart, and the way he looked at Wang Chong was no longer as fierce and slowly became gentle. The evil emperor realized that he might have found the disciple that he liked the most in his life. Now let's see how your luck is. The evil emperor looked at Wang Chong and thought to himself. Swoosh! A palm shot out from the evil emperor's sleeve, and before Wang Chong could react, it wrapped around Wang Chong's wrist. "Master!" Wang Chong was shocked. The evil emperor's cultivation was unbelievably high. He had already fallen to the essence energy realm, but he still couldn't dodge his palm. Thinking about it, this was the third time that the evil emperor had made a move on him. But soon, Wang Chong realized that the evil emperor didn't have any ill intentions. His palm slid around his body, pinching the ends of his bones, the tips of his bones, and the joints. Wang Chong wasn't unfamiliar with this technique, as those seniors had tried it on him before. This was a bone-feeling technique, and it was used to measure a person's bone frame. Wang Chong stood there quietly, allowing the evil emperor to feel his bones. When choosing a disciple, the first thing to do was to feel his bones. This technique had been passed down from generation to generation, and the evil emperor was already very familiar with it. Only when one's bone frame was tested, would he be able to teach the disciple according to their aptitude, and the martial arts to be imparted would be determined according to their aptitude. Otherwise, going too far would be as bad as falling short, and it might even destroy a person. Tiger bone. The first time his palm touched, the evil emperor was shocked. His eyes widened as he looked at Wang Chong with a look of surprise. Wang Chong actually had tiger bone. A 14 or 15-year-old youth was born with tiger bone. This was simply inconceivable. No, it's not tiger bone level 1, but tiger bone level 3. A tiger bone, great perfection. The more the evil emperor touched, the more shocked he became. Wang Chong's strength wasn't high, and he was only an essence energy realm martial artist. But his bone frame was frighteningly good. It was common knowledge that bone frame was extremely difficult to raise. But for some reason, Wang Chong was already at tiger bone level 3 at such a young age. No, there's also a dragon form. The more the evil emperor touched, the more shocked he became. Initially, it was just tiger bone. But when he touched Wang Chong's heel, the evil emperor realized that Wang Chong's tiger bone actually contained a dragon form. Tiger bone dragon form. This meant that tiger bone wasn't Wang Chong's limit. Possessing a dragon form meant that Wang Chong's strength could continue to rise and eventually reach the dragon bone stage. Possessing a dragon bone meant that one possessed unparalleled potential. In the world of sex, they could cultivate almost 99% of the cultivation techniques without any qualms. The demonic emperor old man didn't expect that a descendant of a clan of ministers and generals would possess the tiger bone and dragon avatar. In that instant, the evil emperor was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that when he was in dire straits, a disciple that he unintentionally took in would possess such a rare, top-grade bone frame. Among his 3 disciples, none of them had reached this level. More importantly, Wang Chong was only 14 or 15 years old. This meant that his bone frame could still be raised, and he still had boundless potential. Inconceivable. Inconceivable. The evil emperor was dumbfounded. Chapter 157. Ha ha ha, even the heavens are on my side. The evil emperor was initially feeling a little depressed, but at this moment, all of that was gone. Chong-er, do you know why that bastard betrayed me? The evil emperor suddenly turned to look at Wang Chong. Your disciple doesn't know. Wang Chong was really curious. He only knew that the evil emperor was betrayed by someone, and that it was his disciple. But he had never heard of the details, so he didn't know. I saw that bastard as my own son. I, Zhang Wenfu, may be, but I never mistreat my disciples. That bastard's talent was lacking, so I imparted him the little yin-yang art. But he thought that I was hiding something and purposely didn't impart it to him. He colluded with outsiders to betray me and assassinate me. That bastard didn't even think about it. Given his aptitude and talent, he had missed the best period to temper his aptitude. If I had imparted that secret art to him, he would have long gone berserk and died. To think that I treated him well. Yet he tried to assassinate me. They're trying to kill me. Thinking of the past, the evil emperor couldn't help but feel resentful. Wang Chong fell silent. The evil emperor wasn't a good person, but he felt that he had nothing to say to the people around him. He had nothing to say to the people around him. Perhaps he deserved what happened to him today, but no matter what, it was not his disciples' turn to deal with him. Master, don't worry. I will definitely avenge you, Wang Chong said solemnly. Ha ha ha, good. Chonga, I didn't misjudge you. Your words are more than enough, the evil emperor said happily as he took out his belt. It was at this moment that Wang Chong realized that the evil emperor's belt was actually a whole different world. It looked like an ordinary belt, but there were actually several secret chambers within it. The demonic emperor old man opened the secret chamber and took out a heavy, black pill about the size of a thumb. What is this? Wang Chong was greatly surprised. This is the last dragon transformation pill I have. Only those who had reached Tiger Bone 3-Dan perfection stage could use it. I was originally prepared to give it to him as long as that bastard behaved obediently and cultivated his root bone to the 3rd level of perfection of the Tiger Bone. After observing him for a period of time and finding that there were no problems with him, I was going to give it to him. But this evil creature was too impatient. This dragon transformation pill is destined to have no fate with him. As the evil emperor spoke, he generously handed over the dragon transformation pill in his hand. Now, I will officially give you this dragon transformation pill. Chong-er, consume this pill and you'll be able to reach the Dragon Bone realm. At that time, I will teach you martial arts. Thank you, master. Wang Chong was overjoyed. He had thought that it would take a long time for him to reach the Dragon Bone realm. Who would have thought that happiness would come so unexpectedly? He would actually receive the dragon transformation pill from the evil emperor. After swallowing the dragon transformation pill, a majestic aura erupted from Wang Chong's body. This aura was incomparably sharp, and it carried with it a tyrannical and destructive power. The pills of the unorthodox are indeed different. This was the only thought that flashed across Wang Chong's mind before he exploded. Kacha kacha! The crisp sound of bones cracking echoed from within his body. Wang Chong felt as though every single cell in his body was burning with a blazing flame. Hold your breath and reign in the medicinal energy within your body. Don't move recklessly. An authoritative voice sounded beside his ear. Wang Chong's heart skipped a beat and he immediately stopped moving. A palm pressed on his Ming Men from behind. With a light pat, a warm surge of origin energy flowed into his body. Changing to another spot, the palm struck once more, and another surge of origin energy flowed into his body. Under the assistance of this external force, the blazing flames within Wang Chong's body felt as though a cold spring had been poured over him, and he immediately felt much better. Time passed slowly, and Wang Chong soon entered a tranquil state. After an unknown period of time, the crisp roar of a dragon suddenly echoed in the air. The air behind Wang Chong blurred, and a vague silhouette of a serpentine dragon could be vaguely seen. The serpentine dragon danced in the air, and it didn't take long for it to vanish. At the same time, Wang Chong opened his eyes, and a brilliant glint gleamed in them. I've finally reached Dragon Bone Realm. Wang Chong spread open his arms, his heart filled with joy. Soaring dragon in the sky, hidden dragon in the depths. Even though his cultivation was only at Dragon Bone 1-Dan, it was a qualitative change to Wang Chong's cultivation. At this moment, Wang Chong felt his body brimming with energy. His endurance, stamina, and explosiveness had all increased significantly. Even though he was still at Origin Energy Tier 7, his foundation was incomparably sturdy. I've finally reached a realm that I couldn't reach in my previous life. Wang Chong thought to himself, overjoyed. With the dragon bone formed, he would no longer be restricted by his root bone anymore. Good, you finally succeeded. To be able to reach such a level of cultivation at 15, your future is bound to be limitless. An old voice sounded from behind. The evil emperor's face was pale and his voice was weak. Thank you, master. Looking at the weakened state of the evil emperor, Wang Chong was moved. Master, rest assured. Even if the entire world betrays you in the future, Wang Chong will never betray you. Hee, I'm glad to hear your words. This is the foundation establishment page of Little Inyang art. Every cultivation technique has to be cultivated step by step, be it the righteous or unorthodox. Once you've built your foundation, I'll impart you the real Little Inyang art. Only after you've mastered the Little Inyang art can I impart you my true secret art. Thank you, Master. Wang Chong didn't disturb him any further. After collecting the foundation establishment page of Little Inyang art, he left Shenhai and Menglong behind to guard the purple bamboo garden before bidding farewell, paying respects to Master. Just as Wang Chong was leaving Purple Bamboo Garden, hundreds of black-robed men were gathered together in a courtyard in the east of the capital. These men exuded a strong demonic aura, and they knelt down toward a masked, black-robed young man on the roof. The walls of the courtyard were deep, and tall trees surrounded the area. No one would be able to notice this place from the outside. Listen up, all of you. On the roof, the masked, black-robed young man exuded a cold aura. He raised his head and placed his hands behind his back. His expression was one of arrogance. That old fellow isn't dead yet. I want you all to infiltrate the capital of the Tang dynasty and search through every single street and alley. That old fellow's demonic cultivation technique is something that can't be washed away. I've already obtained a tracking technique. As long as that old fellow appears within a certain range of your surroundings, you will be able to sense him immediately. So, the masked, black-robed young man waved his hand, and a ball of black flame immediately flew out. The flame split into thousands of fragments in the air and let out ghostly wails as they flew down. In an instant, the hundreds of black-robed men below were all engulfed in flames. The black-robed men shuddered, and their aura immediately underwent a subtle change. Go! Yes, my lord! The hundreds of black-robed men immediately scattered in all directions. You all were too careless. Not long after the black-robed men disappeared, a black shadow suddenly appeared beside the masked, black-robed young man. If a snake doesn't die, it will definitely be harmed. Do you all know what would have happened to us if that fellow didn't die? A black circle of light vaguely appeared in his mind. It was like a devil, and it looked extremely bizarre. How could I have known that the old fellow would actually cultivate a secret escape path? I've followed him for so long, and I've never noticed it. The masked, black-robed young man said with an aggrieved voice. However, he won't be able to escape for long. His sea of qi is already broken, and with your great art of gathering and my vitality of the evil path, in less than 20 days, even if he's buried underground, I will still be able to find him. Let's hope so, the black-robed man said, and quickly disappeared from the rooftop. After finding the evil emperor and successfully becoming his disciple, Wang Chong felt much more at ease. In the following days, Wang Chong would practice the Little Inyang art every day. Then he would go to the Ghost Tree District to play chess with So Young-sun, and then he would go to the Purple Bamboo Garden to accompany himself. Have you seen anyone recently? Under the locust tree, So Young-sun suddenly stared at Wang Chong and said, What? Wang Chong's heart skipped a beat. Looking at So Young-sun's penetrating gaze, he suddenly had a bad feeling. Senior, are you joking? There are so many people on this street. Of course I have to see a lot of people every day. Is that so? So Young-sun said calmly, but he didn't pursue the matter any further. Instead, he picked up a white stone and continued playing. It was as if nothing had happened. Who? Wang Chong heaved a sigh of relief. So Young-sun was a war god and also a top-notch expert. He might not be any weaker than the evil emperor. He had forgotten that one of them was righteous and the other evil, and they were as incompatible as fire and water. How could I have forgotten? Senior Su is an upright person who abhors evil. I've only been practicing the Little Inyang art for a short period of time, so I hope he doesn't notice. Wang Chong suddenly felt his scalp go numb. The discovery of the little Inyang art was a small matter, but if So Yung Sun and the evil emperor discovered each other's existence, that would be the real problem. Oh no, Wang Chong thought. You're distracted. Suddenly, an indifferent and calm voice rang in his ears. Wang Chong was stunned, and only then did he realize that he had made a wrong move. Hee, Senior, you're brilliant. You've made me lose my footing. Come, have a piece of braised beef. Wang Chong suddenly grinned, and without a word he picked up a large piece of braised beef from the plate in front of So Yung Sun. So Yung Sun, who was originally silent and solemn, froze when he saw the braised beef that Wang Chong picked up. Haha, come, let's play. Wang Chong thought to himself that it was a close shave and quickly placed a stone to distract So Yung Sun. The game continued from noon to afternoon, and So Yung Sun still suffered a crushing defeat. Senior, you've lost again. Wang Chong laughed heartily, and just like the previous time, he bid farewell and left. So Yung Sun only laughed twice and did not speak again. But after Wang Chong disappeared, So Yung Sun's smile disappeared, and his face became extremely solemn. Feng Hong, Master, what's wrong? Behind the tree, the old servant Feng Hong walked over. This child has strayed into the wrong path. During this period of time, some people from the wrong path must have looked for him. Bring me a black kite, I have a use for it. So Yung Sun said coldly, and a hint of murderous intent flashed across his face. In the Tang dynasty, if one wanted to have a successful career and become a powerful official, one had to be upright and not make any mistakes. Wang Chong did not know that he had strayed into the wrong path, and even tried to hide it from him. Little did he know he had long seen through it. This child's talent in the art of war was not easy, and even he was no match for him. In the future, he would definitely be a pillar of the imperial court, and he would not allow anyone to lead him astray. Master, are you saying that he has cultivated in the wrong path? The old servant Feng Hong was shocked. Yes, don't reveal this matter in front of him. I will handle it myself. So Yung Sun said, Yes, master. The old servant Feng Hong lowered his head. Chapter 158. Rumble, rumble. A carriage bearing the Wang family's insignia traveled along the streets. In the carriage, Wang Chong sat motionlessly, silently cultivating the foundation manual of the little Inyang art that the evil emperor had given him. This cultivation technique wasn't as easy as he had imagined. In fact, it was even more difficult than any cultivation technique that Wang Chong had cultivated in his previous life. Fortunately, the evil emperor had warned him that everything was difficult at the beginning. The little Inyang art was difficult at the beginning and easy at the end. As long as he could get past the initial hurdle, the rest would be much easier. Waves of yuan qi flowed through his body. Under Wang Chong's control, these yuan qi constantly collided against the various acupoints in his body. None of these acupoints coincided with the cultivation technique that Wang Chong was cultivating. All of them were unconventional, and not a single one was a normal acupoint. No wonder this cultivation technique is called an evil cultivation technique. Just these acupoints alone exude an evil aura. Wang Chong thought to himself. Waves of yuan qi flowed through his body. An hour later, a light pop sounded from within his body. Finally, a new acupoint in Wang Chong's body was slowly opening up. With the opening of this acupoint, the yuan qi in Wang Chong's body also grew thicker. Wang. Just as Wang Chong was immersed in the breakthrough he had just achieved, the origin energy in his body suddenly fell into disarray. This feeling. Wang Chong's eyebrows twitched. Stretching out his right hand, he pulled open the curtains and looked behind him. Amidst the dense crowd, Wang Chong immediately saw a cold and suspicious-looking man staring in his direction. On their bodies, Wang Chong could sense a familiar aura. It's someone from the evil path. A thought flashed across Wang Chong's mind. He immediately understood what was going on. In the distance, the other party quickly retracted his gaze. But to Wang Chong this was enough. Change direction, southeast. Wang Chong knocked on the carriage. After so many days, this was the first time he encountered someone following him. Let's go and take a look. In the crowd, two figures followed closely. The carriage passed through the streets and alleys, but it did not go to Purple Bamboo Garden. Instead, it went to an increasingly remote place. Hey, he asked for it. It just so happened that we couldn't find an opportunity to make a move, but he actually gave us the opportunity himself. Although this kid isn't that old fellow, for him to be able to cause Milord's yuan qi to fluctuate, he definitely has something to do with that old fellow. As long as we capture him, we'll definitely be able to get the location of that old fellow's land. The two of them sped up and followed closely behind. Their speed was no worse than Wang Chong's carriage. In just a short while, the surroundings became densely forested, and the number of pedestrians gradually decreased. In the distance, one could faintly hear the sound of pigs being slaughtered. This was a slaughterhouse, because there were a lot of animals, other than the butchers and the vendors who delivered the goods in the evening. Very few people would come here. Creak! When they were about 1,000 meters away from the slaughterhouse, Wang Chong's carriage came to a stop, courting death. Behind him, the two disciples were overjoyed. They unsheathed their swords and charged at the carriage without hesitation. But even though they were fast, Wang Chong was even faster. Boom! The carriage window shattered, and Wang Chong, as one with a sword, shot out of the carriage like a cannonball. Halfway through, he had already used the single character consecutive slash. His speed was even faster and more vicious than the other two. Not good. Careful. The two disciples only saw a flash of light, and in the next moment, Wang Chong had already appeared above their heads. Clang, clang, clang. Wang Chong moved with his sword, moving as fast as lightning. In a short period of time, he was actually able to fight one against two. His position was unpredictable. Sometimes it was east, sometimes it was west, sometimes it was south, sometimes it was north. The direction of his sword was completely unpredictable. After an intense exchange, not only was Wang Chong fine, but Wang Chong had also left 7 or 8 wounds on their bodies. Bang! In the final blow, Wang Chong's figure flickered, and he directly flew back over 30 meters, increasing the distance between him and the two disciples. Courting death. 2 of the corrupt disciples immediately rushed over. Gong Yu, hurry up and attack, Wang Chong suddenly said. Whoosh! As if in response to Wang Chong's voice, a figure as faint as smoke flashed, and with a flash, it flew out from the crown of a nearby tree. Chi! Without too many words, just a single sword strike. In the instant that disciple was distracted, the sword immediately pierced through the heart of the disciple at the back. His movements were clean and precise. Clang! Almost at the same time, Wang Chong shot out, using the single character consecutive slash to cut through the defense of the other disciple. Borrowing the momentum of the other disciple's parry, Wang Chong somersaulted behind him and stabbed his sword into the disciple's right chest. Ah! Amidst a miserable scream, the second disciple clutched his chest and fell to the ground like a wooden pillar. Wang Chong's sword arts were strange, and he was unable to defend against it at all. Speak, who are you people? Why are you following me? Wang Chong stepped on the disciple, and with his right hand he placed his sword on the disciple's neck. With a slight movement, a stream of blood immediately flowed out. Pooey! Do you think that I will tell you? Wang Chong spat out a mouthful of blood, and the disciple's face was filled with rage. Ha! Don't worry, you will tell me, Wang Chong said calmly as he turned around. Gong Yu, I'll leave this person to you. As an assassin, obtaining intelligence was also one of their skills. Wang Chong didn't have to wait for too long before Mayasame Ayaka managed to obtain the intelligence she wanted from the other party. Master, there's a problem. The other party seems to have sent quite a few people to investigate an old man. These people are just one of them. On top of that, they seem to have a unique method to sense that old man. Maya Same Ayaka walked over with a bloodied sword in her hand. There were some things that she didn't reveal. While those people were looking for an old man, they managed to track down Wang Chong. Clearly, Wang Chong had some kind of relationship with that old man. I understand. You should return for now. I'll deal with this matter myself. Wang Chong waved his hands. Maya Same Ayaka nodded before retreating into the surrounding forest, disappearing from sight. Only Wang Chong was left standing on the spot, deep in thought. Those fellows sure came quickly. Wang Chong stood alone in the clearing, his head raised, his mind in thought. In front of Maya Same Ayaka, Wang Chong didn't reveal the truth. But Wang Chong knew that the master that the two unorthodox disciples spoke of was probably the traitor that the evil emperor spoke of. More than 300 men, and they're able to lock onto their location through their aura. If that's the case, the purple bamboo garden isn't safe anymore. Recalling the evil emperor, Wang Chong couldn't help but worry. This won't do. I'll have to discuss this matter with Master first. Wang Chong immediately set off. He knocked Maya Same Ayaka unconscious and threw her into the carriage before heading back to the purple bamboo garden. That's about it. A moment later, in the purple bamboo garden, Wang Chong recounted everything that had happened along the way. At the same time, he tossed the captured unorthodox disciple to the ground. Facts spoke louder than words. Tossing the unorthodox disciple to the ground was more convincing than anything else. That traitor, looking at the unorthodox disciple on the ground, the evil emperor's body trembled in anger. How could he possibly not recognize the technique that he had imparted to him? The cultivation techniques that these people were using were all from his lineage. Do you really think that I won't be able to deal with him just because my Chi-Si has been destroyed? The evil emperor stretched out his palm, and a black aura immediately seeped out from the unorthodox disciple's body and seeped into the evil emperor's body. The unorthodox disciple's face paled, and his skin swiftly turned gray. Then he fell motionless. On the other hand, the evil emperor's aura grew a little stronger after receiving this surge of origin energy. Master! Wang Chong was astonished. Even though he had seen the might of the great Yin-Yang heaven creation art in his previous life, the evil emperor's cultivation was clearly much stronger than his. His cultivation had fallen to the origin energy realm, yet he was still able to absorb the energy from this heretical disciple's body through the air. Chong-er, you had better remember this. Our lineage's unorthodox cultivation technique has a total of 4 tiers. The first tier is your current foundation establishment realm. The second tier is the little Yin-Yang art. It requires the help of an external object to absorb the other party's cultivation technique. The third tier is like what I am doing now, absorbing the other party's cultivation technique from afar. Even though my cultivation has regressed, my cultivation hasn't regressed. I can still use it. However, above the third tier, there's still the fourth tier, which is even more powerful. However, I have never succeeded in cultivating it. Legend has it that the founder of our lineage succeeded in cultivating it, and it seems to have something to do with space-time. I have never cultivated it before, so I'm not too sure either. You will advance step by step through the 4 tiers, and once you reach the 4th tier, you will be a god martial realm expert. The entire world will follow your lead. As the evil emperor old man spoke, his face swiftly turned ashen. The origin energy that he had absorbed previously flowed out of his body like a punctured balloon. Master! Wang Chong was still listening intently at the start, but upon seeing this sight, his face warped in shock. He hurriedly supported his master, the evil emperor. Don't worry. My spirit sea has already been destroyed, and I can't retain any origin energy in my body. Forcefully using the great yin-yang heaven creation art will result in a backlash. That wretched disciple knew of this, which is why he dared to send such trash to deal with me. The evil emperor supported himself with a hand on the table to stabilize his body. Master, are you storing origin energy in your acupoints? Wang Chong suddenly asked. You know of the myriad spirit sea art as well. The evil emperor stared at Wang Chong in shock for the first time. However, he soon nodded. This is one of the unorthodox techniques of our lineage. Since ancient times, only the sect master has known of it, and it has always been extremely difficult to cultivate. My spirit sea has already been destroyed, and I am unable to store origin energy in my dantian. Only by replacing my spirit sea with acupoints can I store origin energy. This is also my only choice. Before Wang Chong, the evil emperor did not hold back at all. Wang Chong was stunned speechless. He had long heard of the technique of storing origin energy in acupoints. However, this technique was extremely mystical, and Wang Chong had only heard of it, but he had never seen it before. Even the seniors in his previous life had said that this kind of cultivation method was unconventional and mysterious. It was not something that ordinary people could cultivate. No wonder he was able to imbue origin energy into Zhou Wen. Chapter 159. Master, if you successfully cultivate the myriad spirit sea art, will you be able to recover your martial arts? Wang Chong suddenly asked. It's not that easy. The myriad spirit sea art is fraught with difficulties. It's just a way to replace the sea of qi. If not for the fact that the qi waves have been broken, no one would bother cultivating the myriad spirit sea art. Using acupoints to replace the sea of qi is a fantasy. I've never heard of anyone succeeding in this. At least I haven't. The evil emperor smiled bitterly. He looked at Wang Chong and patted him on the shoulder. Child, I understand what you're thinking. Although we've only been master and disciple for a dozen days, I'm glad that you're thinking this way. Wang Chong stood beside the evil emperor. When the evil emperor said this, Wang Chong saw a glint in his eyes, as if he had made up his mind about something. Wang Chong was no stranger to this expression. It was an expression that only a person would have when they were ready to die. The myriad spirit sea art is extremely difficult to cultivate, and few succeed. In other words, he will never be able to recover his previous cultivation. Could it be that he wants to cultivate the myriad spirit sea art to a certain level and impart it to me like he did to Zhou Wen? Wang Chong's heart suddenly skipped a beat. In his previous life, the evil emperor's imparting technique required a great sacrifice. He had to give up all of his cultivation and life in order to help another person. It seemed that although he had changed a lot, there were some things that hadn't changed at all. The evil emperor would still give up his cultivation to help himself, just like Zhou Wen in his previous life. This made Wang Chong's heart feel indescribably conflicted. Although he had initially come for the great yin-yang heaven creation art, the evil emperor had undoubtedly treated him as a true disciple. He loved and cared for him without holding anything back. This made Wang Chong's heart skip a beat. No matter what, I must stop him. Wang Chong thought to himself. Regarding the evil emperor, Wang Chong's understanding of him was limited to the fact that he possessed unparalleled cultivation base and top-notch techniques. But at this moment, Wang Chong's feelings towards him were completely different. In the depths of his heart, Wang Chong's feelings towards him were completely different. Imperceptibly, Wang Chong had already decided that this was his true master. Master, what are the requirements to cultivate the myriad spirit sea art? Wang Chong asked. There are many conditions that need to be met. A martial artist's aptitude, talent, perseverance, and perception were the most basic. There was also a huge amount of spiritual energy, extraordinary luck, and some external magic treasures, pills, and so on. Chongar, if you're interested, I can also teach you this technique. The evil emperor misunderstood Wang Chong's meaning. Spiritual energy, Wang Chong didn't say a word, but his mind was in turmoil. Although it's hard to say for other things, if it's spiritual energy, then I really don't lack spiritual energy. Wang Chong thought of the spirit vein that he had discovered not too long ago. Although he didn't know the specifics of the myriad spirit sea art, it was definitely closely related to the spiritual energy of the world. Based on Wang Chong's past experience, as long as there was sufficient spiritual energy, the success rate of the myriad spirit sea art would be greatly increased. Master, this disciple doesn't mean that. However, that person has sent his disciples to search the entire city. Master is no longer safe in the capital. This disciple knows of a place where Master can hide temporarily. Furthermore, it would be beneficial for Master's cultivation of the myriad spirit sea art. Wang Chong said. Oh, the evil emperor raised his eyebrows. Wang Chong chuckled. Without hiding anything, he revealed what he knew. Hearing about the spirit vein, the evil emperor was greatly moved. He looked at Wang Chong in disbelief. Spirit veins were incomparably precious, 1 in 10,000, just like hundreds of thousands of mountains. One might not even find one. For Wang Chong to be able to discover a spirit vein at such a young age and even buy it in advance, this was simply inconceivable. To the evil emperor, this was something he didn't even dare to think about. This is unbelievable. To think that such a thing could actually happen, the evil emperor was shocked. This disciple's abilities were getting more and more shocking. It was beyond his understanding of young Master Wang Chong. However, there was one thing he was right about. If he had the help of a spirit vein, it would be greatly beneficial for his cultivation of the myriad spirit sea art. Everything will go according to your arrangements. The evil emperor didn't insist any more. Then, Master, rest well. I will arrange for someone to send you out of the city tomorrow. Wang Chong smiled. After lingering in the purple bamboo garden for a moment, Wang Chong left. Not long after Wang Chong left in the carriage, the evil emperor retracted his smile and revealed a solemn expression. Walking out of the room, the evil emperor raised his head and looked towards the sky above the purple bamboo garden. He saw a huge black bird circling above. As though it had sensed something, it flapped its wings and flew towards the west of the city. Beast, you still want to leave after coming here? The evil emperor laughed coldly. He raised his finger and a wisp of black qi shot out from his finger. This wisp of qi wasn't very strong. It was completely at the origin energy realm. However, for some reason, it was unbelievably pure and condensed. As the qi flew through the air, it didn't dissipate or weaken. It was just like when it shot out from the finger. Pooh! The finger qi pierced through the layers of void, catching up to the black kite in the air, piercing through it. Blood qi burst out in the air, and the black kite's cries stopped abruptly, falling straight down from the sky. Seeing the black kite descend, the evil emperor's expression relaxed slightly. He had long noticed the black kite. Even though he had suffered a huge change and his strength had declined, his mental will, senses were still present. For such a huge bird to appear above his head, it was as though a torch in the middle of the night. Even though there were many houses between them, he could still sense it clearly. This black kite is definitely not sent by Chong-er. There is no need for him to do so. There is a high chance that someone was tailing him to discover me. The demonic emperor old man's brow slowly creased as he recalled the powerful sword intent Wang Chong had exuded. That sword intent was so profound that Wang Chong didn't notice it at all. In fact, he didn't even feel anything. However, the evil emperor felt it. He had noticed at the moment Wang Chong walked in. That sword intent didn't attack Wang Chong, but it contained a strong warning, as though warning him not to get close to Wang Chong. Sword intent, this person's swordsmanship is really high. At the very least, he is at the pinnacle of the Saint Martial realm. He isn't any weaker than me. To think that the Tang dynasty would have such a formidable figure hidden in the capital. The evil emperor muttered to himself as a hint of fear flashed across his eyes. For one to reach such a level in swordsmanship, the condensation of one's sword chi should be at least at the level of being able to condense into threads. Even at his peak, he would have to tread carefully if he were to encounter such a powerful swordsman. This was because of the fact that the great Yin-Yang heaven creation art was most unwilling to absorb the sword chi of a swordsman, and it was also the most difficult to refine. This disciple of mine sure knows an incredible figure. The evil emperor recalled how protective the other party's sword intent was toward Wang Chong, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly. The other party's sword intent was pure and imposing, clearly indicating that he was a cultivator of the righteous path. There was a high chance that this matter had something to do with the little Yin-Yang, art that he had imparted to Wang Chong. Clearly, the other party had misunderstood him. Wang Chong possessed exceptional aptitude. For him to be able to reach Tiger Bone 3 Dan at the age of 15, it was truly a rare talent. The evil emperor didn't believe that the other party wouldn't be able to see through his aptitude. Clearly, the other party had taken a liking to his disciple as well. Looks like this disciple of mine is really popular. However, it's impossible for me to give up on him. Since you want to snatch him, let's do it on our own. The evil emperor chuckled, and a domineering aura emanated from his eyes. That's right. The other party's swordsmanship was indeed impressive, but the evil emperor wasn't a pushover either. In the past, it would have been a joke if anyone dared to snatch his disciple. Since the other party wanted to take Wang Chong as his disciple, then bring it on. Turning around, the evil emperor placed his hands behind his back and walked into the house. The black kite is dead. Almost at the same moment the evil emperor returned to the house, the war god So Yung-sun suddenly opened his eyes beneath a large locust tree in the west of the city. Beside him, the old servant Fong Hong was shocked. How is this possible? The black kite can fly up to a height of more than 10,000 zhang. Even arrows can't reach it. How could anyone harm the black kite at such a high distance? The black kite is indeed dead. There's no doubt about it. The other party's cultivation is extremely high. Not only did he kill the black kite, he even destroyed the sword intent I left on the black kite and erased my aura. Right now, we only know the general area, but we have no way of ascertaining his exact location. So, Yung-sun spoke nonchalantly, as though he was talking about an insignificant matter, but the old servant by the side was shocked. How is this possible? To think that there would be someone in the capital who would be able to destroy Master's sword intent. Fong Hong's eyes widened. He was truly taken aback. The old master was getting on in years, and he had long left the royal court and given up on martial arts. But Fong Hong knew that not only did the old master's martial arts not regress, it was even improving. What the old master cultivated wasn't sword chi, but sword intent. Sword chi was easy to cultivate, but sword intent was difficult to cultivate. After so many years, the old master's cultivation had already surpassed the level of swordsmanship in the eyes of ordinary people, reaching an even higher realm. This was precisely the reason why the black kite was infused with sword intent instead of sword chi. Sword intent was sharper than sword chi, and it was harder to erase. But just now, the old master said that his sword intent had been erased by someone. How could there be such a person in the world? That Chong Gongzi. How did he know such a formidable figure? Chapter 160. At the moment, the entire capital was filled with spies planted by Wang Chong's third senior. Based on what his master, the old man of the demonic path, had said, it was impossible for third senior to accomplish this feat alone. This matter involved a Saint Martial realm expert, and even the Wang clan wouldn't be able to deal with it. The sex had always been a lawless land in the world of the Tang dynasty, regardless of whether it was his previous life or his current one. Wang Chong didn't know much about this world. He only had a vague understanding of it. I hope that Master can safely pass through the city gates and reach the spirit vein. In the study, Wang Chong subconsciously tapped his finger on the table as he thought. The city gates were an important barrier to entering and exiting the capital. Wang Chong didn't believe that they wouldn't send someone to guard it. However, the city gates had always been guarded by the imperial army. Wang Chong had already informed Uncle Li Lin and Zhao Fengqin in the royal palace. Given their current standing in the royal palace, it was entirely possible for them to work together with the guards to create a ruckus to chase away the unorthodox disciples. I've already sent Li Zhuxin and Mayasame Ayaka. There shouldn't be any problems. Wang Chong thought. He couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He should have gone to such an occasion as well. However, it was a pity that he had just cultivated the little Inyang art. If the two of them were to go together, things would only get more troublesome. Reporting. Just as Wang Chong was worrying, a Wang clan guard suddenly rushed in with a head full of sweat. Young master, the old master has successfully come out of seclusion. That's great. Hearing those words, Wang Chong's face flushed in agitation, and he clenched his fists tightly. With his master out of seclusion, Wang Chong had finally gotten rid of a worry in his heart. "Where's Li Zhuxin and Mayasame Ayaka?" Wang Chong asked. Li Zhuxin and Miss Mayasame have followed young master's instructions and left to escort the old master. They'll be returning in 10 li, the guard replied respectfully. Hearing this, Wang Chong let out a long sigh. Those who participated in this operation were all old guards of the Wang family. Many of them had been with the Wang family for more than 10 years, so there was absolutely no problem with their loyalty. As for Li Zhuxin, he was familiar with the matters of his previous life, so there was definitely no problem with him. Even if he had to die, he would do it for you. As for Mayasame Ayaka, even though she wasn't as loyal as the guards of the Wang clan, and Wang Chong wasn't as familiar with her master as Li Zhuxin, she still didn't know much about this matter. The order that Mayasame Ayaka had received was to work together with Li Zhuxin. The rest had nothing to do with her. As long as she still wants to find a solution to the Spectre Steps, her loyalty shouldn't be any lower than Shun Hai and Menglong, Wang Chong thought to himself. Different people would have different ways of controlling the sword, and for Mayasame Ayaka, Wang Chong was different from others. Spectre Steps had a fatal flaw, and Mayasame Ayaka knew this better than anyone else. As such, as long as she wanted to preserve her own life, she would be more reliable than anyone else. Whether I can change my fate in my previous life or not will depend on teacher, Wang Chong thought. Wang Chong didn't know what the evil emperor had gone through in his previous life, but for him and Zhou, when to be pursued by that traitorous disciple of his, it was impossible for things to have gone smoothly. But in this life, everything had changed. To his first teacher, the massive spirit vein was the greatest form of filial piety that Wang Chong had for him. With the support of a massive amount of spiritual energy, the success rate of his teacher's myriad spirit sea art would definitely be much faster than in his previous life. This was also Wang Chong's greatest hope. A gust of wind blew across the room, and Wang Chong soon recovered from his daze. He turned his gaze to the little Inyang art on the table. This was the advanced version of the little Inyang art that the evil emperor had given to Wang Chong after Wang Chong met with the evil emperor in the morning, and it was the complete version as well. Wang Chong wasn't able to cultivate any further than that. The great Inyang heaven creation art had to be cultivated step by step, and if he didn't cultivate the little Inyang art to its peak, even if it was given to Wang Chong, he wouldn't be able to cultivate it. Looking at the sutra on the table, Wang Chong fell into a trance. It was a quiet morning. While most people thought that everything was peaceful, not many people knew that a commotion had occurred at the capital's gates. The commotion left as quickly as it came. In the end, they captured a few unorthodox cultivators and locked them in jail. The city gates swiftly returned to normal. I'm late. Not too long after the evil emperor left, a tall black figure stood outside the purple bamboo garden, as though a massive sword piercing through the heavens. Looking at the silent and empty purple bamboo garden, a cold glint flashed across So Yung-sun's eyes. Perched on his shoulder was a black kite, It had a sharp beak and metal wings, and it looked a little uneasy. And beneath his feet was the corpse of the black kite that the evil emperor had killed yesterday, staring at the empty purple bamboo garden. So Yung-sun finally turned around and disappeared amidst the thin morning mist. Time slowly passed. The demonic emperor old man's departure was like a magnet that drew away all the storms. Wang Chong's life slowly returned to normal. However, unbeknownst to Wang Chong, in a place where he couldn't see, another massive storm was brewing. A few days later, bang! The door to Wang Chong's study was suddenly pushed open from the outside. A pretty maid appeared at the door, her forehead beaded with sweat. "Xiao Zhu!" Wang Chong stopped his cultivation and looked at the door in surprise. He recognized this maid. She was his mother's maid, Xiao Zhu. She was very intelligent and would never disturb him on normal days. Moreover, Wang Chong remembered that he had said that no one was to disturb him without his permission. "Young master, Madam wants you to go to the main hall now. It's urgent, go now. Hurry." Before Wang Chong could ask, Xiao Zhu held the door frame with both hands and hurriedly said a bunch of things. Her voice was fast and anxious. She seemed to be in a hurry. Wang Chong was shocked. This Xiao Zhu was not usually so rash. What had happened for her to be in such a hurry? Wang Chong was very curious. "Young master, hurry." Xiao Zhu stomped her feet and urged him again. Seeing that it was his mother's order, Wang Chong did not dare to delay. He took off his loose training clothes and changed into a new one. Then he hurriedly followed Xiao Zhu to the main hall. It seems like it. The door to the main hall was tightly shut. 20 zhang away, Wang Chong's nose twitched. Suddenly, he caught a strong scent of incense in the air. This is the scent of high-grade Dao incense. Why would there be Dao incense in the house? What kind of esteemed guest is here? Wang Chong suddenly recognized it and was astonished. The houses of nobles, and the rich would all have Dao incense. However, the Dao incense in the house of nobles was different. Usually, only extremely esteemed guests would use it. In Wang Chong's impression, even the king of Song wouldn't use this Dao incense when he visited the Wang clan. But now, Wang Chong actually caught the scent of Dao incense. What in the world is going on? Wang Chong's curiosity was piqued. Jia, pushing open the door, Wang Chong immediately saw his mother kneeling on the ground, a respectful expression on her face. Around her were the maids, and servants, all of whom were also kneeling. Before her stood a palace eunuch with cloud patterns. Behind him were more than 10 chamberlains of imperial insignia, dressed in golden armor and exuding a powerful aura. When Wang Chong pushed open the door and walked in, the creaking sound attracted everyone's attention. Many pairs of eyes looked over from all directions. Wang Chong's eyes met with the palace eunuch, and his heart skipped a beat. His face immediately warped. This was a eunuch of the palace, and a yellow-robed eunuch at that. Yellow was the color of dragons. In the palace, there was only one kind of eunuch who dared to wear such cloud patterns, and that was the head eunuch who served the holy emperor. This was the first time Wang Chong had seen one in his life. "Unfilial son, hurry up and kneel before me." His mother's stern voice sounded from the guest hall, fearing that she would anger the head eunuch of the palace. Wang Chong's face darkened. He hurriedly stepped over the door sill and walked in. "Greetings, eunuch." Wang Chong walked over and hurriedly bowed, his mind a little uneasy. Even though they were eunuchs, they represented the emperor. If there wasn't anything important, they would never appear outside the palace. Gongzi received the decree. The head eunuch glanced at Wang Chong and said calmly. His face was expressionless, giving off an unfathomable feeling. Just like his mother, Wang Chong knelt down. However, his target wasn't the head eunuch, but the yellow imperial decree in the latter's hands. By the will of the heavens, the emperor declares, the young master of the Wang clan, Wang Chong, is to enter the palace immediately to meet the emperor. Thus, the head eunuch picked up the imperial decree on the silver plate, opened it, and read it out before Wang Chong and his mother. There was only a simple sentence on the imperial decree, and after that there was nothing else. That's it. Wang Chong raised his head and looked at the head eunuch in astonishment. Gongzi, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and receive the decree. The head eunuch looked at Wang Chong with disdain. Seeing that Wang Chong was looking at him, his snow-white eyebrows furrowed in displeasure. Wang Chong received the decree. Wang Chong hurriedly stood up, lowered his head, and respectfully received the imperial decree from the head eunuch. Only then did the head eunuch nod his head in satisfaction. Gongzi Wang, hurry up and take a bath. Follow me into the palace to meet the emperor. Wang Chong understands. Thank you, eunuch. An incense's time later, Wang Chong finally walked out of the Wang family residence. He was dressed in a white robe, a purple gold crown, and a jade pendant. The courtyard was silent. All of the servants had retreated, leaving only the head eunuch and the chamberlains of imperial insignia. Wang Chong lifted his head to look at the sky. Dark clouds hung low in the sky, creating a stifling atmosphere. The wind is blowing. Wang Chong looked up at the sky and muttered to himself. At that moment, at a place where his eyes couldn't see, Wang Chong suddenly caught a whiff of the wind. Whew! As though responding to Wang Chong's thoughts, a powerful gust of wind swept the fallen leaves across the courtyard, causing Wang Chong's robe to flutter. Amidst the rustling of the leaves, Wang Chong stepped into the carriage in the courtyard. Chapter 161. The carriage of the palace was extremely luxurious, and the floor was covered with a golden and red Persian carpet. It was said that during the era of Emperor Taizong, the Western Abbasid Caliphate royal family presented it to Emperor Taizong. The inner walls of the carriage were also covered with an extremely luxurious tapestry. The entire carriage was beautiful and extremely comfortable. However, Wang Chong wasn't in the mood to enjoy it. Seated in the carriage, Wang Chong's heart was in turmoil, unable to calm down for a long time. Regardless of whether it was his previous life or this life, the current Holy Emperor was a legend of the Central Plains, a myth. At the same time, he was also the greatest emperor in the history of the Central Plains. It was in his hands that the Tang Empire made great efforts to govern and put good officials in important positions. Thus, the Tang Empire reached its current level of political and military success. It was prosperous and was worshipped by people from all over the world. The wealth of the entire Tang dynasty allowed it to dominate the world and look down on all the other countries. It was under his hands that the entire Tang dynasty became the most powerful era in the history of the Central Plains. However, it was also this person who, in his later years, indulged in wine and women, neglected the affairs of the court, placed treacherous officials in important positions, alienated the capable, and pushed the empire into the abyss of destruction. It was the same person, but how could he change so much? His earlier and later years were like two different people. This was the deepest doubt in Wang Chong's heart, as well as an unsolvable riddle in the hearts of the future generations. In his previous life, Wang Chong was just an ignorant profligate scion. He couldn't even enter the royal palace, needless to say, meet the emperor. Later on, when Wang Chong came to his senses and worked hard, the Wang clan had already declined. He didn't even have the qualifications to meet the officials of the royal court, needless to say, the Holy Emperor. Later on, when Wang Chong finally became the Grand Marshal of the Central Plains, the greatest Holy Emperor in the history of the Tang dynasty had already turned into smoke, disappearing into the dust of history. For his entire life, Wang Chong was destined to never meet the greatest Holy Emperor in the history of the Tang dynasty. This was the deepest regret in Wang Chong's heart. However, as a person who had lived two lives, everything had changed. This was the first time Wang Chong had entered the palace to meet the emperor. "I wonder why your majesty is looking for me." Wang Chong felt uneasy. As he sat in the carriage, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Wang Chong had some vague guesses in his heart, but he could not confirm them. The summons this time was too sudden. Just as he was feeling apprehensive, the carriage suddenly stopped. A faint sound came from outside. "Greetings, Eunuch Hai." "Lord Wang." It seemed like someone had stopped the carriage. The carriage of the palace was no small matter. This person actually dared to stop the carriage of the palace. His identity was definitely no small matter. "Uncle." After listening for a while, Wang Chong abruptly sat up, greatly surprised. One of the voices belonged to the head eunuch, and the second voice was Wang Chong's big uncle, Wang Zhen. Wang Zhen was an influential official in the royal court, and he had the authority to discuss politics. His position was high, and his standing was extremely high. This standing wasn't just in the royal court. It seemed like Big Uncle was even able to speak a few words in the royal court. The two of them spoke with hushed voices, and at the very end, Wang Chong only heard the voice of the head eunuch. "Lord Wang, hurry up. Remember not to take too long." "Hua." Just as the head eunuch spoke, "Hua," the carriage door opened, and Big Uncle Wang Zhen hurriedly squeezed in with a grave expression. "Chong-er, time is of the essence, so listen carefully. There are some important points that you must remember well in this trip to the palace." Wang Zhen sat opposite to Wang Chong, and he hadn't even taken off his morning robe yet. Despite knowing Big Uncle for so long, this was the first time Wang Chong saw such a grave expression on his face. It was even more formidable than when the Yao clan schemed against the Wang clan. Lord Prime Minister has already gathered all of the officials and generals in the royal court to request His Majesty to pass the regional commander system and the policy of utilizing the WHO. However, it has been refuted by your grandfather. Wang Zhen went straight to the point and threw a heavy blow at Wang Chong. "Ah!" Wang Chong's body jolted in shock. It really was the regional commander system. However, what Wang Chong was concerned about wasn't this. Instead, he was concerned about Big Uncle's words. "Refuted by your grandfather." Even though Wang Chong didn't know much about politics, as someone who grew up in a clan of ministers and generals, he knew what it meant. The regional commander system and the policy of utilizing the WHO were proposed by the current prime minister. Since grandfather refuted this matter, it meant that the Wang clan was on the verge of falling out with the current prime minister. Not only so, in the Tang dynasty, grandfather was aloof from worldly affairs. His students and acquaintances were scattered all over the world, and he wielded a unique status. Even though he rarely participated in the politics of the royal court, he wielded immense influence in the royal court. This time he has stood out and publicly opposed the regional commander system and the WHO system. This is something that has never happened before. Wang Chong was well aware that the impact this matter would have on the imperial court was not as simple as his big uncle had said, that it would only be a rebuttal. What is His Majesty's stance on this matter? Wang Chong suddenly asked. "You're smart. You managed to think of the crux of the matter so quickly." Wang Zhen praised. His nephew's intelligence truly left him in awe at how he was able to understand the situation so quickly. However, that's where the problem lies. Even though the officials were caught off guard by your grandfather's reaction, causing the royal court to be in chaos during the morning assembly. More importantly, the Holy Emperor didn't express his stance on this matter at all. No one knows what the Holy Emperor is thinking. "Ah!" Wang Chong exclaimed in realization. "Now, do you know why I was so surprised and anxious when His Majesty summoned you to the royal palace?" Wang Zhen said. He had only received the news after the morning assembly ended. Just as the court was dismissed, he received news that the head eunuch of the royal palace had arrived at the Wang family residence, and he was summoning Wang Chong to the royal palace to meet the emperor. This news caught him off guard, and he was extremely shocked as well as deeply uneasy. Almost instinctively, Wang Zhen felt a sense of danger. Entering the palace to meet the emperor was a matter of great importance to any aristocratic family or clan. The Son of Heaven doesn't summon anyone for no reason. It would be fine if the emperor and his subjects did a good job, but if they didn't, it would spell disaster. In the previous dynasty, it wasn't the first or second time that a clan fell out of favor due to such a matter. Wang Chong had no experience in this aspect, so Wang Zhen couldn't help but worry. Time was of the essence, so Wang Zhen could only try to hail a carriage on the road. Wang Chong. This matter concerns our entire Wang clan. Not just you and your father, but me, your big aunt, your little uncle, and everyone else as well, Wang Zhen said grimly. He couldn't tell whether Wang Chong's entry into the royal palace was a blessing or a curse. He could only secretly hope that nothing would go wrong with this matter. So, you better listen to me. Once we enter the royal palace, answer whatever His Majesty asks you. Even if you don't know anything, you must say that you don't know anything. Whatever His Majesty doesn't ask, you mustn't say anything. Don't act on your own. Don't try to act smart, and don't try to show off your talents. After saying those words, Wang Zhen stared fixedly at Wang Chong. The atmosphere in the carriage was incredibly heavy. Wang Chong could sense the worry in his big uncle's heart. Even with his eyes closed, Wang Chong could sense the unease in his heart. The summons of the Son of Heaven is no small matter, especially when this matter involved the current Prime Minister, grandfather, and all the civil and military officials in the court, as well as the Han and Wu. More importantly, this matter involved the future fate and lifeline of the great Tang. Big uncle, don't worry. I know what I should do. Wang Chong closed his eyes, and after a moment of silence he spoke. His expression was calm, and it gave people a strong sense of influence. It's good that you understand. Wang Zhen was taken aback for a moment before nodding his head, after which he swiftly explained the details of the meeting with His Majesty. Wang Chong listened attentively to his words. Lord Wang, it's time. A sharp voice sounded from outside the carriage. The head eunuch of the Cloudweave guards knocked on the wall of the carriage, and a crisp sound echoed. Wang Zhen didn't dare to dally. After giving a few more reminders, he quickly dashed out of the carriage. Under the escort of a dozen chamberlains of imperial insignia, the carriage headed toward the royal palace. I hope that nothing will go wrong with this child. Wang Zhen looked at the departing back of the carriage worriedly. The royal palace of the Tang dynasty was grand and majestic. The thick walls of the palace, which were several dozen zhang tall, glistened under the sunlight. Sitting in the carriage, Wang Chong parted the curtains, only to see palaces, halls, and patrolling imperial army soldiers. The entire royal palace had a majestic and austere air to it. Looking at the majestic royal palace, Wang Chong suddenly felt a little dazed. In truth, Wang Chong had been to the royal palace before, even though all that was left of the palace back then was a pile of rubble and rubble. Seeing the majestic, and complete palace before him, Wang Chong couldn't help but feel an indescribable sorrow in his heart. Mountains and rivers crumble in the wind. One's life floats in the wind, and the rain hits duckweed. These were the 2 lines of a poem that Wang Chong recited back then. The royal palace was the center of the entire Tang dynasty, as well as the symbol of the unparalleled authority of the entire Central Plains. The fall of the royal palace didn't just represent the fate of a city, it also represented the fate of the entire nation. The past is in the past. This is my life. No matter what price I have to pay, I won't allow it to repeat itself. Wang Chong clenched his fists so tightly that he didn't even realize that his fingernails were digging into his flesh. Wang Gongzi, the Taiji Hall is right in front. His Majesty, the Holy Emperor, is waiting for you inside. Make sure not to offend the Holy Emperor when you arrive. The voice of the head eunuch sounded from outside the carriage. Thank you, Gongzi. Wang Chong understands. Recovering from his daze, Wang Chong nodded. Wang. After an unknown period of time, without any warning, a bizarre feeling suddenly welled up in his heart. Inexplicably, Wang Chong felt the world around him darken. In an instant, a powerful energy that could shake the world gushed toward him. This feeling was as if he had suddenly entered another world from one world. Chapter 162. The pressure was so dense that even the air seemed to have turned into mud. The further he went, the greater the pressure. In just a short period of time, Wang Chong felt the pressure increase exponentially. "Young Master Wang, please! We've arrived at the Taiji Palace." At the same time, the voice of the head eunuch came from the front. It was calm and emotionless. "Don't!" A finger lightly knocked on the wall of the carriage, and the door opened by itself. A ray of light shone through the door, but it was silent outside. An invisible tension filled the air. Wang Chong held onto the sides of the door and climbed out of the carriage. Lu-o-lu-lu, the carriage rumbled. Almost at the same moment that Wang Chong walked out, the palace eunuch drove the carriage away. After the carriage left, Wang Chong's eyes lit up. A majestic golden palace stood tall in front of him, as though it was in the clouds. At the four corners of the huge palace, there were 4 golden-armored generals with disdain in their eyes. They were like gods guarding the 4 corners, guarding the huge palace in the center. The 4 golden-armored generals exuded a storm-like pressure. Huge, brilliant, and resplendent halos shot out from beneath their feet, making the hall look like a kingdom of gods. The Emperor's dragon guards. A thought flashed across Wang Chong's mind. Dragons had their guards, and so did the Emperor. The 4 golden-armored generals were the most mysterious of the Emperor's dragon guards. Legend had it that each of the Emperor's dragon guards was a Saint Martial realm expert, and each of them possessed a secret technique of the royal family. They were the Emperor's most loyal servants and subordinates. The immense pressure that Wang Chong felt before came from these Saint Martial realm Emperor's dragon guards. Taking in a deep breath, Wang Chong calmed his mind and raised his head. Nearby, he could see a white jade stairway winding its way up to the massive golden gate of the palace. From afar, Wang Chong saw a few majestic golden words in front of the palace. "Taiji Palace!" Wang Chong muttered to himself as he recognized the handwriting. Each of these 3 words weighed more than 1,000 caddies. Just by looking at them from afar, one could feel the heaviness in one's heart, as if a huge mountain was pressing down on it. The residence of the Son of Heaven, the great ultimate temple. This was the first time Wang Chong had seen Taiji Palace with his own eyes. It was also his first time seeing the center of this world. At this moment, the most famous holy emperor of the entire Tang dynasty and Middle-earth was only inches away from him. Wang Chong couldn't help but feel excited. Once upon a time, meeting the greatest holy emperor of the Tang dynasty was Wang Chong's greatest wish in his previous life. But at that time, Wang Chong was destined to miss this wish. Now that everything had started all over again, Wang Chong finally had the chance to fulfill his wish. Being born in this world, how could one not know the supreme ruler of this world? Whether it was prosperity or decline, he was the architect of all of this. If Wang Chong wanted to fulfill his mission and change the fate of this world, he couldn't avoid this supreme ruler of the Tang dynasty. Summon Wang Chong into the palace. Just as Wang Chong was in a daze, a sudden clap of thunder seemed to explode in the air, and a loud voice resounded through the world. Summon Wang Chong into the palace. Summon Wang Chong into the palace. Summon Wang Chong into the palace. As soon as his words fell, the echoes reverberated in all directions. His loud and clear voice resounded everywhere. Wang Chong's mind shook, and he finally came back to his senses. Stepping onto the white jade stairs, he walked step by step toward the majestic, towering Taiji Palace that seemed to be above the clouds. The pressure on his shoulders overlapped and followed him like a shadow. With every step Wang Chong took, the pressure on his body increased, and even his footsteps became exceptionally heavy. The Emperor's dragon guards. To get close to the Holy Emperor, one must first pass through the Emperor's dragon guards. The white jade stairs were the steps of the Emperor. Without a strong will or an extremely strong cultivation, one would never have the chance to meet the emperor. In the past, countless people had been stopped on this white jade stairs. In his previous life, Wang Chong had already missed the chance to meet the emperor. This time, Wang Chong didn't want to miss it. Tap, tap, tap. The entire Taiji Palace was quiet. Aside from Wang Chong, there was no one else. The world was quiet, and the sound of footsteps echoed throughout the world. Time passed slowly. In Wang Chong's perception, the Taiji Palace in front of him was like a huge storm, and the closer he was to the storm, the stronger the pressure. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead without him realizing it, but Wang Chong was unaware. This was a white jade staircase with thousands of steps. Wang Chong had never walked such a long staircase before. It was so long that it felt like countless centuries, with no end in sight. Sweat flowed out without him realizing it, even drenching his clothes. The pressure on his shoulders also overlapped, as if there were layers upon layers of huge mountains. Wang Chong's essence was constantly depleting, and his stamina was constantly weakening. His feet felt like they were filled with lead, making them extremely heavy. To Wang Chong, this short journey felt like a lifetime. Buzz. After some time, bzz, Wang Chong's mind trembled as the world around him suddenly changed. An energy that caused the world to change color, solemn, dignified, and vast, suffused with a supreme aura, erupted in front of him and engulfed the world. Wang Chong's mind trembled as he suddenly snapped out of his daze. Only then did he realize that he had unknowingly reached the end of the white jade staircase. In front of him, a majestic and divine golden hall stood before him. In this hall, Wang Chong sensed an inconceivably powerful aura. Although he had already restrained it, the aura he emanated was still so powerful that it made one's heart tremble. In his previous life, Wang Chong had experienced countless battles of blood and fire. He had experienced countless trials of life and death. His will had long been tempered to become extremely tenacious. However, in front of this aura, Wang Chong could not help but feel a deep sense of reverence. It was as though he was facing the heavens and earth. Before this aura, everyone couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority. In that instant, Wang Chong couldn't help but fall into a daze. Some distant memories, like dregs, suddenly floated up in his mind at this moment. Inexplicably, Wang Chong once again recalled that controversial topic in his future life. In the world of the Tang dynasty in the Central Plains, who was the true #1 expert? In the apocalyptic era, was he the one who received orders to turn the tide and become the Grand Marshal of the Central Plains, leading the last soldiers of the Central Plains to battle against the foreign cavalry for 10-odd years, and ultimately slaying Kong Yalyushin? Or was he the one who fought against 10,000 alone, and in the final moments of his life he valiantly killed tens of thousands of foreign invaders? Or was it someone like his master, the demonic Emperor Old Man, who, though unknown in the imperial court, had shone brightly in the martial arts world, becoming an invincible expert who dominated the world? Or was he the unfathomable, snow-white, and unprepossessing holy monk from the Uzun Plateau? In an instant, countless famous figures that Wang Chong knew flashed through his mind. But in the end, they were all denied by Wang Chong. In this world, if there was one person who could suppress everyone else and be called the world's undisputed #1 expert, then Wang Chong believed that this person could, and it could only be one person. The supreme and unfathomable Holy Emperor, the Son of Heaven of the Tang dynasty. Wang Chong deeply remembered that those seniors who helped him to the position of Grand Marshal had once said that if the Holy Emperor, the Son of Heaven of the Tang dynasty was still alive, if the greatest emperor in the history of the Central Plains was still alive, if that was the case, this war might turn out to be a completely different situation. Because in the history of the Tang dynasty, the Holy Emperor, the Son of Heaven, was the only one who had managed to reach the divine martial realm and survive. The difference between the holy martial realm and the divine martial realm was like the difference between heaven and earth, between man and God. The two were incalculable. Most of the experts in the holy martial realm did not have the qualification to reach the divine martial realm even at the end of their lives. Among them was Wang Chong of the previous generation. There were various opinions about the Son of Heaven's attempt to reach the divine martial realm in the Tang dynasty. Some people said that the attempt had failed, but Wang Chong had personally heard those seniors say that they had indeed felt the aura of the divine martial realm from the Holy Emperor. Therefore, whether the Holy Emperor's attempt was a success or a failure, or a half success or a half failure, no one would ever know. Judging from the time, it should have happened not long ago. Wang Chong raised his head and murmured in his heart. Wang Chong had once hated and complained about the Holy Emperor of the Tang dynasty. But in the end, when he walked to the front of this Tai Chi palace and was very close to the Holy Emperor of the Tang dynasty, Wang Chong found that in the end, there was only respect left in his heart. Perhaps he had made many mistakes. Perhaps he had single-handedly caused the destruction of this empire. But in the end, what Wang Chong remembered was still the founder of the prosperity of the Tang dynasty. At the same time, he was also the most proactive and enterprising pioneer in the history of the entire Middle Earth. The doors of the Tai Chi palace were wide open. Wang Chong took a deep breath and, against a mountain-like pressure, stepped through the doors of the Tai Chi palace. Rumble. The moment he stepped through the doors, the world shook. It was just a single step, but Wang Chong felt as if he had stepped from one world into another, from another space to another. In an instant, Wang Chong felt a powerful aura, an existence that was much more powerful than himself in his previous life, a supreme existence that was even more unfathomable than So Yung-sun and the evil emperor. In an instant, the whole world seemed to fall silent. In Wang Chong's world, there was only that unreachable figure. Wang Chong greets the Holy Emperor, the Son of Heaven. Chapter 163. The entire Taiji Palace was silent. Wang Chong could feel a pair of dignified and disdainful eyes looking down from above, piercing through the void and landing on him. From this gaze, Wang Chong could only feel one thing, unfathomable. Since ancient times, accompanying a sovereign is like accompanying a tiger, and the might of the heavens is unfathomable. Wang Chong could not sense any emotion from this gaze. He was also unable to fathom what the Son of Heaven of the Tang dynasty was thinking. In the silence of the palace, Wang Chong remained kneeling on the floor, unmoving. In the silence of the palace, Wang Chong could hear his own heartbeat. After an unknown period of time, which felt like an instant, but also like countless centuries, Wang Chong finally heard an authoritative and thunderous voice. Wang Chong, I heard that you are opposed to my regional commander's system, and whose system? The voice was indifferent, devoid of any emotion. Wang Chong's heart trembled. When a subject submitted a memorial, he had to answer it. However, the Holy Emperor's words weren't easy to answer. On a smaller scale, Wang Chong was only expressing his opinion on the Holy Emperor's words. On a larger scale, Wang Chong was opposing the Holy Emperor. Yes. Wang Chong hesitated, but he still replied. Speak. That voice spoke calmly, authoritatively, and majestically. Yes. Wang Chong lowered his head and replied respectfully. The air in the palace churned, and a gust of wind blew in. Wang Chong's heart began to tremble along with this gust of wind. For some reason, the words Big Uncle Wang Zhen had said on the carriage echoed in his ears once more. The more you speak, the fewer mistakes you'll make. The less you speak, the less mistakes you'll make. If His Majesty asks, you must answer. If you know, you must say that you know. If you don't know, you must say that you don't know. If you know, you must only say that you know. You don't understand politics, so you don't know anything. It's my first time meeting the Emperor. I don't want to be meritorious, but I want to avoid making mistakes. This matter concerns our entire Wang clan. It's not just you and your father, but me, your big aunt, your little uncle, and everyone else. You mustn't be reckless. Remember this. These words were the culmination of Big Uncle Wang Zhen's decades of experience. Even though it sounded slippery, it was the best advice for an inexperienced scion like Wang Chong. The more you speak, the more mistakes you will make. The less you speak, the less mistakes you will make. Entering the palace to meet the emperor was no small matter. With the Wang clan's current status, they no longer needed Wang Chong's help in this matter. As long as he didn't make any mistakes, everything would be fine. It was just that, thinking back to his previous life, Wang Chong couldn't make himself remain silent. The Jidushi system and the Hu system were the root causes of the chaos in the Tang dynasty. Now he finally had a chance to meet the Holy Emperor and have a chance to remonstrate with him. If he missed this opportunity, he would never be able to forgive himself for the rest of his life. At this point, Wang Chong hesitated no more. Your Majesty, the Jidushi system and the Hu system are the root causes of the chaos in the Tang dynasty. This policy must not be implemented. In the next moment, Wang Chong kneeled on the ground and recounted his thoughts in detail, even including the words he had used to persuade the elders in the Four Quarters Embassy, without holding anything back. No one knew better than Wang Chong how dangerous the Jidushi system would be in the future. Wang Chong knew that this was an opportunity for him to change history. Your Majesty, the Hu have formed their own faction. The Hu protect the Hu, and the Hu promote the Hu. Once this precedent is set, it will surely bring disaster to the Tang dynasty. Your Majesty, please reconsider. After saying those words, Wang Chong kneeled on the floor, not moving in the slightest. These words came from the bottom of his heart, and they were Wang Chong's true thoughts. Those who had never experienced that chaotic era would never be able to imagine it. To Wang Chong, the words he said to his grandfather and the Holy Emperor weren't just a possibility or a prophecy. They were a reality that would happen in the future. However, other than him, no one else in the Central Plains knew of it. Even more so, no one knew that the fate of the empire rested on a single thought of the Holy Emperor. The hall was silent, devoid of any sound. After an unknown period of time, Wang Chong finally heard a voice. I understand. You can leave now. When you return, write a memorial of what you have just said and submit it to me. This was the third and final sentence that Wang Chong had heard since entering the Taiji Palace. Yes. Wang Chong was taken aback, after which he bowed and left the hall. Who? Beneath the white jade steps, a gust of wind blew, and Wang Chong's entire body turned cold. Only then did he realize that even his shoes were wet. Accompanying a sovereign was like accompanying a tiger. The pressure in the Taiji Palace was simply too great. In there, every step Wang Chong took was even more difficult than a major battle. But this wasn't what Wang Chong was concerned about. I wonder if His Majesty has listened to me? Recalling what had just happened, Wang Chong's heart was filled with worry. Wang Chong was in a daze. Even when he came out at the end, Wang Chong didn't know whether he had succeeded or failed. He wondered if His Majesty had listened to him at all. Accompanying a sovereign is like accompanying a tiger. In the entire hall, Wang Chong had said quite a bit, saying everything that needed to be said. But from the moment he entered to the moment he came out, Wang Chong had only heard 3 sentences. Wang Chong, I heard that you oppose my regional commander's system and the Hu system. Speak. I understand. You can leave now. When you return, write a memorial of what you have just said and submit it to me. Just based on these 3 sentences, Wang Chong couldn't tell whether the Holy Emperor was delighted or furious. He couldn't tell whether he had listened to what he had said or not. Furthermore, what was the meaning behind the other party's request for him to write a memorial? Wang Gongzi, please. A familiar voice sounded. Wang Chong snapped out of his daze and saw a golden carriage parked not too far away. A eunuch stood by the side, and it was the head eunuch who had escorted him into the royal palace. The heart of a sovereign is truly unfathomable. Wang Chong sighed as he lowered his head and entered the carriage. The carriage left the royal palace, and eventually Wang Chong was sent to the Wang family residence. Not long after returning to the residence, Wang Chong wrote all of his thoughts, as well as his thoughts on the financial system, into a memorial. That very night, Wang Chong's memorial was sent to the royal palace along with the head eunuch. After doing all of this, Wang Chong tossed everything aside and began to cultivate the complete version of the little Inyang art. Hong Long. A single stone raised 1,000 ripples. Wang Chong had never imagined that on the very next day his memorial would appear in the imperial court and be circulated to all the officials, causing a huge uproar in the court. Preposterous! Wang Zhen, is this the opinion of your Wang clan? Your Majesty, this humble subject wishes to impeach Wang Zhen and that Wang Chong. That day in the royal court, imperial censor Zhou Zhang suddenly bellowed furiously and grabbed Wang Zhen's beard. Hua! In an instant, a huge commotion broke out in the royal court. No one had expected Zhou Zhang to make a move before so many people. Lord Zhou, let go. Zhou Zhang, what are you doing? How dare you act so audaciously before the Son of Heaven? The officials surrounded Wang Zhen and Zhou Zhang tightly, and the situation was chaotic. But before the first wave subsided, another wave rose. At the same time that the officials surrounded Wang Zhen and Zhou Zhang, Wang Zhen and Zhou Zhang were stunned. Putong! In the Hall of Supreme Harmony, the ground shook violently, as though a meteor had crashed into the ground. Amidst the crowd of officials, a tall and sturdy figure knelt heavily on the ground like a falling jade pillar, prostrating himself in worship. Your Majesty, this humble subject Abusi has made great contributions to the Tang dynasty. I am loyal and devoted to you. Your Majesty, I beseech your Majesty to uphold justice for this humble subject. Following Abusi's words, thud, 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 the officials in the royal court knelt down like wooden pillars. In the 200-odd years since the establishment of the Tang dynasty, the Hu and Han had lived together. Not only were there Han officials in the royal court, there were also Hu generals. Wang Chong's memorial caused all of the Hu generals in the royal court to kneel with their heads facing the Holy Emperor. In an instant, the originally noisy imperial court fell into a deathly silence. All of the officials stared at the kneeling Hu officials, speechless. Only Wang Zhen stood in the royal court, his clothes in disarray, looking at the kneeling Hu officials, his face warped in shock. But this wasn't the end of the matter. Walala! Countless pigeons, kites, jays, eagles, and eagles flew out from the capital. There had never been a day when so many birds flew out from the capital. The birds that were transmitting messages blotted out the sky and covered the sun, covering the entire sky. Upon seeing this sight, even the elders who had lived in the capital for decades were dumbfounded. Preposterous! 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 In the Chishi governor's manor in the rear of the western regions, a blue-eyed, bearded Hu with a domineering aura bellowed in rage. I have contributed greatly to the Tang dynasty while guarding the western regions. How dare a brat humiliate me like this? How hateful! He deserves to die. Hong Long, the green-eyed Hu raised his palm, and with a loud boom, the metal table in front of him shattered into pieces. The immense force caused the ground to tremble, and a huge cloud of dust burst out of the governor's manor, rising nearly 100 zhang into the air. The Hu form their own faction. The Han promote the Hu, and the Hu promote the Hu. Feng Chongqing, aren't you a Han official? This brat is spouting nonsense. He deserves to die. In the vast desert of the western regions, a 5,000-strong armored army was on the move. At the very front of the army was a beautiful and handsome general with an aura that was as vast as the mountains and as vast as the seas. He looked no different from a Han, but the Xinlua jade token by his waist revealed his identity. He was the Anqi Vice Protector General, Duke of Miyun Gao Xinji. He was the only Xinlua Vice Protector General in the entire Tang dynasty, as well as the highest standing of the Xinlua people in the Tang dynasty. In the military world of the Tang dynasty, he wielded unparalleled authority. Anqi Vice Protector General Gao Xinji was known for his elegant bearing, and even when he was angry, he maintained a calm expression. However, Gao Xinji raised his right hand, and with a crack, the neck of a warhorse broke. Without any warning, it suddenly fell to the ground, motionless. Chapter 164. Humph. In the new city bordering Uzin and Longyu of the Tang dynasty, a valiant general with a pair of eagle eyes and a tall nose harumphed coldly as a piercing glint flashed across his eyes. The Big Dipper rises high in the sky, and Geshu Han carries his saber in the night. In the western border of the Tang dynasty, there was no one who didn't know of the Big Dipper, General Geshu Han. Dressed in golden armor and carrying a long saber by his waist, he was the Big Dipper, General Geshu Han. There were many generals in the great Tang Empire, but there were very few who could be called great generals and had a status above the other generals. As the vice commander of the Big Dipper army, the Big Dipper General Geshu Han's standing was unimaginable. A memorial submitted by a 15-year-old youth had stirred up a storm in the royal court, shaking the entire royal court. It was impossible for Geshu Han to be unaware of such a huge matter. In truth, he had been standing on the city walls for a very long time with the news delivered by a messenger pigeon in his hand. Another repeat of the events in Chang'an. Wangchong? Humph. Yet another commander of Chang'an. Damn it. Geshu Han's face steeled as he gripped the letter tightly. Back then, during the reign of the previous emperor, Geshu Han's mother passed away, and he lived in the Tang dynasty for several decades, admiring the elegance of the Tang dynasty. When his mother passed away, Geshu Han learned the customs of the Han and observed mourning for 3 years, but he was mocked by a lowly official in the capital, commander of Chang'an. He said that who learned the customs of the great Zhou, and that they were nothing more than monkeys. Geshu Han was extremely filial to his mother, and he viewed this matter as a great humiliation. It was precisely because of this that Geshu Han threw away his brush and joined the army. And now, Wang Chang's memorial reminded him of that lowly official in Chang. Boom! Cold killing intent flashed across Geshu Han's eyes. Boom! A burst of flames burst into the air, reaching a height of more than 10 zhang, and incinerating the letter in Geshu Han's hand. In the 200 years of the Tang dynasty, there were innumerable Hu. Wang Chang's memorial had incurred the wrath of countless Hu. Wang Chang's memorials flew in from all directions, like snowflakes. This would have been fine, but Wang Chang's memorial had not only enraged these people. Qishi Protector General and Anxi Protector General Fuming Lingming, Vice Protector General Gao Xianji, Big Dipper Great General Geshu Han, Biting Vice Protector General and Sishan, these Hu great generals all held influential positions in the Tang dynasty. When the angry memorials of these protector generals, deputy protector generals, and great generals appeared in the court of the Tang dynasty, the nature of the matter instantly changed. Even Wang Zhen's face paled. The impact of this matter far exceeded his expectations, and he was in a state of losing control. Not only that, the Hu had been vassals for so many years, and this had affected not only the Hu, but the Han in the royal court as well. Many of the imperial censors did not dare to attack Duke Jiao, so they targeted the 15-year-old Wang Chong. In an agitated tone, they said that Wang Chong was ridiculing the court. Some of the other officials were even more agitated. They said that Wang Chong and the Wang clan harbored malicious intentions and intended to divide the Han and Hu against each other. This was detrimental to the Han, and they demanded that Wang Chong punish them severely, even including Wang Chong's big uncle Wang. General, many people had not expected this matter to develop to this extent. The consort Taizhan incident had only affected the civil and military officials of the royal court, as well as the local officials. Its influence was limited to the Han. However, Wang Chong's memorial pushed the regional commander system and the Hu into a corner, dragging all of the Hu and their border generals into the mix as well. In terms of influence, this matter had far surpassed the consort Taizhan incident. Deep in the night, all was quiet. While many people in the capital were still sleeping, the Wang family residence was brightly lit by candles. Chonger, you can't. You have to hide for a while. In Wang Chong's study, Big Uncle Wang Zhen was pacing back and forth, his hands behind his back. His eyes were sunken, and there was a faint green tint to them. It seemed like he had not rested for a long time. The regional commander's system and the Hu great generals have already far surpassed the expectations of you, me and the old master. The repercussions of this matter are too great. These imperial censors are not only going to interrogate you and me, they are even planning to impeach the old master. Wang Zhen's anxiety was undisguised. Only he himself knew how much pressure he had been under in this period of time. Gao, Xianji, Fomenlinta, Geshu Han, and Sis Han, these esteemed Hu great generals, had not only sent memorials to the court, they had also sent him letters of criticism. Wang Zhen was an important official of the court, and his status was definitely not low. But these people, not a single one of them had a lower status than him. Only the heavens knew how much pressure Wang Zhen had been under when all the Hu great generals' letters of criticism had arrived at his residence. And this was only a small part of it. Every morning, those imperial censors and Han generals who sympathized with the Hu would surround him, either cursing or impeaching him. Even his court robes would be torn. In his decades in the court, Wang Zhen had encountered all sorts of political storms. But this time, it was completely different. Wang Zhen could smell an intense danger. Humph, they dare. Behind his desk, Wang Chong clenched his fists in fury. He already knew everything, including the torrent of curses from the Hu and the censors accusing him of interfering in court affairs. From today onwards, the Tang dynasty, the Central Plains, and all the Hu, including him, would be irreconcilable enemies with the Wang clan. The Tang dynasty had been established for more than 200 years, and the Hu had already infiltrated every aspect of the country. Now that Wang Chong had offended these people, it was easy to imagine how his future would turn out. But regardless of whether it was the wrath of the Hu generals or the censors, Wang Chong wasn't afraid of them. Wang Chong only felt grief and indignation. Yes, he was impeaching the Hu. The regional commander system and the Hu system had always been beneficial to the Hu. Anyone who opposed these two policies would be harming the interests of all Hu. Wang Chong wasn't surprised at all that he would incur the scolding and questioning of so many Hu. What Wang Chong was truly concerned about were the Han who supported the Hu and opposed him. Blinded by a single leaf, unable to see Mount Tai, stuffed with beans in one's ears, unable to hear the thunder, that was right. Chikuan, He Li was indeed a loyal official. Ashina, Shi Er had also contributed greatly to the Tang dynasty. These two were good Hu officials under Emperor Taizong. But who was the one who fought against Emperor Taizong? The Han. It was the Hu was the one fighting against the Tang dynasty to the north of the Yin Mountains and west of the Tsong Mountains. Was it the Han? It was the Hu. It was the Uzun's men. Regardless of the era or space-time, there would always be some people who forgot their identity and sympathized with their enemies more than their own people. They could easily put themselves in the shoes of their enemies and sympathize with them. But it was only towards their own people that they were exceptionally harsh. They would often berate and criticize coldly, saying that they didn't see the big picture, didn't understand etiquette, and lost the demeanor of a great country. Divide the Han and the Han? Pit the Hu and the Han against each other? Was there a need for him to create a conflict between the Hu and the Han? Wasn't this already the truth? Wouldn't it be these who would incite a rebellion and tear apart the Tang dynasty in the future? Wouldn't it be these who would govern the military towns in the future? Never overestimate the loyalty of the Hu. This was the lesson that Wang Chong learned from his previous life. When the Tang dynasty was at its peak, they were willing to serve the Tang dynasty. But when the Tang dynasty fell, don't expect them to be willing to serve the Han to the death. Instead of thinking about how to protect themselves, they were willing to relinquish their authority to the Hu, allowing them to fight for them on the battlefield and protect them. How foolish and laughable was that? Might makes right. Regardless of which era it was, any people who didn't understand this principle deserved to die. Chong-er, This isn't the time to let your emotions affect your decisions. You have to find a way to hide. Try not to show yourself in this period of time. Wang Zhen said solemnly. Hide? Where can I hide? If the censors were to impeach me and the royal court summons me, how can I not go? Wang Chong said calmly. Seated behind his desk, his expression was calm and fearless, as if he had already thought through everything and made all preparations. Looking at the composed Wang Chong, Wang Zhen felt an indescribable emotion welling up in his heart. Once upon a time, he had always treated Wang Chong as an immature 15-year-old child. Thus, he had always treated Wang Chong harshly, often reprimanding him. Even after Wang Chong schemed against the Yao clan, Wang Zhen still felt that he was too young to bear such great responsibility. But at this moment, Wang Zhen suddenly realized that while Wang Chong might still be young, his heart had already matured into that of an adult. Even he was unable to maintain his composure regarding the regional commander's incident and the matter. But this nephew of his, as the instigator of all of this, was actually able to maintain his composure, even coldly stating the unavoidable truth to him. This was something that even he was unable to do. Chong-a, you've finally grown up. At this moment, Wang Zhen couldn't help but sigh. Not even he realized that at this moment, his view of Wang Chong had greatly changed. Unknowingly, Wang Zhen had begun to view him as a trustworthy peer who he could discuss things with. Chong-er is right. I also feel that he has no way of avoiding this matter, nor can he avoid it. A voice came from the side. Wang Chong's little uncle, Wang Mi, was seated by the side, a contemplative look on his face. He had rushed back yesterday. With such a major incident happening in the Wang clan, it was impossible for him not to return. At this sort of time, it was always better to have another person to discuss things with. But he didn't understand the matters of the court, so he couldn't interfere in the conversation between Wang Chong and his older brother. But instinctively, Wang Mi felt that what Wang Chong said was correct. Chong-a, I hope that little uncle feels that you were too rash in this matter. In truth, you didn't have to write that memorial at all. Impossible. I had to write that memorial, and I had to write it this way. Before little uncle could finish his words, Wang Chong interrupted him. Wang Chong wouldn't regret this matter at all. There were some things that one had to do, regardless of the price, even if one knew that it would be filled with thorns. Once he did it, Wang Chong wouldn't regret it. Sigh. Wang Mi and Wang Zhen sighed deeply. He had even stopped a carriage along the way to persuade Wang Chong to enter the royal palace, but he didn't think that Wang Chong would still go through with it. Furthermore, it was done in a way that he didn't expect. But what was done could not be undone, and even the old master had agreed to it. There was nothing Wang Zhen could say about it. Pum! Just as they were in the midst of their discussion, a loud bang sounded from outside. It seemed like someone had barged in. The trio in the study raised their heads. But before they could stand up, boom! With a resounding boom, the door to Wang Chong's study was smashed into pieces by a powerful force. Before the shocked gazes of the trio, several chamberlains of imperial insignia barged in from the door. You are Wang Chong. The few of them stared at Wang Chong coldly as they spoke impassively. I am. Wang Chong was bewildered. He couldn't make sense of what was going on. Very well. Wang Chong, you've been arrested. Come with us. The chamberlains of imperial insignia said coldly, after which they stepped forward and grabbed Wang Chong from both sides, ready to leave. What? Wang Zhen and Wang Mi were shocked. At this moment, Wang Zhen saw the token hanging on their waists. It was a black prison character. They were the prison guards of the royal palace. Wait a moment. What crime are you arresting him for? In the annals of the Tang dynasty, you dare to arrest someone who has never committed a crime. Wang Zhen bellowed furiously. How dare you interfere in the affairs of the royal court? One of the royal guards took out a golden order to detain him. This is a warrant from the royal court. There are the signatures of the Minister of War, Minister of Punishments, Prime Minister, and Censor. More importantly, there's also His Majesty's seal. What? Wang Zhen's body trembled. Looking at the dragon seal on the warrant, he felt as though he had been struck by lightning. He couldn't believe his eyes. Lord Wang, you are an important official of the royal court. I hope that you won't obstruct the royal court's decision to detain a serious criminal. Otherwise, don't blame us for capturing you as well and throwing you into the imperial prison. The final words of the royal guard left even Wang me dumbfounded. Imperial prison? Not the Bureau of Punishments, not the Court of Judicial Review, and the imperial prison of the royal palace. Wasn't that a place where only criminals on death row were locked up? Wang Mi was dumbfounded, but the prison guards didn't fall into a daze. They sealed Wang Chang's acupoint and dragged him out of the room. In just a few moments, they had already disappeared from sight. A long time later, a sorrowful cry sounded from the Wangchong residence. At this time it was daybreak. Chapter 165. Dawn. In the inner courtyard of the imperial palace, the dragon drum and dragon bell rang together. The news of Wangchang's arrest and imprisonment spread. Before the morning court session began, an old official with white hair appeared in the inner palace. His hair and beard were all standing on end. His whole body was trembling, and his face was full of grief and indignation. His white head kept banging against the dragon drum and bell, causing blood to flow out. There has never been a precedent of disrespecting the imperial court. Your Majesty, are you going to set a precedent and be punished for your words? The old censor, he banged the drum and bell again and again, his expression incomparably furious. As an old minister of the previous dynasty and an imperial censor during the reign of the late emperor, He Ting was loyal and devoted. He admonished the late emperor with a straight face and once received the imperial elixir edict iron voucher. It was just that he was getting on in years and was now over 70 years old, so he resigned and returned home. He hadn't been involved in politics for 30 years, and he didn't expect something like this to happen. Hearing about Wang Chang's matter, the old imperial censor was incomparably furious. Almost as soon as he received the news, he ordered his children to prepare their court robes, took the previous emperor's Dan Shu iron voucher, opened the city gates, and went straight to the inner court. This has never happened in the 200 years since the founding of this dynasty. If His Majesty were to be punished for this matter, he would definitely be an incapable ruler. The impact caused by Wang Chong was far more than that. When the bell rang in the morning, all the civil and military officials rushed in. Your subject, Zhang Yaken, requests Your Majesty to release Wang Chong. Almost as soon as they entered the hall, one of the ministers fell to his knees with a thud. Then the second, the third, the fourth. Your subject Lu Lin requests Your Majesty to release Wang Chong. Your subject, Su Hanwu, requests Your Majesty to release Wang Chong. Subordinate Sun Taijia beseeches Your Majesty to release Wang Chong. I, Gutong, request Your Majesty to release Wang Chong. Each of the ministers had a solemn look on their faces, and their expressions were filled with anger. Zhang Yaken, Lu Lin, Su Hanwu, what are you trying to do? This scene caused Xiao He and the others to be flabbergasted, all of them stunned. However, right after Xiao He finished speaking, something even more shocking happened. This official has a complaint against Xiao He. I, Li Yunlin, wish to lodge a complaint against Lu Yu. Your subject Zhang Song wishes to lodge a complaint against Zhou Ju. I, Lu Feng, would like to lodge a complaint against Zhang Gui. Your subject, Zhou Renren, wishes to present a copy of Great General Abusi's book. Thud, thud, thud. The figures knelt down heavily like wooden stakes. Even Great General Luo Busi was stunned by the last sentence. The large imperial court suddenly fell silent. Xiao He and the others did not know why, but when they saw the furious gazes that were directed at them one after another, Xiao He and the others vaguely understood something. They suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. Rejection. A strong rejection. For the first time, he felt like they were being labeled. For the first time, he tasted the feeling of being ostracized by the civil and military officials. When Wang Chong said that the Hu formed their own faction, these officials initially did not believe it and even felt that it was not a big deal. But this time, so many Hu generals had submitted a joint petition. How could Wang Chong be wrong? Gao Xianji was from Xinluo. Fomin Linta was a Chong. Geshu Han was from Tuki. Abusi was from Tongluo. And Sis Han was from Turkic. But this time, for the sake of dealing with Wang Chong, these different were actually willing to work together. All of the Han officials were infuriated. And when Wang Chong was captured and thrown into the imperial prison in the early hours of the morning, his rage reached its peak. The Hu formed their own faction. Was there even a need to say it? Initially, everyone was still disapproving of Wang Chong's petition. But now, who would dare to think that way? The most hateful thing was that, as the imperial censor, Xiao He and the others were actually speaking up for an outsider. An outsider was detestable, but an insider was even more so. Xiao He and the others did not know that they had already been marked with the symbol of a foreign tribe. Right now, anyone who spoke up for the Hu would be the enemy of all the Han officials. The entire imperial court was silent, other than Xiao He and the other Hu generals. All of the Han officials kneeled down, refusing to budge. Your Majesty, Wang Chong is only a 15-year-old child, and he has a patriotic heart. If he were to be punished for his words, wouldn't the people of the world be disappointed? I beseech your Majesty to look into this matter. Dong. When Duke Su and the other dukes, whose standing wasn't beneath Gao Xianji, kneeled down, the atmosphere in the imperial court reached a boiling point. These words didn't just represent Duke Su's words, it also represented the thoughts of all of the officials kneeling here. The entire imperial court was deathly silent. Standing amidst the crowd, Wang Zhen looked at this sight with a myriad of emotions in his heart. Chong-er, did you see that? Initially, Wang Zhen felt that Wang Chong didn't listen to his advice and wrote the petition. But at this moment, Wang Zhen felt that Wang Chong's actions were the right choice. That morning, when more than 80% of the officials kneeled down to plead for Wang Chong, the news shook the entire imperial court. The Wang family, release me, release me. When the news that her brother Wang Chong had been captured and thrown into the imperial prison spread, the Wang family's little sister flew into a rage. For guards, 8 servants, and 6 maids couldn't hold her back at all. Pum! One of the guards was sent flying, crashing heavily into the wall, causing it to collapse. Wang Xiaoyao's innate strength wasn't something that an ordinary person could withstand. Let me into the palace. How dare he capture my brother? I'll kill that dog of an emperor. The Wang family's little sister bellowed furiously. Young mistress, don't. You mustn't say such words. If others were to hear such words, they would surely kill you. All of the guards, maids, and servants paled upon hearing those words. How could such words be spoken so casually? If word were to spread, the Wang clan would be punished with confiscation. In an instant, 6 to 7 hands reached for the Wang family's little sister's mouth, and even more guards rushed forward to surround her and press her down. Not too far away from Wang Xiaoyao, Madame Wang was seated on a wooden armchair. If she had heard the Wang family's little sister spouting such outrageous words in the past, she would have long slapped her. But at this moment, Madame Wang sat there motionlessly, tears flowing down her cheeks. Madame Wang had witnessed Wang Chong being captured, and from then on, she hadn't had a single drop of water to drink. Have you sent anyone over to the old master's residence? Madame Wang suddenly asked. I've been there. The doors of the 4 Quarters Embassy are tightly shut, and it's impossible to enter at the moment. The guard lowered his head, and his expression was extremely gloomy. In an instant, despair flashed across Madame Wang's eyes. As a woman, there was nothing she could do. She could only pin her hopes on her father-in-law. But for some reason, the doors of the Four Quarters Embassy were tightly shut all of a sudden, such that even her big brother couldn't enter. Madame Wang had no idea what was going on. The only person she could think of who could save Wang Chong was her father-in-law. If even her father-in-law was helpless, then she really didn't know what she could do. Madame Wang wasn't the only one despairing. What should we do? Should we inform young master's master of this matter? In the corner of the room, Shen Hai suddenly thought of the evil emperor. It's useless. This is a matter of the royal court. Besides, his martial arts have been crippled, so there's no need to disturb him. Shen Hai's suggestion was rejected by Meng Long without any hesitation. He wanted to save the young master as well, but this wasn't a viable solution. At the same time, in the backyard of the Wang family residence, a gray-robed, middle-aged man sighed deeply. Li Zhuxin was hired by Wang Chong at a cost of 5,000 gold taels. He had once promised to ensure Wang Chong's safety. However, this matter was truly beyond his capabilities. On the wall not too far away from Li Zhuxin, Mayase Mayaka was squatting silently with her head lowered. She seemed to be in low spirits. Although they were all top-notch experts, they were also helpless in this kind of situation. Under an old locust tree in the west of the city, So Yung-sun sat upright with a golden chessboard placed before him. From dawn till dusk, the other side of the golden chessboard was still empty. So Yung-sun still didn't see the figure he was waiting for. Da-da-da! Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard. The old servant Fong Hong hurried over and whispered into So Yung-sun's ears. Wang. Hearing Fong Hong's words, So Yung-sun's eyelids twitched, and his face warped in shock. Who? A gust of wind blew past, and the locust tree fell silent. So Yung-sun sat beneath the old locust tree with his eyes closed. A contemplative look appeared on his face. No one could tell what he was thinking. It seems like I won't be able to play today. After an unknown period of time, So Yung-sun slowly opened his eyes. With a wave of his hand, he tidied up the black and white stones on the table and placed them back into the box. Then he picked up the golden chessboard and slowly walked out. Grandfather, you must save Big Brother. So Yung-sun had barely taken a few steps when a figure suddenly pounced over and hugged So Yung-sun's ankle, bawling loudly. Su Zhengqin turned around, and the first thing he saw was the teary-eyed little Jian hugging him. He had always been fond of candies, but at this moment the candied haw had fallen to the ground and was thrown to the side. Did you hear that? So Yung-sun said. Fong Hong's voice was already very soft, but this child's ears were sharper than his. Grandfather, Big Brother once said that you are formidable. Big Brother isn't a bad person. You must think of a way to save him. Xiao Jian bawled. So Yung-sun fell silent. He gazed at Xiao Jian beneath him and sighed deeply. Then he slowly pulled his leg out and disappeared into the night. The darkness of the night didn't calm the atmosphere in the capital. Instead, it grew more and more agitated. Wang Chong's arrest had already surpassed the scope of the Wang clan and the memorial that Wang Chong had written. The Hu generals, vice protector generals, and protector generals had jointly accused Wang Chong, as well as Wang Chong's imprisonment. As time passed, the rage didn't subside. Instead, it only grew more intense. After the court session ended, innumerable petitions flew into the inner palace, requesting for Wang Chong's release. This was no longer a matter that concerned Wang Chong alone. It was a storm between the Hu and Han. As night fell, countless messenger pigeons flew in all directions, revealing that more than 80% of the Han officials had knelt down to plead for Wang Chong. This matter immediately triggered an even more intense reaction among the Hu by the borders. The rage of the Han didn't make the Hu compromise. Instead, it incited even greater fury among them. Bastards! What are the Han up to? In the Qixi Protectorate Manor, Fomin Linta flew into a thunderous rage, and the entire ground trembled in response to his rage. Their hearts are cold, but aren't we cold as well? We who have bathed in blood on the battlefield for the Empire, and yet we have to suffer the humiliation of a brat. If I don't kill that brat, I won't be able to quell the hatred in my heart. Men, I will write a blood letter to the Holy Emperor. That brat must die. Let's see if His Majesty will choose that brat or us who generals. Memorials from the Anchi Protectorate Manor, Chishi Protectorate Manor, Anbei Protectorate Manor, the Big Dipper Army, and many other Hu generals by the borders flew into the capital like snowflakes. This time, it wasn't just Gao Xianji, Fomin Linta, Gashu Han, and Sis Han, and hundreds of Hu generals. Furthermore, unlike the first impeachment, all of the memorials this time were requesting for Wang Chong's death. If we don't kill that brat, we won't be able to appease the anger of the soldiers. If His Majesty doesn't kill that brat, the hearts of the Hu will turn cold. These were the most frequent words in the memorials of the Hu generals. More than 80% of the officials submitted a memorial to plead for Wang Chong. This matter infuriated all of the Hu generals. They were no longer calling for the impeachment of the Wang clan and Wang Chong, but for Wang Chong's death. When the Hu generals' memorials requesting for Wang Chong's death arrived in the capital like snowflakes, they had no idea that this matter had already attracted the attention of another faction. Bastards! Do they really think that the Tang dynasty belongs to them? Do they really think that the Tang dynasty only has Gashu Han, Fomin Linta, and Gao Xianji? Chapter 166. If we don't get rid of this brat, we won't be able to vent the anger in our soldiers' hearts. What are these who think they are doing here? Are they trying to claim credit for themselves just because they have made some contributions? By the side of the raging sea, a few warships were parked. War flags fluttered in the wind, and 2 words were written on them, Fubo. By the side of the warship, a black-bearded general looked at the news with an awful expression. Pass down my orders. Write a memorial to the emperor. Whoever dares to instigate the execution of Wang Chong will be an enemy of our Fubo army. Ha ha ha. Laughable, laughable, laughable. These fellows actually dare to threaten His Majesty? Looks like that child is right. These who are a faction of their own. I would like to see if the words of our Han clan or those barbarians are the ones calling the shots in the Tang dynasty and the Central Plains. On a hill in the darkness of the night, a muscular general looked at the letter in his hands with a livid expression and roared furiously. Pass on my orders. Write a memorial to the imperial court, travel 800 miles at top speed, and travel day and night without rest. Whoever dares to touch Wang Chong will be killed by me, Lu and I. My southern garrison army will protect that Wang Chong. Similar incidents were happening all over the Central Plains. In the history of the Tang dynasty, there had never been a case of so many Hu generals requesting the execution of a single person. Similarly, there had never been a single matter that could incite the wrath of so many Han generals in the Tang dynasty. That night, when the Hu generals' memorials were flying toward the capital, hundreds of Han generals' memorials were also flying toward the capital with blazing anger. The clopping of hooves resounded in the darkness. While the entire Tang dynasty was in chaos due to Wang Chong's matter, the underground of the Tang dynasty's royal palace was serene and silent. Not a single piece of news was able to reach this place. Ah, a soft groan, low and lonely, echoed in the gloomy prison cell. After some time, Wang Chong finally moved. Wang Chong was awakened by the sound of water dripping. In the dark underground, the sound of water dripping was especially loud. It hurts. Wang Chong scratched his head, and all he could feel was dizziness. The golden guards of insignia were extremely heavy-handed. That blow on his sleeping acupoint was definitely not just a light tap. Where is this place? Wang Chong shook his head and slowly got up from the ground. This is the imperial prison. A voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Don't tell me you still think we're in some brocade tent? This sentence immediately caused a burst of laughter. Imperial prison? Wang Chong shuddered, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, and he suddenly sobered up. It was dark and damp, and a few torches glowed on the walls. Wang Chong glanced around and finally saw clearly that this was a prison cell. It was a prison cell with a long history, and the pillars of the cell were stained with blood. It was a prison cell that sent chills down one's spine. Even the air here was cold. A black fog floated in the air, and the dense aura of death left one shuddering. Imperial prison? Imperial prison. In that instant, countless thoughts flashed across his mind. Slowly, as though coming to a realization, Wang Chong calmed down and sat on the floor. Imperial prison? Imperial prison. I didn't expect this. In that instant, Wang Chong finally came to a realization. Everything that had happened before he fainted surfaced in his mind. Wang Chong only saw the golden guards of insignia entering, but he didn't expect them to be prison guards of the royal court. A single memorial actually angered the royal court and the Hu, resulting in him being sent to the imperial prison. This was something that Wang Chong didn't expect. The imperial prison was a place where prisoners on death row were kept. Few of those who entered would be able to walk out alive. Since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came. At this moment, Wang Chong finally calmed down. If I live and die for the sake of the country, how can I avoid it because of misfortune or good fortune? If this is my fate, if the great Tang is destined to perish, then let the perishing begin with me. Sitting on the floor, Wang Chong's heart was beating furiously. There was no fear of death in his eyes, only deep sorrow. He had nothing to fear about death. If he coveted wealth, he wouldn't have submitted this memorial in the first place. Wang Chong only felt sorrowful. If no one had reminded him of the regional commander system and the Hu strategy, it would still be understandable. But even though he had tried his best, and even his grandfather and big uncle had stood up for him, this was still the outcome. This made Wang Chong feel deeply defeated, dejected, and even sorrowful. Hee, look at that new lad. He's petrified. He's actually sitting there motionlessly, as though he's made of wood. The surrounding prison cells burst into laughter. But Wang Chong just sat there motionlessly, as though he didn't hear anything. The laughter grew louder and louder, but it eventually died down as though it was boring. Wang Chong sat in his prison cell, motionless. After an unknown period of time, rumbling footsteps suddenly sounded. Wang Chong's heart skipped a beat, and he abruptly raised his head. A stern-looking middle-aged man, who had the air of an official, led 6 or 7 imperial prison guards with powerful auras and storm-like auras as they strode in from outside. Clang, clang, clang. The candlelight flickered, and the steel bars in front of Wang Chong clanged loudly. The cold-faced prison official stood in front of Wang Chong, staring coldly at him with an incomparably sharp gaze. "You're Wang Chong?" The prison official glanced at the token in his hand and said, "Yes." Wang Chong didn't deny it. "Humph. Since you are, tell me honestly." The prison official said coldly and harshly, "Tell me what?" Wang Chong finally raised his head. "Humph, presumptuous. You're already here, but you're still so stubborn. If you didn't commit any crimes, would you be here? You'd better tell me honestly, lest you suffer." The prison official raised his eyebrows and stared at Wang Chong, looking extremely displeased. "I don't know what crimes I've committed, and I have nothing to tell you," Wang Chong said calmly. "Ha ha ha, this kid is still stubborn. Kid, this is just a routine interrogation. You'd better tell me quickly lest you suffer. There's no one here who doesn't tell you the truth." "That's right. Trying to act tough in front of Lord Zhou, aren't you courting death? Lord Zhou has at least 100 ways to make you talk." The surrounding prisoners burst into laughter. The prisoners looked at Wang Chong with disdain, as though they could already see Wang Chong suffering. This prison official, Zhou Xing, was a ruthless official. In his hands, there wasn't a single person who wouldn't have their flesh torn apart. Even if they were made of steel, they wouldn't be able to endure it. He had hundreds of ways to torture others. Being stubborn in front of him would only lead to suffering, and the gains would not make up for the losses. Shut up! A ferocious roar reminiscent of a lion's roar echoed. In an instant, all of the prisoners fell into silence. The imperial prison was isolated from the world, and in here, Zhou Xing was the living King Yama. Everyone's life and death rested in his hands. No one dared to resist him. Have you really thought it through? Is there nothing to say? Zhou Xing stared at Wang Chong with a terrifyingly dark expression. No. Wang Chong shook his head, his expression calm and unperturbed. Very well. This is your first time here, so you don't know the rules. I'll give you a few more hours to think it through. If I still hear the same answer when the sun rises, I will be very unhappy. As he spoke, Zhou Xing didn't even bother concealing the threat in his eyes. At the end of his words, Zhou Xing made no attempt to conceal the threat in his eyes. Anyone who dared to defy him would have to suffer. If anyone dared to defy him, they would have to suffer a lot of physical pain. Zhou Xing led the prison guards away. After Zhou Xing left, countless sympathetic gazes turned toward Wang Chong. After Zhou Xing left, countless sympathetic gazes turned toward Wang Chong simultaneously. The last time Zhou Xing had such a gaze, 3 people died in the imperial prison. The last time such an expression appeared in Zhou Xing's eyes, 3 people had died in the imperial prison. An old prisoner looked at Wang Chong and sighed deeply. An old prisoner looked at Wang Chong and sighed deeply. But Wang Chong was oblivious to all of this. He sat cross-legged on the ground. His heart was like still water, without any movement. Amidst this silence, time trickled by slowly. After an unknown period of time, all Wang Chong heard was the sound of water dripping for 21,600 times. It felt like an eternity, and finally he heard familiar footsteps. The sun has risen. Wang Chong sighed. Opening his eyes, he saw Warden Zhou Xing and a few prison guards standing before him. But unlike the first time, Zhou Xing didn't say a single word this time. He just stared at Wang Chong with a bizarre expression, as though this was the first time he was seeing Wang Chong. You're Wang Chong? Zhou Xing tilted his head and asked. The same words, the same person, but the feeling it gave off was completely different. I am. Wang Chong was flabbergasted, but he still spoke in a voice as calm as before. The moment Wang Chong said those words, Zhou Xing's expression suddenly turned bizarre. It was a little surprised, a little confused, and a little fearful. Wang Gongzi, I apologize for offending you last night. Suddenly, Zhou Xing bowed deeply. Wang. In an instant, all of the prisoners who were waiting for Zhou Xing to arrive with his torture equipment were dumbfounded. What was going on? Zhou Xing was known for his ruthless methods. Why would he bow to a new prisoner? Everyone was dumbfounded, and their minds couldn't process the situation at all. You fellows, hurry up and prepare Wang Gongzi's meal. Can Wang Gongzi eat the food here? Zhou Xing kicked away his rice bowl as he bellowed at the prison guards beside him, after which he turned to look at Wang Chong cautiously. Wang Gongzi, the imperial prison is damp. I'll arrange it for you, spread the blankets, and clean it up for you. A person like you shouldn't be here, and you shouldn't be cuffed. However, it's the will of the heavens, so I hope Gongzi can forgive me. Zhou Xing sneaked a glance at Wang Chong and said fearfully, What in the world happened? Wang Chong couldn't help but ask. This. Gongzi, please forgive me for not being able to tell you. Zhou Xing hesitated. After cleaning up the spoiled rice bowl, Zhou Xing didn't dare to stay any longer and left hurriedly. Only by investigating the matter would he know what kind of person he had locked up. In Zhou Xing's life, he had been locked up in all sorts of important officials, be it a 9th rank or a 1st rank, an insignificant official collecting 5 buckets of rice, or a famous general in the royal court. Zhou Xing didn't care about any of them. In the imperial prison, there were only prisoners, and all of the prisoners had to listen to him. But the young man before him was too unique. In Zhou Xing's life, he had never met with such a situation. Even though he was a high official, He wasn't a general or a minister. However, he wasn't someone whom his small prison could lock up. Zhou Xing had intended to torture him, but after the incident in the royal court, he didn't dare to do so even if he was 100 times bolder. Such a person wasn't someone he could afford to offend. From dawn to noon, one group of golden-armored prison guards after another passed by Wang Chong's cell with all sorts of titles. Other than during torture, it was rare to see these prison guards here. But in a single day, the prisoners here had seen at least 30 to 40 royal guards. Everyone was trying their best to assess Wang Chong. Their gazes were filled with shock and fear, but none of them said a single word. After staying for a moment, they left hurriedly. The curiosity of the people in the prison cells grew. No one could understand what was going on. Even more so, they couldn't understand the background of this beardless young man. Chi. After an unknown period of time, when another group of prison guards passed by, one of them flicked his finger lightly, and a crumpled piece of paper immediately fell on the ground in front of Wang Chong. After they left, Wang Chong suddenly walked over and picked it up. Unfolding the crumpled piece of paper, Wang Chong took a look. With just a single look, Wang Chong's face immediately warped. From the moment he entered the imperial prison until now, this was the first time Wang Chong realized that the world outside the imperial prison had been turned upside down.